right now. There's a lot of great things, obviously, outside of the games. There's us.
Yeah.
That's a selling point.
Fun.
Yeah, that's fun. But even better, we also have some goodies. We got merch for days. We got some new stuff this stage as well. So let's send it over to Riv to take a closer look at what the goods are.
I'm here at the Riot Games merch booth with Mariah. We're hanging out. Beautiful day here at VCT Americas before the games. And we want to include you in what kind of new merch you can get here if you're hanging out at Riot. Mariah, what are we looking at? What kind of things have we added this year?
Yeah, so this year we have some gun buddies. These can either be a magnet or it can be a fun little bag charm or something like that. And behind us we have these hoodies. It's the same hoodie, but this is exclusive to Riot Games Arena. You can only get it here. We have this ISO jacket. This one's really cool. These sleeves actually unzip, so you can make it a vest. So whatever you want.
That's too cool.
What's up, yo? What's up? How we doing?
More new stuff, tons of stuff.
We have the shirt. It has
Exciting day. I have an afternoon off, which means we get to watch some pro games.
Exclusive only to Riot Games Arena. You can only get it here. And then we have this new Omen hat up here. So you have a black and white hat, whatever you choose. And then we also have these new stickers here. Yeah, so a bunch of fun stuff.
So a lot of new things, and those are only available here, right?
Yeah,
Alright,
only here.
if anything messes up, I apologize. This is my first time doing an actual watch party, so we'll see how it goes.
All of our plushies online, as well as the gun buddies and the ISO jacket.
And when you're coming to Riot here, when do you come in there? Beginning of the day? Can you come all day? How long?
We move as a
Yeah,
unit,
we're here all
okay?
day up until when you guys leave. So if you want something but you want to wait until you're leaving, yeah, you can always wait. But I would say grab it just in case.
I mean, I know I already grabbed one of those jackets. It's definitely amazing. The quality of everything is perfect. Mariah, thank you so much. Hope you have a great day, and we hope to see
Alright,
you
who we
again.
got in here so far? What's up, Vex, Muppet, Prism, Twitch chat? What's going on, y'all?
What are you usually grabbing? Are you a hat
YouTube
guy,
chat, we got
t-shirt guy?
Virage, Livia, Devil.
Like a
How we
little
doing, guys?
plushie. I mean, last week I was doing some excellent shilling. I bought Tens mouse outside. At the
You also mentioned
Late
it about
midterm?
100
I
times
feel
on
like
the
Virage.
podcast,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I know how it
hope
is.
the
Greatest
sales-
chill in the business. So listen, whatever I got to do to get that day rate going up, I will chill all of the merch.
You
Love that for
chill.
all of us.
Yeah, Vex, it's not often I get an afternoon off while there's games
You're one
on.
of those guys.
I'm pretend I'm Potter. Because she wears it all
How's
the
that
time.
working out for you?
Pretty well, actually.
Well,
Topwise doing all
Any volume issues, or is the volume good right now?
pretty good.
Yeah, in certain situations, when the light is just right, we might confuse him for Potter. It's almost the same thing. Now, I want to get into today's games, though. We got some good ones, as I already alluded to.
Doing
Our
good?
first
Thank you,
matchup
Nas.
is going to be Loud versus 2G, and this may be the first time we're going to see these two teams meeting here in the America stage. But they did play during the off-season in the Ticino Invitational, and it was 2G taking the victory. We do have a slight caveat here, of course, that 2G did have their absolute star player, Spike, with them, which I know Wyatt personally is a Omega
Doing alright,
fan
you guys.
of.
I just
And also,
I rushed home from work.
for this tournament.
'Cause
So yeah,
it was just yesterday I realized, wait, there are games on tomorrow, and I have the evening off, which means I can do a watch party. It's a rare privilege for me. I literally just got on like 10 minutes ago.
Significantly worse in terms of the team play, the fundamentals than they are now. So that was a time where you have a 2G right out of Ascension. Vibes are great, playing against this newer Loud squad. Totally different beast now.
Very different as well because they had Prize on the team, who's now on Furia, right? So they have two different players compared to what they're going into.
Yo, you
today
ready? I
with.
got
And
my
Loud,
I got my Sliggy pen ready to draw.
There's been these weird moments for Loud where they look incredible, like the opening map against.
We'll be
Crew.
actually
They blew
watching
them
the
out
game.
their
Think
map
about
bid.
it.
Then they go into
Who's
their
2G?
own
They're the
map bid,
Ascension team
get blown out even harder. It's like
that won last year.
That game made no sense. Last
They're
night.
Brazilian, a Brazilian
It was
org.
the strangest game of the year so far, I think, in America's.
It was crazy. And
Yeah,
then-
it
They're
would
also,
still
like,
stump into a fairly
probably
close match.
the
But
worst
yeah, what can
team.
you even take away? If you're
And they
2G
also just
trending
dropped their
against
IGL.
Loud, is there any sense, rhyme, or reason?
I think I
So-
would be a little bit scared if I were 2G because
This should be one-sided for Loud in theory.
even on this last map, they were up big.
But that's okay because I like Loud.
That Crew had to grind back into. I mean, I think Loud are very close to being a top 3 team in our region. They just need to get dot the I's, cross the T's.
Yeah, I feel like they're one of the teams that have displayed
No
a
VYSE
low
gaming.
floor and a high ceiling.
There could be today,
We're at that ceiling, though. We've
but
seen this year, Kaunzi,
for this stream, it's actually not up to me whether
this year
there's VYSE gaming.
because he is getting multi-kill after multi-kill. Pancada's sharp as ever with the aim. Dijazine,
I don't remember. I don't think Pancada plays too much VYSE. Although things might have changed.
There are a lot of upsides. It's about the consistency having it.
Yeah, let's support that.
I know it's 2 E's play
Pancada,
Sentinel on Loud now.
Iceman,
Never mind.
He was a stone cold killer on the server. I mean, if you have performances like that, you should be feeling pretty confident about your team.
Absolutely. This guy's frying in the fights. Like, you're watching him post up in all these off angles, just destroying people swinging into him. It reminds me of vintage Pancada, right? I feel like people slept on him during that Sen phase.
To be real, I didn't watch the crew game because I was just at work the whole day. I listened to it, but that doesn't really give me a good idea of how good they are. I know that they won 2-0 against Sen.
You know, at least getting close to back in that form, since getting back onto this smoke. So, like you said, hey, yeah, he's.
Yeah, cause I know my normal streams are like,
you know, past year, but he's back.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
Really early morning for EU.
You love the Brazilian scene.
But normally that's the only time I have, so it's just unfortunate.
I consider this guy less junior. It's literally less junior.
Yes.
If I had the option to, I would definitely stream earlier. It's just normally I'm at work at this time.
They've just got him in the top. Incredible tier 2 player that should be a tier 1 player. Display those skills at Ascension. That's their 6th man right now.
Which is more of a reason why they need to win, because everyone's playing for their job if that guy's on the bench. You're playing for your job. That kid is nuts. That's all I have to say about that. I feel like Loud players have to feel the pressure. With that guy being the 6th man, he's legit.
Who has more pressure in this game?
The Loud easily.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, are you talking about the team to team?
The team to team. Where's the pressure at?
Loud are coming in. People think that they're you know, the 99%.
He left last year, Sim. He's on Common Core now. One of the European teams.
All the pressure. 2G, they should just be coming in and having fun.
Yeah, he left Loud one to Europe.
Like, at this point, what pressure could they possibly have, right?
They really shouldn't, and that's why I hope T2G come out today and they play a loose style. They're running, you know,
hope you see some VYSE. That's why I'm here, boss.
But they need to run it somewhere, and they need to pick and choose their
That's why I'm here.
A little bit silly, like have fun with it, because Loud is going to come into this out for blood.
Yeah, if you're coming into this as the favorite, there is obviously an insane amount of pressure to go with it. So let's hear from a former champion who spoke with Riff ahead of today's match.
I have a quick moment to talk to Pancada before the games today. Difficult ending to the series versus Crew.
That's awesome, Cosmo. That's so cool.
As you come into this week.
I'm assuming it was just like the mid wall, knowing that you can actually hold mid info with VYSE. Because that is like a huge thing on that map. You just need mid info.
We need to do a deep dive on 2G and their current situation, so we called in an expert. It's Melau from our Brazilian broadcast team. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. A little bit like afraid, like feeling under the gun. To explain this.
We need to
explain the unexplainable.
Yeah, I throw you a softball. Okay, let's just start off with 2G in general. Obviously, kickoff, they had a rough time.
Playing VYSE lock on Icebox? Sheesh. Honestly, it's not terrible.
Starting in stage 1, yes, they lost. Don't give me that, right?
I personally am not a fan of VYSE and Deadlock together, but I also cannot deny the success that playing them together has. It's a very high win rate when you play them together.
Like, he's really good. He was the star player and all that. But I like Gobert. I like what they were doing.
Quitasia? Yeah, they're not playing today though.
Like 2 games, and then the first week was like not really good, but was.
I don't think 2E's plays too much VYSE.
I was so hopeful that.
I honestly have not followed 2G at all.
Because it's the best they've looked since that Ascension event. Yeah. So maybe even the off season where they had.
It's just unfortunately not a great team.
They didn't play with their roster.
That's true, but you told me something. You dropped the bomb. You said Spike was their secondary IGL.
Yes.
Which is crazy to me. This kid's not even 18. He's their star fragger. He can't even play in VCT yet.
It just has heavier implications on what they've been lacking than what we were even discussing when we were getting into their games.
Silence and Spike was a really good duo. So sometimes Spike was playing duelist and Silence was playing like flex for him and vice versa. So he was one of the main roles was not being the star player, but being the second caller, being the trader. So that's what they've been lacking, I guess. Someone to fill these shoes, you know, not the star shoes.
Yeah, I mean, we're all obviously highly anticipating Spike coming into this. Stage 2, I believe he should be eligible age-wise to play. However, in the meantime, they just can't catch a break because in their opening match here for Stage 1, they look good, and one of the players that stood out was Zap. He seemed so hype. He was seemingly bringing the energy. And if you're around on the Valorant social media...
Oh, y'all are regulars here? Look at this shit that I did yesterday. Look at this. Got a scene transition. So I can go between the game and whatever else if I want to. Isn't that sick?
Disagreements, the current situation became unsustainable, and they have parted ways with Zap. Was that a big surprise for the Brazilian community?
Yes, of course, for everyone. Like Zap, we always see Zap as this really good leader. That time when he hugged Spike, so
not even IGL leader.
Yes, like a leader.
It really felt like him. I don't know if you agree. I'd be interested to know that they would not have won Ascension without him.
Yeah, I don't know.
Cosmo, you'd be the most dedicated viewer if you stayed up to watch my stream every day.
One of the most experienced players.
I know how it is, though.
So he's like 27, I guess, right? So he's been playing a lot. I remember him playing First Strike back in 2020. So he's been there a while. So that's the thing. We don't know what happened. Like, I don't think we will ever.
But you were mentioned they have a little bit of experience playing without him from the off season.
Yeah. But even
so he's been in the gaming scene for a while.
But what they want.
So he was in Overwatch League from like the beginning. I think she still does it, maybe. I don't follow Overwatch anymore. I think she might do both Overwatch and Valorant now.
The big question was who is coming in. The new player that picked up for the roster is PXS, and he's coming up from Challengers.
Yes, he's been playing Challengers since 2021. All the Brazilian and Latin teams have problems with visas and stuff, but PXS is all, besides being a good player, he was born here in the USA, so it makes things a little bit easier. He's been playing, like I said, since 2021 on Valorant. He played last year alongside with Zeno, like Chenon, from MIBR. He, after Pala came to MIBR last year, he went to play on his place. And he was playing on a team as a Sentinel this time. He was playing Duelist before. Now with the Villa of Zanatsu, like they don't have an ARG, but he was playing with Conan.
Ubers definitely still does Overwatch, Sen.
Good players that have been around the scene for a while.
I know for sure that he still does both.
What the communication was like? Is he fluent?
I don't think I agree with that though. He was absolutely insane in Overwatch League. Have you seen the Rap God video?
Was only born here, I guess.
You know why as an American you might not understand, but there's people who speak more than just one language.
Well,
That's
I mean, listen,
crazy.
with all this talk of what's happening with Inferno, I have to ask. Unnecessary shots.
That is such a good video.
Just asking a question.
No, you were a target. You made yourself a huge target for that one.
He has both seasons target. Yeah, has both. And I was talking to Sidozord. He's the IGL for Stellai, the foreman team of PXS, and he says he's really good at comms. So I think that's the kind of guy they needed.
And I've heard he's like very skilled mechanically, right?
Yeah.
Like this is a mechanical upgrade for sure off of Zap. Do you expect him to play a little bit more scrappy, running the double duelist and stuff a lot more?
I don't know, because I don't think, even though he's a really flexible player,
Who am I rooting for? We got Loud 2G. Definitely a Loud fan in that one.
Oh, they're gonna 1-for-1 roles.
Yeah.
I
That could be difficult.
have been a Loud fan since they started doing well in 2022, right before they won champs.
Really good at playing like initiator, so
I've been on the Loud train for a while, even through all the changes.
Tough one, but
For LEV C9, I'm a bit more impartial.
They seem like really like life, like
They're optimistic about it?
optimistic, like they were happy, like you know. So
Yeah, Cosmo. Like I started liking them, and then it's like
Actually,
2023 when they started playing Harbor Viper everywhere. It's just
They're feeling a lot of pressure. But the community, I feel like
something about them playing Harbor Viper on like every map just intrigued me.
Because they can't even have their star player.
I'm very interested in like unique playstyles, unique ways of playing the
it
game.
doesn't matter what the community expectations is. Like, this is your one shot. Like, you worked all your life, your very young lives, you worked for this opportunity. And to know that you're going to come into everything as the underdog.
Yeah,
like,
LEV C9.
that's how
probably lean towards C9 just because I'm a Demon 1 hater.
Who's picking up the IGLing role?
LZ.
But that's
he's
probably the only reason.
He's like he's the most experienced guy, player on the team. He's really chill. Like he always like everything's good with him. So let's see if he can fill this IGL shoe because Zap was really good doing it.
Yeah, LZ is one of those players on this squad that was always thinking util first when you watch him. So it does make sense that he would be the one to take over the role. The question is he ready for this level of like additional requirement in his game plan, right? Requiring you to think so much more macro than what you were before when Zap was on the team. We saw him struggling to close out that EG game in the one-on-one against Ye. I mean, that worries me a little bit, putting more on that guy's plate.
But I don't know why they feel so much pressure. Like, we know that the main goal should be the second split, like when Spike is able to play, when they're going to aim like playoffs, because you can really beat G2 right now to stay on the league. So I don't know why they put that much pressure on them. So
yeah, I don't know how you fix Demon 1's issues. Because here's my take, is that 2023 Demon 1, when they won champs, he won, or they won rather, and he looked so good because he had Potter and Boostio. And I think Boostio is an incredible caller, and Potter obviously, like everyone just glazed the shit out of Potter, but justifiably so. She's just an incredible coach. So I feel like the game plan around, like their entire game plan for Demon 1 was more or less, you go here and you shoot people.
Well, I'm excited to see what
And I think that, I'm going to say that's probably the like furthest extent of the plans for Demon 1 is that you play this, you go here, you smoke when we ask you to, and then you shoot people. You hold this position. And then he did that, and he shoots really well, but I don't think there's much more to him than just shooting. Hello Bart. Watch party, let's go.
Então foi uma forma mais tranquila de trabalhar e a gente está muito leve com isso. E sobre a questão do play, a gente teve muito pouco tempo para treinar, mas mesmo assim a gente teve uma boa preparação nesses últimos treinos e a gente está muito confiante para esse jogo.
What's up, Mudda? No, it's there's the timer in the top left here. The game starts and it's supposed to kick off in like 5 minutes. They do like a half-hour of pre-show where they discuss the teams and whatnot before the game starts.
But we had good practices, and I feel like this is just going to be all right. It's going to be good.
All right, great to hear it. Good luck in the games today.
I mean, it's so unfortunate. It's such little time, and then not just slotting in a new player, you also have to figure out a new way to IGL. Like, that's a tough spot to be in.
The roles are what's crazy, right? Like, LZ getting into this IGL role, you don't even know if PXS has the capability of slotting
like a tournament? Kinda. These are like the league games. So here, if I
Sentinel and Duelist in challengers, that's going to be tough.
If I pull this up,
I don't want to read into it too much.
Here you go.
Concerned
So sorry, light mode. I should have called the flashbang. I know Sliggy does that. He counts down flashbangs. But yeah, so America's games, right? So there's 2 groups of 6. There's 2 groups of 6. This is all round robin. So right now you have all these teams playing each other. And then end of the group stage. Yeah, Abby comes in, gets immediately flashbanged. My bad. Oh, Abby, you want to see the cool thing I was doing last night? We got stream transitions now.
Unless it's like a picture of the doors in a circle somewhere.
Yeti always cooks me with these.
Fracture.
Oh, you're right.
It's Fracture.
Yes.
It's like Southside Fracture, A main. Outside A main, I think.
Yeah, 2 groups of 6. Each team is like round robin within their group, and then we have a playoff bracket. And then the top three. The top three. So 1, 2, winner of the lower final. They all go to the Toronto Masters, which is an international. So this is just the Americas League. Then you have Europe, you have APAC, you have China. And so 3 teams from each of those 4 regions will then go into a 12-team tournament, which obviously has higher stakes, bigger prize pool. And that one's in Toronto, this next one.
Let's take a look at our second map. Where do we find ourselves here?
So yeah, that's where we're at.
Like Icebox. This is where we gave Sam his Employee of the Month, no?
This is like week 2, if I recall.
Actually obligated to come back. So I'm here.
You tried.
What did you go for on this?
I went Icebox.
He said Icebox. I'm not feeling
Oh look, they're doing my trivia for me.
Like kitchen area? Maybe like back of A?
Kitchen. This no, that's not a kitchen.
That's not a,
This
no,
one
this
Where is this, y'all?
Could be our fracture, by the
Okay,
way.
I'll give you like 5 seconds.
Could be.
This one could. I'm either thinking fracture or Icebox. I'm going Icebox.
2.
I'll go fracture again.
This is crazy.
Just shoot for fracture every time. One of
What
them.
do we got?
Can I lock in Icebox?
What? I mean that. Oh, that's just okay. It's fine. The only way we would know that is because the free cam observer
That was Ascent?
the little shot where they go through the little.
Okay,
window there.
we're not doing too hot on the desk.
That's
I've been
nuts.
told, as per my contract, that I will be working with professionals on this desk so far.
Why did you guess
You're
this
the
fracture
only
every
one who
time?
got that.
Well,
You told me to go with
let's take a look. Let's take a
I got
look.
peer
The last
pressure.
one's the winner. 3 times the charm. Where are we at? Them arcades. Where are they at?
That's fracture. That's actually fracture. Arcade.
Is there another map with arcade game besides Fracture?
Yeah, okay, yeah, you're right.
This guy gets his fracture every time.
Fracture. No, it's an arcade. You're right. I mean, what else could it be? It's literally called arcade.
Yes! He's done it!
That was actually monkeys on a typewriter. Getting creating Shakespeare, bro. It's got to be fracture this time, surely.
Man, yeah, okay, we might be a bit confused as per locations, but surely we can predict the right team to win.
Yeah, that's why it's called arcade or Cosmo.
Send to beat crew.
Surely that never happened.
Aren't there
Let's take a
arcade
look at
games
the prediction
in-
For this one, okay, I mean the first one feels like
In Split.
yeah.
Split Defender Spawn. There's a little shop with arcade games in it. That's the only other place I can think of.
I thought you hard committed for the rest
They
of the
turned
season.
me into I was flattened to the status of a loose leaf sheet after watching Haven
dramatic,
against
okay.
EG.
But for a hot minute, you had some hope.
Oh yeah,
When they were
that's
down
why, that's
on
why I was
8,
so
you were like,
flat. But game 2, I think a little bit more of a mix-up.
Oh
We
yeah,
got a
game
favorite
2's gonna
cloud
be fire, actually. I can't wait to see Demon 1. I think he's gonna evolve a lot week to week in the smokes roll. I think that second game is fire.
You think so? Well,
Yeah,
we'll find out very soon. That's the good news, and then we can, go back.
Pearl
to our hot
CT?
takes.
Yeah, there's a comic book shop and then there's like a music store, right?
Get this day started. It's Loud versus 2G and Cloud9 versus
I remember.
Leviathan. VCT America starts right now.
Let's go, game time. I did see the art, Abby. It's very cute.
Contra a 2G, acredito que vai ser um jogo bem pegado. A gente se conhece muito bem, somos 2 times brasileiros. Então, no geral, vai ser uma partida que vai ser decidida mais no tático. Acredito que o time que se adaptar melhor vai conseguir fazer uma partida melhor. E daí vai ser o vitorioso.
Pancada sensacional!
Eu acredito que esse próximo jogo contra a Loud vai ser um jogo bem interessante, porque são 2 times que, além de ser brasileiros, eles acabaram perdendo o primeiro jogo, então vai valer bastante pra gente.
Sobra sozinho contra 2!
Acredito que o fator emoção assim faz parte de todo time brasileiro, mas eu acredito que o time que for mais racional e conseguir fazer o melhor jogo possível vai ser vitorioso. Então, acredito que não vai ser muito por esse lado. Somos um time muito melhor em termos de tática e de mira, então acredito que vai ser um jogo bem legal para quem vai for assistir e que vença o melhor.
And it's time to meet our 2 teams as they're taking to this stage for the first match of the day. Loud getting an opportunity for revenge after 2G took them down in an off-season tournament. This time, of course,
Damn, I missed the announcer.
Spike isn't in the mix to put them in their place.
They used to have like commentators announce the teams in their native language. And I love the Portuguese announcements.
went right for them just then because they had to make a lot of drastic changes to their roster.
Yeah, but hopefully it takes some of the pressure off of them. So like that is the shining light here. Is they shouldn't be coming out today feeling any pressure about having to get this win. Now on the other side of things, Loud, this is kind of like
America's walkouts are mid, real hoverboard. Wait, isn't this the?
This is, frankly,
Aren't they playing some matches in like an alternate arena because of League?
I don't want to be too
Is that what this is?
2G. This team has 3 different players from the run that they got to this league with, which is so unfortunate for them. But that being said, Gobera, their initial sub, he's been pretty fantastic. I think he's been their best player so far.
We're getting on Wednesdays? America doesn't play on Wednesday.
Against EG last week, so
is it EMEA that I'm thinking of?
You can see if their third new player is going to step up today as well.
No, they're
it might be EMEA that has to play the alternate thing, alternate arena.
New lineup, they got a lot of skill, so they could definitely bite as the underdog right now. They just need to hit a couple first bloods to open up these rounds. Play
it's
loose,
both.
And honestly, they can get Loud on the back foot really quickly. And Malal said mental will play a factor if 2G take the lead early here.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Oh, there's like an open co-streaming thing. If you go into the Valorant Esports website, you can just sign up to be a streamer. As long as you follow the rules, you can stream America's. I think it's only America's people that can stream America's, but I know. Not an issue for you. But I can't watch any other region. I can only watch America's.
And once you start thinking we should be winning this already, that's when it really begins to spiral out of control. Now again, I
got all the permits and whatnot.
But that's my job. That's what I give.
We're here to buy it. We're here to buy it.
It's not that hard to do.
Look at our maps. Can dreams come true on either Lotus or on Pearl or maybe on Split?
Ooh, kicking us off on Lotus.
Leaking
right
team
now.
comps.
Loud's pick, and you can see 2G wanting to start on attack right there. I think this is a decent map, and we've seen some underdogs really start off swinging on this attack half of Lotus.
That said, though, 2G.
I saw a neon breach fade.
They played that double
Someone is sending it.
Not the most common sight.
I like that comp though, honestly, for a game like this too, and on attack, when you're cycling
I got you, Happy.
Duelist ultimates, getting kill contract after kill contract, it can snowball far more aggressively than other comps on attack. And they could get off to a nice early lead. Again, I'm selling you the dream. But I do think this is possible. Like, hey, they get a pistol round. Silence gets a few kills if he's continuing to play ISO. All of a sudden, we might be cooking. Could get a close game. It's possible.
I want to see the comp before I get the cope.
Yeah, exactly. That's honestly my main
gives
thing.
me the cope.
Yeah, that is a fact.
Okay, on Loud side, what composition do we expect to see here? We've seen plenty of footage, of course, from them on Lotus.
Oh, that's a good question. They're probably going to go with like Fade Cypher.
Yeah, they have. And with the Neon, which has been really strong.
All right, run it down, comp.
To this look, actually, with him being more Neon focused.
Common was really quick to go into the Breach Teo in kickoff, but they like stepped away from it really quickly as well.
First team's playing it.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
we've switched it up. We have Silence on the VYSE. PXS just one for
There's
one.
your VYSE.
The role of Zap, who again was,
time to
PXS
judge.
Playing Duelist or Sentinel, so we'll see how he can perform on a new role.
I mean, they can do it, but it's gonna be very difficult. They're playing straight up. Difficult comp.
They do indeed. Can 2G get it done against Loud? Let's head to our first map and send it over to your casters for this one. We have
it's interesting that Loud are playing Fade and Cypher. I think in this meta, it's a bit of an overload on info. If you're going to play Cypher, you should play Tejo. And if you're playing Fade, you should go VYSE, probably. That's my opinion.
Against crew in 4 officials, trying to find out where they sit in the grand scheme of things, and I think it's safe to say that our 2G team got some soul searching to do.
Yeah, well, the other team, 2G, has only played 3 officials this year, right? And it's been all losses for them. They're coming in after the loss of their IGL, after bringing in PXS. We found out that this guy was going to be playing for the team today.
Yeah, her card is empty for one Brazilian team shit stomping another Brazilian team. I don't think too many NA people are interested in that.
Only have 2 of the players remaining that they ascended with now. They're looking completely different. PXS has come in, picked up the breach on a map where previously they had Zap on the Sova. So a comp change for 2G.
It's a comp change, but in theory, maybe an easier comp
And
to
trap play front B.
Picking up breach Not the hardest agent to go ahead and implement. Right now, just working into that front B space next to the Taeho.
Off of K1's contact, we stunned Neon.
Open this door and pinch into front B.
A lot of progress towards the B site being attempted here.
What happens if TG open the door, though?
A bit of a chunk of the map carved out by Loud as slowly we start to tend in that direction. As of course the chance for Loud to descend upon them, or at least for DJZine to do so through door if 2G don't get moving.
Damn, Loud have a read on this.
There's a stun ready from Loud's defense.
There's 3 here already.
Really catch out.
Look at this stun about to come in from Vinny. Oh yeah, that's a fat stun.
But 2G still want to make this way in. Zine though, able to take his pound of flesh before he ducks back to cover. Might look to linger a little longer. PXS is down, still no plant yet. A little bit awkward as 2G trying to make their way out towards Waterfall. And now once they get to the fight, they're able to get
this close. They're both low though.
Gobera though, low, clinging to life is Loud, want to close the net.
There's no comfortability to plant the spike. 2G have to fight their way out of this. Vinny is low, but the lurk is coming in with the Cypher on the other side. That's 3 now for DJZine. But Vinny is just trying to stall out as long as possible. We're down to 20 seconds. That flank comes in, it's all over for 2G.
And the setup's there for the defenders. I mean, Vinny is just
they got their read on the C hit somehow. I wasn't watching. Did VYSE get info? Yeah, he was jump spotting stairs this entire time. He just had full info A. So once they didn't trigger the trap on B, they knew it was going to be C. So that counter stun from Vinny just let them flood 4 on site.
Again, there's a lot of moving parts in this 2G comp trying to get your
Nothing about VAL Esports. These people are better than anyone you've ever watched.
Tough to have a just add water solution for this comp. Now towards Mound, DJZine wants to try and assert himself a little bit here. That first shot though is a little wayward. Does throw that relay bolt out, but wants to
fighting Sibo with no one-way smoke. Interesting.
Fight scene on the A side of the map too. So far, 2G have been effectively stalled out towards Sand. And now without a fault line to work with, no flashes on PXS either, they'd have to swing into the line of DJZine's Outlaw. So I think good news from them is they're just going to grab the orb, maybe rotate back into A, see if they can play for that.
Look at this kill trip B. What's it doing?
It's the little wins 2G.
What's that trip doing?
Like this.
This comp has the ability to obtain some of that information safely, more passively, right? Where they actually have a scan initiator here in the form of the Fade, whereas 2G, it's really about layering that util together.
Yeah, layering the
util. 2G are just way too grouped up.
Out,
They're trying to fake pressure, but we still have the Cypher cam, yo.
Oh, but he's gonna see some action. Has to be able to get out.
Yeah.
At least with the fast lane.
They still have 3C because that was just not the best fake. They got 2 kills. Not the worst eco damage.
Paranoia thrown out. Still no plant of the spike. Gobera helps himself to the Outlaw.
Only 10 seconds coming in. Players on every single line without. Outlaw's doing some work. Time to get the spike down.
These guys only have ghosts. Wait a second. Wait, they both have light shield too.
Only ghosts to work with here.
Holy.
Loud out of what could have been a bit of an embarrassing situation on an anti-eco.
Wow, Gobera picking up that Outlaw, finding 3 kills on the round.
Picking up the Outlaw, bro. How many of them had light shield?
One of the things, if they had fallen there before getting the spike down, that's 2 rounds in a row. You don't have the spike. You don't have any kills on any of your big players. So the ultimates would have been looking.
That's nuts.
As it stands, a big round 2 from Gobera. Now you've got the tail to work with. And they were already
knock on wood. The real question is, how did Loud almost fumble?
Has I guess a part to play in their overall strategy now heading into this first.
That was so much closer than it needed to be.
Eyeing things up, the Outlaw was saved over, but 2G knowing that go full heavy for themselves.
Yeah, and they just went full classic, so they all have full shield. The Outlaw can't one-tap anyone.
Sunline and 2G try to fight into that rebel space.
Play off the haunt pings as well, but so far 2G not caught out by that. Got a lot of passive.
Oh, look at this play. He goes, you have Cypher Cam watching like this. And then they have the stun swing off of the camera. That's sick.
He is going to be trying to wallbang, get a headshot kill off of the camera that's spotting it through that little choke point.
Oh. Why Pencana doesn't miss a shot? DJZine gets his 1. You know it's at least one of them there.
LZ in silence now, no. Path is clear, mostly to hit the C site.
But remember, Gobera falling early means no Tae ult in this round. this is a bonus for Loud that 2G find themselves severely outnumbered in.
Got a 4v2. These guys are going around getting the gun.
As to where 2G have opted to go here. The camera in towards Baby Door. There's a trip on B, so they.
This is a rough retake.
Playing more passively towards this whole side, seeing that util come his way, and
two guys getting blocked up by the wall is not good news. But if you look at 2G, they've actually separated down numbers. They need some hero plays out of these individuals. Silent's going to take the first bite into
Pancada.
Quite around for Pancada so far. LC just has to stay tucked and try and stop any potential defuse, but he's up against
low on time. Theoretically doable.
Oh! Not bad for LC, but running out of bullets.
Holy.
3 kills for him on the round, but Loud will have their third.
That fight over towards main was just crazy. The fault line came in delayed into the rounds. I'm not even sure if that came off.
That was close.
Just a timing look from them, but resulted in 2 kills nonetheless.
VYSE impact. That's one way to put it.
Considering that 2 players look at this out in the open
contact. There you go.
Digizine just goes 1 for 1 there, and again it's been pretty assertive over towards that mound part of the map. Almost bailing
If
out.
2Es are just a little more tucked on the box, that would have been winnable.
2G, 3Ks for both those players. Still sees them with a fat goose egg. And time for a timeout here after that first gun round goes awry.
Yeah, this is a tough
timeout.
Timeout this early. Like you don't have really
2G have been putting a lot of like delayed pressure on A, but they're not putting enough pressure, so Loud are just insta clearing it. And that's just the problem. That's the problem with 2D right now. They just need to put more pressure through A if they're trying to re-clear it. It's gonna take more space. Which team am I supporting? On this one, Loud, definitely. I've been a fan of Loud for quite a while.
Despite the fact that they now are only 2 of those remaining individuals. Whereas Loud, I mean, like I said, yeah, the last 4 officials, they've played crew 3 times. The most recently, it's a competitive series, I suppose, but they end up beating each other on each other's maps, and it's really one-sided.
Alright, what's the switch up?
Split is a bit of a grind, so there's still, we have a lot of questions still about what.
Dude, you're taking Fasty with lurk pressure, eh? I don't know about that.
Yeah, and outside of them against Brazilian teams, they typically farm those 4 and 1. Also, Digizine making the pivot in kickoff. He was playing the Rays on this map, but I think people.
Digizine can just one-shot everybody.
It's been pretty effective on this agent, using it now to catch
okay, good force off.
From the breach Tejo utility.
Okay, so that might have been part of the conversation. Hey, we know Digizine's playing pretty aggressively towards Mound, and even if you take that space, he will still find a way to punish you.
Lurk pressure.
LZ's able to push up, get tucked here.
Did 2Es just not pop cam for an entire year?
Not too far back, as he's always looking for a bit of a fight. Silence might look to try and fill this space. Wants to imply a move up here, but Pancada is unrattled.
Everyone right now from 2G on
I don't know, Sim. You would think someone would start doing that.
LZ trying to take the timing before Silence is quite there. Now using the missiles to break open the door. They're finally doubled up.
Missile to insta break door is pretty cool.
Possibly a plant now into B.
Again,
look at those trips, bro.
They should be cleared easily enough, and Razorvine able to be put down now just to prepare for this.
Wait, they know B main is fine because they haven't broken trips.
One towards upper. Here's Digizine now finding his third in the round. He got busy over at C yet again.
Holy Digizine.
With that near ultimate.
Yeah, look, they didn't break the trips, and so they knew no one was past this line.
I think trying to flank him at C.
Like, the trips just cleared angles for them on the retake.
Honestly, I think round 5 is going to be the do or die for 2G, right? You're on the attack side of Lotus. This side massively favored in the state of the game right now, dropping 4-0 after losing the anti-bonus. It is show up now or don't really show up much at all, especially with a couple of ults to work with too.
And that's that sort of Tejo ultimate that's been held since like round 3 or so now.
Yeah, especially on maps like this, where it's like 11 rounds out of 12 on a defense half, there's going to be a Cypher trip B, so why would you not just use Tejo missile? Like, look, he's done this trip every single round, like, I think except for the pistol.
Yeah, a ton of early util here from the defenders. Askia still wants to push up. Despite that Prowler, needed to be cleared. Relay Bolt will catch onto the Aura, but it's not a line that Digizine can capitalize on.
Heavy A pressure? Do 2G actually do something with it now?
It's all good. They got the space anyways. Yeah. Smoke goes down onto stairs, but I still like Loud's positioning. They're leaning 4 players on this side of the map. Pancata, by the way, has the ultimate, so as the C anchor, he can quickly rotate into A for the fight.
That might be it, Sim. I mean, it is pretty easy. To be real, 2E's has been playing on B most of the time with his trip.
Kind of expect
so it seems that Loud have actually thought of this and have the Cypher playing B in their setups.
Some kind of a hit. They threw out the VYSE flash too, so that's 2 players seen, but you can see
they don't like what they see. There's nothing to be gotten. Maybe a last-minute pivot over towards the B side. They've got to get through a couple of these plays, but things are going better over on the A side at least. Askia down.
Okay, they win the door fight. Well done.
Try and make his way through tree, but started to inch forward.
Canceling back to B because they went back and recleared. See, that was a good round from 2G. They actually committed to the A pressure and got rubble.
1 versus 4.
Smoked off too. He's in a really tough spot.
That's what I said they should have been doing on their timeout.
Post plant utility for 2G, so I don't really think Pancata's going to try for anything here. Maybe play for some exit frags, take some guns away. Money's not too great from 2G.
It just looks like a muddy around. They push up into tree. Got a bit
nah,
messy.
Pancata doesn't have enough time to win these. Look, they got stun, they got blind, they have missiles, they have aftershock. None of them would even have to peek.
For the Taeho on the side, quick double back for 2G, and they will bail themselves out of work.
How much time did he have there?
I'm glad 2G were in range to hear that spike defuse, because he absolutely had time to full stick without any util to stall it out. And yeah, you're right, this tree fight was a little bit muddy.
I think if they didn't double up the Taeho missiles, he would have had it. I think because the missiles were doubled up, he would have died.
Right, Loud weren't fooled by that, but then
that was way too close.
Set up for the Omen ult into the site for the B split. That was very well called from 2G's side.
After finding very little on the A side that round and dealing with all
Alright, Loud know that 2G want A control, so now they're denying it.
Comes in, commits the Prowler, and the rest apparently the Taeho utils coming out. He might look to try and get ahead of this and ends up being riddled with bullets inside the dark cover.
I wonder why Pancata's doing a one-way smoke C instead of helping with the A fight. And then Digizine didn't actually go out to Rebel until it was too late.
So the paranoia actually moving back into C, only Pancata there to hold them.
Pretty big commitment on the A side of the map. Here comes that dimensional drift though. Gate crash.
Go roll to hit C with Pancata. You better get out your smoke, UI bro. Eggster would have popped out of his. Would have popped out right there. More heroes need to do that. Like when the person they're targeting just pulls out util or pulls out their knife, you just pop out of ult. You'll get your gun out faster. Yeah. 2G just win this because they have so much util. All they need to take the site was Yoru ult.
Loud are gonna call to save in a 3-on-4. They just taken way too much damage. Look at
they have so much left over for post plant.
So little HP.
That'll be that. 2G gonna be able to get their second on the round, and it was really up to Digizine and 2Years, right? One on the site, one by that waterfall area. Neither really able to find anything to speak of. So 2G exiting around, chance to build some economy, to get a spike plant. They keep all their rifles. All good signs.
Very good signs, whether it's finding that spam kill over towards A at the start, finding the first blood.
2 ults from the round, yep.
Using that Yoru ultimate early.
VCT.
Scouting down, not taking any chances. I think that tail ult was really effective too at dividing up Loud. You had one player running back into spawn, 2 other players
like the current meta agents like Reach, Taeho, Yoru. They all just have like ults that can take a site by themselves. And so you just use 1 or 2 of them, and then you have all of your normal util for post plans, and it's just impossible to retake.
And we go once more, fight for Mound. Cowanzine backing up on B, but pretty standard opening for 2G. Pretty far forward trapwire though, Askia does trigger it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, picking that one up early, gonna make you feel real good. Doesn't even look like Tweez has placed the camera yet either. some options to work
Okay,
around
BC
that
default,
as they
regroup
tap
A.
in front of the door to put a lot more pressure on that solo anchor.
Now they
Loud
Teho
falls back
drone.
in towards Baby. Really Louder again.
Does
ready
Vinny still
on
have stun?
contact
He
here with
does.
stun.
This will be
The
interesting.
opening might have also forced 2 years to cam on C, add some extra resources there.
Shoot that thing.
Shoot the RTP. Very smart.
Drone as well, everything including
Stun great from Vinny.
to be held by 2G. Askia steps up. It is just a
Use the
utilized
full
storm here.
util.
Teho will be able to clear rubble, force the defenders back onto the A side, but 2G are not committed yet.
Now 2G don't have a lot of util left because they used blind and missiles and like yours entire kit just to take rubble.
Could be big. He's just gonna face it with the stun. Turning around the corners, Dudges in. Doesn't even care. Gets the opener, and look at that 2G gonna try and split into B. Yeah, again,
And they
the
regroup into the B
contingency
split again.
Towards the B side. There's a good chance 2G's is
The A
gonna
pressure is doing well for 2G.
It's smoked out anyway. So again, 2G with a late round pivot to B. This time though, Loud with 4 players need to work through upper and Lincoln, and Nightfall will herald
Their
their
fatal retaking.
2 players hit on site. The rest of 2G
Easy
with a
VYSE
good
counter.
They counter out with the Steel Garden themselves. So Louder stalled now.
Cardassi's Gabera first, but loses out in the duel, and this is where 2G been finding their edges in
Yeah.
some of these raw fights. Vinny being 1v3, Rolling Thunder, no real good application for that ultimate this round.
So Loud's gonna time out now.
And at this point, there's not too much to do, but
They need to either commit more toward holding rubble,
he'll find
or they need
absolutely
to be re-clearing B and giving up A a bit easier.
So 2G again, like it's such a huge dump of util early
Because
in these
this
rounds just to
push through A,
signal something at A,
right, and they
then
send
a
2 people
late
back
round
to
pivot
re-clear
B
B,
that doesn't involve too much infrastructure. They get a
and then
farm.
just B split. They've done it like
Do well.
twice already.
He's kinda
That's 2 of the 3 round ones.
For players just be up in the front B space, trying to catch that off angle to play into Baby Door. Look, if no one's front B, he's getting 2 kills there easy, right? But fact is, he flipped the coin, did not come up heads for him, and is punished for it.
This is that deft little sidestep by Digizine. And that's 2 years, yeah, again, with 2 angles to cover, essentially.
I could be trolling. I'm not sure if Tui's ever put down his camera that round, because I know he didn't early on.
C main, but only after the
C-main.
door to link got
Gotcha.
toggled.
That's why they pay you. Got
Loud did not time out. Okay, they might time out after the eco round.
Round 8 coming up here. 2G may be starting to get a bit of a feel for this. Rolling Thunder into this round as well.
Interesting that they're just playing an eco round like a normal round.
Askia shows himself, but Penkata doesn't have a chance to capitalize as that Teho util comes on in. So Loud give the space up again. This time, less util has to be spent for it.
Good delay on that.
Good late camera to clear.
It's going to be fake pressure into rotating A, or that pause into a re-hit with the breach ult.
They saw 3 people.
Stuck around too. Potentially be punished here once the smoke falls.
Yo, TP to regroup with the team, that's pretty fun.
Rotate to A.
Little trap here, Vinny, honestly. With
When do Loud rotate someone back over? Nope.
The timing's not there. Digizine walks up. So this will buy a little bit of time, but there's no one here to help Vinny either way. 2G decide they want to land here. Vinny won't have a say in the matter.
It's just 2 seconds.
Yeah, Vinny's out of stall util now. What are we gonna do?
Yeah, maybe Vinny can do some damage here, stall out with a stun to rotate players in, and that Stinger backside we've seen teams really struggle to deal with.
They, nah. I was gonna say they had 3 people in time, but then they still had their own in blind.
These Stingers though, they do want to try and dive in and get their feet a little wet. Cowan's in, only able to find LZ for his trouble.
Cowan got 2?
Again, hailing public transport to get to.
Got 2 with the stinger here? That's nuts.
Ouch.
How about that? 2G just 4 rounds in a row? Like, where did that come from? I was genuinely ready. If round 5 came around and they lose that critical swing round, the map was over for me. But no, TUG have brought it all the way back. Now it's Loud calling a timeout on the other side after these delayed, refights over into A have faltered for 2G.
Mostly just a gun diff round.
It's pretty clear to see that Loud are trying to be assertive to gain control of rubble. But there's one round where they lose a player through smoke. There's another where they end up just having to give that space and allow.
Yeah, there's a lot of time out like I thought.
Pivot over towards the B side and punish 2 years on his own.
It seems like Loud have been employing this 2-1-2 default where they've got the Omen Cypher playing relatively passively towards C, the Fade.
They're saying Loud might need to fight A harder, but I don't think they can. They just lose the A fight because Teho is an agent.
They're getting outnumbered, and unless they're catching a great timing off utility, it's pretty hard to punish. And their B side also becomes a problem without Cypher utility to keep it covered in the mid round. So I'd expect Loud to make a big pivot coming into a round
They
like
could start giving up A entirely and playing 2Hes there,
instead of spreading out so much on the defense.
Because there's a sense that even though
and go for a more aggressive B reclear, which they can turn into a flank if 2G commit to A.
smoked in upper on B, and he still wants to push towards Link. He wants to, you know, Loud don't really want to allow 2G into the A side of the map.
Loud have not switched a single player position.
Force the defenders to be on the outside looking in. But that is 4 rounds in a row for 2G, whichever way you slice it. The bank has been built up beautifully. They're still got a Rolling Thunder to work.
Yeah, I would have put Cypher solo A, and then maybe go A under. And then I would have maybe more aggressively cleared B mid-round, and then maybe flanked if they committed A.
That one way to play off of is respected by 2G. For now. And Carter though, about to have his hands pretty darn full, and just you've got to win those in that
Yeah, I'm
position,
not sure about that.
That's what I'm talking about. Louder
Good switch up for 2G.
Fights on multiple fronts without much utility to play off of on C. That's an ego fight from Pancata off the one way.
Not easy for him to get out of that spot either.
No. Certainly not when he's taking the fight. You got to TP out immediately, but Calazine sort of trying to...
It's okay, Cosmo. Fennec's Australian. He deserves it. Oh, what a breach ult. Wait, Cowan... Wait, they're just not going off the breach ult. And Silence just cosmetic stun.
3 players facing him, though he's gonna fall. And that's just too early. Calazine is gonna
What?
wait to the party, so Digizin getting it active here with the Zappy hands.
I didn't realize it was such low numbers that was yapping.
Now puts the pressure as Digizin falls back.
Cowan reposition. Actually doable.
Telegraph though, Digizin obviously makes a hell of
Nobody has any util.
He wanted to fight there. 2G under the cover of that smoke. Extract the spike. That neon ult expires. And now, Digizin and Calazine have got to put it together.
By scouting CT, though, they have a very good read that players, at least one, is going to be coming in from water.
Time of the essence, of course.
They cleared CT, but they're still worried about flank.
Back online. 2G grouped up. LZ and Askia. LZ, one of the original ascended of 2G. And Askia just doesn't have an opportunity to have backup.
Nice shot, Digizin. A terrible plant for this spot. Digizin is just absurd.
Hero round from Digizin. I mean, look.
Like genuinely the second coming of Boss.
No smokes for Loud, and he just gets 4 kills there.
What's up, Nat? How you doing?
It's funny how, like, your Omen dying early on defense, like, really changes the complexion of the round. You don't have that stall utility whatsoever, no paranoia to work with, no nothing.
I'm surprised why Kawan and Tui's didn't capitalize off a 5-man breach ult.
I think it's one of the reasons why they're going for that flank there, because they don't have smoke, so you can't let the other team play off site. That's not going to work. They're just going to be able to shoot you down without coverage against the spike.
Digizin almost has the frag total of his team combined.
Oh, what's this play? What's this play? Look at this shit.
Not too bad.
Breach stun, neon stun, omen blind. Oh, now.
Well, 1 for 1 allows Pancata at least to fill.
Looks like that play should have gotten more.
Finally a shift in how they're playing, but Tui's playing so active, way in front of his utility towards A. It's a 1 for 1, sure. And the offer Askia is punishing these walk-ups from Loud. This contact play that the defenders are trying to do on the extremities.
To take the site.
Vinny just quickly pops in there, and that is such a crucial.
And he gets a timing.
Luso towards the A side now, and time bought for Loud to get their ducks in a row.
Even Askia getting scouted out on site, and up in hand is uncomfortable. Doesn't have a gun to switch into. Loud tripled up in stairs.
They're just playing together. Yep.
This little 3-piece from Loud
He legitimately needed triple collat to win this round. Nice. Fucked. What? There was a chance if he didn't switch to shorty.
I promise you, STK was calling for this sort of counter default, this different opening to round in the timeout, right? Didn't want to make it obvious the round immediately after the timeout.
Yeah, that opener was pretty cool.
Cypher's playing to the C side. It's an aggro piece into sand. I really like that.
Stun, breach stun, neon stun, omen blind.
One of the options for Loud is to, like,
Wonder why the omen blind went so narrow.
Very hard on one of those extremities, just like overload a side of the map.
In fact, now they win the default round, can run the aggro round again. Now 2G are wondering, well, is it a different kind of aggro round? Could they go back in the default? I would choose to go back to...
Yeah, for a singular round playing what I thought they should adjust, they go back to the normal shit.
Default. Okay, 6 defense side rounds here for Loud, nothing to scoff at. TP for LZ. Doesn't stick up. It doesn't see anything in upper there. It's just Cowan's in a real light.
Instant B hit. Cowan is tossing a little bit, but he lives. Ooh.
He's trapped in that position and teaches in with an offense to peer in.
Eyes on C right now, opening the door. Is 2G on that fight. It goes around and Tuiz gets the first kill. Louder trying to fight out through main, but the positioning is terrible for them.
Cyber Cage here allows him to split this up a little bit, but it is Loud. Very thinly stretched on resources, down to 2 players. And 2G are not offering them anything here for free. LZ is a problem for 2 years, and eventually he just takes the timing. Cowan's in call of the sights around by 4. It is a tough job, and 2G will fight back.
Messy retake and a good push through into Secret.
And this time
too, 2G.
Sticking back in B main, right? Sort of reading that that fight was going to come in through the open door. To that late dagger in the back of Loud's flank works wonders for 2G.
It's able to nullify 2G's ability to actually get involved, do a crossfire with Cowan's in.
For sure. It seems like 2G in these B post plants have done a lot of sort of solo plays in a way. They fight for a lot of these different lanes. There's 4 ways to attack into the B
If you
site.
spend the points, Abby, I don't care.
And they'll group up. 2G are playing 3 lanes, very individual, but it's working for them.
Okay, Cypher over at A site. This time it's going to be Digizine and Pancata once again.
See, timing him out is restricting his freedom of speech.
Lots of work with, but the Vandal in Digizine's hands will account for the Oru. Now to push out of C. A lot of control of this part of the map, and it's going to be 2 years that falls back on A behind this Cypher util.
Yeah, 2 is going to go into stairs so he can play off his tripwire somewhat. Has the cam to work with too. But good pathing from 2G will avoid those trips entirely. No one's going down early.
Straight through tree, and those trips are not going to be irrelevant whatsoever this round. Neural Theft was there for 2 years, but that's also completely irrelevant now as all of 2G. And as much noise as I heard of Wild Wildebeest. Pancata sets up in that really nasty
Interesting
position
retake
towards
they're
Mount.
doing.
Is that still guarded now?
VYSE hits 3. We're just going to sit here for 8 seconds.
To make way towards this site. Still 4 players up in for 2G. A lot of that stall, that post plan you to work with, but they're going to try and overload in a tree.
Osmotic
The man finds
stun.
himself just the one. Still ticking away. 2G have to work with this now. As PXS in upper is going to send that fault line in.
Loud
LZ
just
comes in. LZ
full
can't be
boxed
involved
all
in
of
this
them.
fight, but he's stuck inside the dark cover and finds
Does he
his.
still get
The
skills
cover dives
now?
in. Just a
No.
1-for-1. PXS has to stop this, but it's just sheer weight of numbers for Loud. Exiting the half with that 7 defense side routes.
Very successful half there for Loud. 7 on defense and recovering after losing 4 in a row in the middle of that half. Put up a really strong performance after that timeout.
Yeah, the adjustment's subtle, I think, at times here for Loud, but really quite effective. Making sure they converge and do play for a full
No, but
retake.
you know what's American, Bart?
First half of this
You have to
defense
spend your
half,
currency
they've
to
got
restrict
time
the freedom
and
of
served up
others.
A lot of free kills for players looking to clear angles on their own. Well, folks, that is a
The more
pretty
currency you have, the more
I'd
freedom
say
you can
first half of
restrict.
Lotus. We'll be back
Alright, no
after
more
this
politics.
break with round number 13 to see if Loud with this 2-round lead can keep it going.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
I gotta do what Siggy does and mute the halftime music. Because I like money. Monetization is pretty cool. I can check the mod logs to see how long you actually timed out for. Do I need to do that?
That the individual quality is there, and they've been able to leverage that and some messier rounds to get 5 on the board. But for Loud, there's one individual that stands above the others. It's Digizine with a 17 kill first half. He's been looking electric in that.
Here's the thing, I don't actually know how to check it.
Yeah, he's kind of a monster there on the Neon, especially that round he had the ultimate, pulling the 4K, getting the course corrected up against 2G. But now 2G moving on to defense.
Oh, I see it from here.
Trailing, and a brand new comp. Let's see what PXS is able to do in the breach slot. 3 days ago, he was playing in Brazil Challengers. Now he's on the stage.
You redeemed it this time, Abby. There you go.
Life comes at you fast. For better or for worse, as it may be. Paranoia here off the fault line timing. Askia really wants
Anyways,
to try and get
gaming.
this space, but ultimately decides to gate crash out as he realizes that this has just been a clattering for Loud and not full commitment at C at all.
Yeah, 2G have left LZ, or actually they're not leaving LZ. He's rotating out now after Loud put presence with the Prowler, the open door. But the spike is moving back into C.
What a push pull. They baited the wall even.
Wall gets triggered. This is absolutely going to be catnip to LG.
2G have no way to re-clear tree.
I love this too, leaving Tui's in this space
Holy.
outside B and A, looking to hear the footsteps rotating out. He hears the footsteps, so he's going to move now.
LZ, well, okay, just
Nice.
chill for the time being. He was stunned up inside that dark cover. And very quickly, 2G, the swarm of them, going to try and make their way over towards halls, but so much info gain. Cowan's in with the big C's that catches on the multiple, and LZ's forced to turn tail. Still whips around and shots. Unreal.
Okay, Tui's lurk. Does Tui's lurk do anything? Can we stall long enough?
Back onto the site, 2 players, Pancata.
Breach blast will stall for a while.
Using the blast to try and stall out. Pancata is finally going to come in. It's one.
He only gets one. Nah.
Okay, but nobody's on the site right now. All of 2G have to kind of reassemble.
Wait, LZ doesn't have another. Okay, he just used the other smoke. Okay.
Cover comes down. Askia and LZ have to find a swing timing here. It's got to be effective.
Yeah.
Get the job done. Scary there.
Cosmetic stun.
2G though, great
Wins 2G the round.
That's great. How is LZ getting 2 kills there with the classic? Full stunned. I know how. It's a right click. It's just that simple.
Man gets breach stunned.
Okay, the first one he wasn't stunned. Second one,
Brother.
Are 3 bullets connecting?
Free gun.
Right clicks. Hello.
Oh my god.
And after that, it's just over.
We've got to talk about it.
Tui's would have had to get like 3 on the lurk.
Dude, Loud call like a near perfect round. Fully bait 2G into A. They've got a flank going on, a fast timing with Tui's hearing the footsteps. Nah, it doesn't matter. LZ's just going to kill everyone. It's on 15 kills.
A wise man once said, you get shot, you die. Loud definitely could be frustrating after that one because they did everything right, it felt, until the rubber hit the road. This time, actually a bit of a thrust in that B side direction. We'll draw out the Omen util. Smoked out and Digizim will cross.
Do we judge the VYSE setup? Why are the thorns on the floor?
Side, maybe a pivot over towards C.
Why are these thorns on the floor? Why are you not putting them up here? But they spread on top too. That's some terrible drawing. I'm still judging.
PXS's stun should be back up soon, so
Look at those thorns on the floor. Shame.
And okay, Outlaw starting to sing. And it's a funeral dirge for Loud, at least for 2 years. This is going to provoke them to pull right on back. And frankly,
I like the flash here though. But like the thorns will force them to stay in like this narrow area, which gets hit by flash.
Challenge for rubble control.
Again, hearing the footsteps come on through though. Should be pretty simple for LZ to play this. No fall line actually being charged. Hold on, how
LZ?
this guy out? How is LZ out of there?
And he still has a TP as well, just in case he gets a bit messy. Loud
They're all sending to the tree.
LZ can catch a nasty paranoia.
Nice blinds.
Now he can get embedded on the site with his stinger.
LZ playing all on his own right now. Look at moving around the map. That's 1 kill for him. Tracks into the site. Pulling out the ghost. And some help from up above. 2G making quick work allowed on this round.
And I was worried maybe without
expected result.
2G team might be a bit muted, maybe a little bit quiet, maybe a little meek, demure even. Yeah. No, they're definitely making some noise out there on the stage, and after a round like that, you can't blame them. They have evened up the game after a conversion on the pistol.
I'm not going to lie, that fault line came in way too late from PXS, but it didn't matter somehow. I don't know how LZ is able to survive there. Then he's getting the perfect paranoia, sprinting into backside. Look, he's getting the kills, he's getting the util down, he's calling the game. There's a far cry from the teleport into the Cypher trip against
What is this info flash, bro? That is just an info flash, but they put wall too. Why?
Can't connect there.
Unless it's on the ceiling and you actually want to flash like stall if someone trips it? I don't get that. I'll be real, I do not get that.
This is 2G's bonus.
2 of these Loud players definitely susceptible to the kiss of the Outlaw. with only that half armor.
Important that Digizin on the Neon, who's taking first contact, does have the heavy armor, so not as punishing in theory if they do exec into the Oru.
Oh, we're really going back to the raid boss. Okay.
I don't know.
LZ. Cover going out. Quite have the timing there. Could dark cover himself away, so he'll give up a little bit of the A side, but scale back and be backed up by PXS soon enough. Let's see what that fault line timing looks like this time around.
Yeah, he's still got full util. There's options now if LZ wants to fight up against the opening of the door off the sun. But PXS is playing the complete rat angle in the corner. They all are, even LZ's backside.
PXS not swinging for anything.
This man is alone.
How did he get in front of the util?
He had a chance to kill him.
Attackers here able to spawn. Swarm over this A side.
What is Pancata doing, bro? How's he getting away with that?
Use that 10 spot there to find an easy one, and Silence will swing into this line. Pancata's able to get away. Just in time, that regen shield will give him 25 in a second.
Alone.
Askia trying to make so much noise coming in from heaven. The rest of his team working out from main side, but as he falls, it all goes down on these two players outside stairs. Good fight from Vinny, the swing from Callan.
Clean post plant.
And to take stock of things, that round starts with LZ just proud as a peacock over at Rubble, able to take an easy kill with that Sheriff, then falling back. I feel like Loud is sort of running into that trap a little bit here, but again,
I don't know. I feel like 2G got every insane timing possible and then didn't make it happen. Whether it was this fight here, Pancata turning around.
Yeah, Pancata should not have gone away with that. But that was the round-winning kill.
Didn't get the shot either. Like, the movement was good, the timings were good, the shot's just barely not there.
How often can you bank on the planets aligning like that? Once again, assertive play towards Rubble, even more so than previous rounds from 2G. That does mean that Mound is going to be a little easy to conquer.
Yeah, and Silence put his wallet on B this round, so doesn't have that extra layer of defense. Yeah, it's really just his gun against the world on C.
Classic, they fought A. Let's go C, guys.
That smoke coming in, Digizin does clear the Razorvine.
Throwing thorns into the smoke so they can be shot. Very nice.
For 2 years, and Silence doesn't really have the backup here to clear through that. Finally, Askia joins him. Still a minute though. Still so much to work with for Loud.
He broke the cam from back CT, so Silence position might be less predictable. Silence? That is brutal.
Yeah, sees and
still plays on the site after that. It's a bit questionable.
What is LZ looking for? Just to try and reinforce here from back calls. Pancata, stealth now completely dispensed with. Loud, let the cat out of the bag and try and make this happen at the seaside. Oh, but it's messy! Pancata, Vinny able to get forward though, and 2G just rushed themselves into the meat grinder. A flawless round here for Loud.
Yeah, they went for that teleport over into the quick retake with the stun line, the paranoia. Loud got
staying on site there was a bit...
Nice post plant from them, not trying to risk it and back off play time off site. Just putting bodies into the mix.
Maybe an inflection point that round though. 2G's economy essentially broken. Just a really awkward retake attempt from them there. It's got to feel like a lot of weight off your shoulders for Loud. Feel like you maybe start to get clear of things here on this attack side after losing the pistol.
So again, looking like a fight over towards
DA fight.
Fault line comboed with the blast, but Digizin is up in front of this. Completely unexpected from Oscar.
They're
open.
Yeah, no need to waste any time here. Loud definitely
slow.
They've got a huge economic edge. This time an A site that's pretty open might likely see Loud path 4 through tree once more. They're a little concerned about what could be waiting for them, Baby Door.
Yeah, sometimes you see on these egos full stack over towards the sites. Instead, they freeze it out and they wait. Now in a 4v5, expect 2G to go on some walks. So yeah, front B, we're getting a little bit active, seeing what we can find.
Info flash? Info VYSE flash there?
Spot this out early. Vinny, they didn't have anyone to play off the fault line, but at least is able to waylay LZ.
Here. They stunned to take C control, and it just happened to hit the Omen. That's funny.
Well, cordoned off essentially by these trap wires.
Ooh, wait, this is gonna go.
Okay, golden opportunity goes begging for LZ. He kind of gives it up.
2 people shot 5 bullets and they all missed.
They can probably still pressure this A side of the map here. What is going on?
Yeah, 2E's are just up, man.
There's still players in front B. 2G are up here, but not taking the fight. Getting spammed. What is happening?
But at least the spike is on a site, right? It's not a prizey moment at all.
We never clicked the camera front B. Doesn't matter. Knew he was there anyways.
God, the extent that Loud have gone here.
I mean, there's just no VYSE utilities this round because they were on eco. There's no stall, there's no info. Once that high-low on V was messed up, then it's just over.
Silence brought down, it's coming up to PXS here. Oh no, make it stop, man. That's just not okay. Another 4K for Digizine.
Digizine going crazy, man.
30 bomb not out of the question here. He is farming 26 and 12 after 18 rounds.
26 and 12.
I was trying to get some real fake stats ready for this event.
I like
I
fake
was
stats.
like, PXS is coming out. I wonder if he's played against any of these guys before.
Oh
Last
my
year,
god.
He played against Digizine and Askia actually on Hero Base, and he farmed Digizine. He was playing in the duelist slot. That's not happening this game. Has no bearing on this game. But it's a fun tidbit.
Yeah. Wasn't he then eliminated from stage 2 by PXS's team?
Yeah.
I mean, look, last year I think like one of the criticisms was we're not seeing a lot of like the depth in the sort of LATAM and Brazilian region. Like, where are the tier 2 players, right? Everyone was saying it's so hard for them to get the experience to play unless they're already in America or can get, somehow a shot onto some of these teams. But, it started with MIBR, I think, like scouting real homegrown talent from Brazil. Now a Brazilian team ascending. We are starting to have these conversations. We start to see what this region is able to churn out. And in 2G's case, well, it's been a little bit ill.
Their A fight needs to be better. Digizine just kind of runs
like
out when he wants to.
The pillars of the Brazilian community, whereas MIBR is doing it with some
Once
of those
they're blind,
younger
we move.
faces. So we get much more this year, I feel like, than we ever have.
Yeah, Loud was almost the opposite in a way.
But yeah, you see a lot of breaches. Is he about to do this, where you play in trees so you can stun like this instead?
He's the guy, are we going for
yeah.
shot, but he's been light
Because this stun will hit the neon. The other stun does not hit the neon.
But during kickoff was elite. This map, he's definitely farming.
I think they went back to well with Pancata as well, right?
Yeah.
So far, not so bad. Definitely.
Still putting thorns on the floor, by the way.
I'll put him in the top 4 after kickoff.
What the hell, man? They're just straight up.
Big blow up, like
It's better thorns that can't be broken as easily. But you do you, I guess.
Pretty large amount of value in these early rounds. Okay, well. Spot the Omen up there. LZ going to be spotted. Probably the player you're trying to steer clear of here, and that's just clean shooting across Mound. But there is more where that came from. Cowanzine has friends and they are mad. PXS gets picked off. That's on B side. That's Pancata just finding your timing there.
Yeah, go for the swing. You lost a player. It's my time to shine. Now Loud can sort of reset the round. Unclear how they want to make this move just yet, but I think they're
they can't really re-clear A with the fade dead.
Stepping out of that smoke. Shut that one down, then could quickly rotate back into the A space.
Drone sees 3.
That, of course, is a concession for potential LZ playing
Okay,
up on
they decide to re-clear A anyway.
That will now be cleared. 43 seconds in the round. Note that Digizine is still inserted over at C like we've seen in the past, just in case there's a push-up from the Sentinel there.
This team is definitely going back into C. I was wondering if maybe it could be a B
I think they're fine doing without the fade because the Daeho drone from so far back that there can't really be anyone rubble reliably.
Again, risky moves, but the scouting he gets is massive. It allows Oski to rotate quickly into C. See if they can flood out of the side.
Here we go.
Timing here. He's pretty close there on Waterfall. Through the smoke. Yep, pad. Digizine caught out. Tries to go in with that ultimate. Vinny though on the side. There's going to be a plan here for Loud. 2 players left. Time getting short. Okay, the Teo Util's going to force him back. Vinny might be interrupted here by the player emerging from the dimensional drift. Askia tries for it. He stops the plant though, and that's what matters. That's what keeps 2G in the game. They'll get to 8 here.
Blood was good. Kiwi's dying on A was raw.
Huge round for 2G.
He was like
without
contact
a win there,
clears through the door. He's crazy by himself.
And without LZ stepping out of tree, right? That's a risky play, but it's very high reward when it works. Even if you don't find anyone, it allows your team to start leaning to C already. To get the lurk is just the icing on the cake.
Unreal early warning. Yeah, like you mentioned, you can get mega punished by that, but he immediately sees that it's a fake. Just 2 years left over on the A side of the map. That information flow so crucial so 2G can make informed decisions about how to distribute their defenders on such a big map.
It's a brawl so far. Double teleports. Askia is getting Pancata somehow top root, and LZ is up above. 2G continue to win out in their fights until Kawa equalizes. 2G are still creeping, and Loud are out of the space.
Geez, what do you say after that? Not much more to be done here at all, especially with 2 years falling there to Askia. We're not checking upper rubble apparently. Sheer wall comes down, and so does the curtain on Vinny. 2G get within striking distance of Loud.
I know I just keep him. I'm hyping up LZ, and I can't believe this is happening. But
dude, you're doing a better A fight.
Every other round, his default utility in trouble has been doing a smoke on his side of Rubble on the ground, and he's teleporting into that. So he's dodging away from flashes, but he's playing on the ground. This is the first time he's teleported up on high, so Loud are not expecting it. That's what ruins them here, the extra angles and the extra bodies.
Very nice, very nice.
Or at least it was a trend that we saw earlier on, because 2 years does cam that A main area the previous round and sees him on Rubble, but it's later, like he transitions up there afterwards. So I
Loud
wouldn't think that
timeout.
condition Loud to check there, but that's definitely not the plan. Very messy stuff. SDK with a timeout here, as you probably would expect. Loud have conceded 2 rounds now, and 4 in total of the 7 that we've seen on this.
I think they should literally do the ranked strat of listen A, and if they fight A, go C.
Nightfall, neural theft available, so plenty to work with, but
And if they don't fight A, then you can walk back up. What's up, Lux? How you been? Got an early stream for you before you go to bed.
A bit of a head scratcher there, but we're really trying to find where we should put this team in our internal rankings here for Loud. They're thinking, of course, about Masters.
They're thinking about Masters, but
You rooting for? I personally am rooting for Loud. I think everyone in chat just wants to see the person playing VYSE win,
like 2 days
which is fair.
Match? Like PXS just got here and are putting up this kind of a fight versus Loud. That makes you ask a whole lot of questions.
Pretty impressive stat there for DJZine as well. Usually, low first death per rounds means high first kill per rounds if you're a duelist, so definitely a good stat to have.
Wait, they're actually just doing what I said.
You can't argue with it.
Guys, we're going to
Gotta keep him on the boil, though.
listen A. We're gonna get info A.
Teleport into the smoke over towards Rubble. What?
And if they aggro A, we're going C. Here we go.
A little bit worse for wear. Quick teleport from Askia puts him on this side. And the stall
Good read to
from
pop
players
thorns
on site to
there.
double up.
They also had the same idea.
E-main gets checked here by Gabera.
Could be a
And
good
that
drone.
should tell you all you need to know if you're an A player.
They should still be just hitting.
The rates of being triggered on towards C. Just leave LZ where he is.
They're not just hitting. They're actually trying to get the other thorns out first.
Here for trying to interrupt the attackers, but Loud don't really like what they've seen, but it might be another insertion of
Ooh, my
DJZ.
mouse here, right? I'm sorry.
They're milling about a little bit on Mount.
Yeah, they're trying to see if they can maybe pull some rotates between B and C by threatening the door, working into B after the sole scouting tool of 2G's.
What I should do is on OBS,
48 seconds
just
here. Loud.
uncheck the capture cursor option because I'm using the pen if I want to draw something anyway.
I'm going to get on towards this seaside here. Nice paranoia to upper.
2G are playing full retake because they have Breach and Visal. They're about to let it rip.
Yeah. This retake is gonna go stupid. Yep. They killed Planner.
Retaken by 2G. They got possession of the spike at that.
Round's over. It's over. Loud don't have the
Yep,
spike.
round
They're
over.
forced off the site. 3 players alive on full HP.
Yeah, you can still see the pen drawing, right?
There it is, a terrible place for
Without the
the spike to be
cursor?
dropped as it clattered down to the ground from that high area.
10 seconds left.
Again, it did cost
Just
2G
makes sense
what
to
you
do
would
it.
expect it to, right? They have to use both the VYSE and Breach ultimates, but a round win is a round win. It's a tied game.
And if you are checking the other ults in the game, right?
Sheesh.
Power, they don't have ults charged up. There's no big ults coming up anytime soon.
I didn't really show any pressure outside of C that entire round.
From Askia's your ult as well. We are now in dire straits almost for Loud as their money's getting challenged and so are their ults.
And here's, of course, the follow-up. And Spike Plant attempted here. The shots came through.
Wow, last second.
I mean, I guess silver lining that the Spike falls to the low ground, but Loud were not in a position to pick that up. That is savage. 26 kills for DJZine and still a question mark over whether they're going to be able to win the game. That's tough stuff.
Okay, same A fight.
Moving quickly over towards Sand.
They wanted to
No
kind of
fallout
like
was used on
fight
the other
with the
side,
flash
so
on C this
accelerating
time.
C is possible. Not the easiest
Terrible
thing,
flash
but
though. What is
still,
that?
LZ has a paranoia, so the stall pretty effective for the time being.
Are we trying to make our flash visible?
It's okay, LZ just
This
leaps
guy.
forward. Again, he finds a moment. It's almost reminiscent of that.
LZ just flex Indra all over the place.
Timing, but again, it's so impactful.
He's loved playing on that high angle.
Just going
Doors
crazy.
rotating around, this time just taking the shot over the smoke.
And that might have put 2G into the lead in this game. Absurd to think.
Now with the drone spotting the
I should go pro? That'd be cool.
So Loud can't
I mean,
quickly accelerate. They might think the wall is
I
on
definitely have the
C
competitive
and
spirit,
trying to make something happen here, but no, they're just gonna get stalled.
but right now I don't think I'm a good enough player to even consider it.
As it may be, Askia has to pull back, so this is at least going to be one of the softer parts of the map for now, as Loud still tentatively ambling in.
But there's 35 seconds, there's 2 flashes on the breach. LZ can ultimate.
I think I have the know-how of the game to be like maybe like an assistant coach or something, but as a player, I'm not good enough yet. He gets 2? Brother. That's nuts.
Disastrous situation as 2G getting the lead. The bank is well and truly broken.
What is going on? This doesn't make any sense. 2G are supposed to be the bottom of the league. They're supposed to have a new player coming in, and now up against Loud after last week.
Oh, bro. STK, chill, brother.
EG in that opening map. Remember the second half comeback.
Yeah, it seems like Loud are getting a little flustered.
Now, just need to see it through versus Loud to go up 1-0.
They're starting to lose a lot of fights that they shouldn't be.
For a team like Loud, who a loss here, like,
Tui's is probably not a 10 ripoff. I don't know the origin of Tui's name, but I'm gonna say it's probably not related.
Global aspirations.
And they're going for a half buy on this round. Shockingly. Couple of hero rifles.
Ooh, we like this VYSE setup on A. I don't think you need the thorns if your kill box is that small. But I like the setup.
That sheer wall placement is devious over towards tree. He's at neural theft. Information.
Anyways.
For Loud, they got an idea what's going
As I
on.
speak about the VYSE setup, Loud just waltz into B and kill 2 people.
Jujin going on a walk into waterfall, catching the teleport back. This post plant position with Kawa outside A space too. I don't see a world 2G get back in.
Feel the setup? I'll show you a better wall after this.
So crucial that it pays off for them. PXS gonna be down. Silence wants to take the fight, but he sees Decade down. Still can find the headshot.
Bro, Silence is so good at killing people while stunned. That's like his 3rd one this game. Oh my god, they're gonna lose. Loud are going to lose, rather. Nah, this lurk is crazy.
Dealt with now. Cabrera's gonna commit this Armageddon. Pancada misses the timing on him crossing. Teo ultimate committed there to no
Saving Pancada.
Loud on a half by, able to triumph and take the rifles out.
Yeah, getting the opener there versus LZ, massive. The walk from Digizin 2, taking
Like the wall? Yeah, but there's a slightly altered version of the wall that just gives you more options to play with.
That's really what I think made this round slip apart.
Like, it's in the same spot, it's just marginally better.
Losing the ult there is so brutal. Like, Gobert finds a couple of kills, he feels like he can be the hero for the team, but now, whereas 2G, their ultimates were feeling really good, cycling in towards the end. They don't have that. Breach ult for Vinny to work with here to go to 12. So
They're just gonna try the walk up B strat again? Nah. Nah, they get away with it too.
Massive opener from Digizin.
Back to back, LZ falls.
And he avoids any reprisal as well. The fault line
Do I
timing.
play VYSE better than the pros? I have definitely taken the time to figure out the theoretical best utility.
Time to try and work the map here. And eventually gear up for breach ult
But
hit into a site.
as an individual player, probably not.
Working to see, they've got to drop down this
Like,
on top
in
side.
this instance, I would have a better setup, but I probably wouldn't play around it as well.
Can step through it together, but that VYSE util is highly relevant. There is some action.
But also, these people have like the coordination of a pro level team, so maybe with the coordination of a pro team, I would also play as well. I don't know.
Sending in Digizin past this wall while the rest of the team rotates B.
Rolling thunder from the attackers, they're going to commit here.
VYSE wall, he's alone, you just swing, GG easy.
Chance to follow up on that, and now over towards B. Might not have been a fake to start with, but sure as heck is.
Wall boost!
PXS finding a timing and opportunity.
He gets the wall boost.
Loud commit their last remaining resources to the B site. We've got the spike down.
Askia with this operator towards A. Needs someone to step into his crosshair. Here comes Tui's. The shoulder is seen, but Tui's wins the fight.
Such a seasoned veteran moment there from 2 years. Refuses to serve himself up on a platter. Holding the line though is Kawan Zine, and now into 2 Gabera.
Kawan.
Still keep the
Let's
possibility
go.
of a map take alive.
Good hit.
Okay, and that's why when you guys see me set up on C, I always put my second towards B.
On the B side still.
Because it is so easy to cancel through the door and go B that you should have a thorns there or some kind of stall util, like maybe from your teammates.
Gross. Nicely back in air.
Important.
Did I know about wall boost? Man, I created the wall boost.
Which is really going to relieve the pressure of just information starvation for the defenders, so they can make the right call on where to be.
My most viewed YouTube video starts out with a wall boost.
C start for the attackers.
Yeah, pretty quickly already seeing the Yoru path back into the C side. After LC gets posted up on A. It's been a lot of this C open from Loud, pause, re-hit.
Okay.
Looks to be it one more time.
Walk up C with just a fade eye. They've got a lot of util still. Howon's out alone. This is dangerous. Good support util though. They re-clear B. Howon could have chilled. Howon should have just chilled and waited for this team to come out. 3v4. We have the Neon Lurk.
It's going to take a moment though, and already 2G are suspicious.
This particular one, yeah.
PXS also
Yeah, that one's pretty
ready for a potential push
standard.
in that Hall's direction. How can DJZ be relevant here? So far,
See, they leave the Neon to lurk because if 2D decide to clear the space, they'll see the Neon, and then they will assume that there's more people with the Neon, because obviously it's the duelist, right? But now, with this util re-clearing A, DJZ just heard 3 people leaving, and so now they're just going back. So now they have a 3v4 retake. You can't use a breach stun, it's your own util. Ah. Nah, you can't use the breach util there. Look how much they still have. Omen Blind, Missile, oh my god. They have breach ult still. Who do you just win this round?
Still fighting up on these angles, so active. Vinny inside of a smoke towards water. This 1v1 is massive.
Yeah, that's it.
Vinny's out of the picture now. DJZ had to hold from the low ground. Sees the VYSE push up, and Picardo's able to find one. Now, surely. Caution thrown to the wind. Has to push
Going overtime, right? Right? Yeah.
6 health, not enough. And we're going to overtime. You're telling me
Yeah, you had to gamble on your fake working, or the lurk working rather. You can just save your breach stun.
Crazy round, Loud working them around the map. But after 23 rounds of 2G playing
OT though, exciting.
The last round, when it's all on the wire, they group up Deathball and it works.
I mean, the macro is so intricate over these last couple of rounds. And it should be maybe more straightforward for Loud as DJZ. It's 3 rounds in a row. Perfect first kills, like no reprisal, great opener. But the issue of getting onto this seaside, securing it for Loud is taking a heck of a lot more effort because of that VYSE util, the threat, of course, of a gate crashing.
Alright, Loud back with their default setting.
Now we have that side swap coming back. 2G on attack. They faced this 2-1-2
DJZ on 30 in regulation. Very nice.
For a couple of C aggros later in the half. 2G were very successful with mid-round fights, punishing especially smoke regression on the C side.
Loud here have that set up with the breach inside tree. Fault line deployed here is Vinny realizing that some of that scrutiny.
Nice eye from Kawan.
In his direction. 2G far from committed, hoping to tease something out of Loud, who in fairness were giving them
They have the deep camera and trip on C.
Big shift onto the A side. They liked leaving Pancata
over here
alone with the Cypher trip and Cam inbound to play off of.
Pretty strong because they can just stack A pretty heavily.
Loud are trying to re-clear rubble. There's still a good presence here from 2G, so that could be a little bit volatile.
Okay.
Good work from 2G.
They broke the cam and the trip, but the cam and trip only saw 2 people.
Still unclear really what 2G.
So now Loud are going to keep stacking A. 2G know that because they've only seen 1 person. Now here's the A fake with the Yoru. Meanwhile, these guys are just sending it C, trading blinds. Nice.
Truly a fake sold, make no mistake.
And Pancata teleporting off the site, surviving is massive. Now Loud
5v4 retake for Loud.
Work numbers here in the retake.
The fake worked for 2G, but they lost the Yoru. Triple flank through door could be interesting.
He's the key player right now. He's going to hear, of course, this door open. LD can also follow the line.
Ozzy gets his 1. You clear this box, right, guys? Yeah.
Oh!
We didn't wait for this, the tether to tether. Nice post flash. Ooh. Yeah, that was a crazy mistake. to not wait for the tether to actually tether.
Winning out down numbers in the post plant. Big fight, Gobert getting
Also, another thing you can do is just spam the box without waiting for the tether because it does the damage instantly.
Nicely, almost finding the second.
Like the decay damage, you can just spam the box.
Into the quick reposition. Beautiful seeing the new guy work it out on the stage.
Therese just gives away the game. But that's such a huge moment. Weight off the shoulders for a debut. Giving 2G a real shot at this. Did you see they might have something to say? Is
A fight.
30 kills for Loud.
Huge A fight.
Brawl into A. Every piece of utility spent. Louder still in the space.
Yeah, big rubber control being exercised for Loud. But it's scaling off this part of the map. That's the question.
Okay, Loud have
really,
rubble.
So many pairs of eyes on that push-up.
Loud ran a lot of these A hits into
That main smoke forces 2G to give up the space.
I think 2G are sticking a couple players on B, anticipating that. Not now, but 20 or 30 seconds.
I still don't understand this flash. Like, what's the purpose of it here? Is it on the ceiling? I can't tell. It might be on the ceiling as a retake flash. Just hoping they don't see it.
Utils more distributed across the map rather than grouped up at C. So in theory, Loud do have a decent way in.
Silence has no util to hold C.
49 seconds left.
Brilliant.
There's another clean open.
Dude, this guy is lurking every round. They leave him
They
inserted.
leave the neon
after
lurk
early
again?
aggro.
Interesting.
So effective finding these picks.
Not enough to sell it though, really, to 2G, as of course they keep asking you here at C. 2 years also will remain. There's not a lot of real estate taken by Loud, despite that first pick still.
Not much from 2G either. They've got zero.
They decide down on a B split.
On the map. Look how passively they're playing. Two players back towards their spawn outside.
They don't know about this wall. They think the wall is C.
Fault line into B, sheer wall will be active.
Cowan's fucked again.
Outside looking in.
Sorry, I'm not supposed to be swearing on the watch party stream.
Through the smoke though, desperately silence, able to find one of there goes DG.
Yeah, GG.
You're running out of time. Loud,
Nah, you don't have time for this anymore. GG.
And that's all she wrote, folks. 2G limping into the game. We'll take it in
Go Blade.
overtime. What are we doing here?
You're telling me 2G are winning their first map in 2025 without their IGL, without their leader from the Ascension run, with a new guy.
It did look shaky from Loud a little bit.
On the stage for the first time and taking down Loud.
It's unbelievable. It's not even their map pick. TGZ dropped 30 plus on them. It still wasn't enough. What is going on? The Loud team we saw in kickoff.
Real Cosmo, it's the VYSE stuff. To be fair, the VYSE did have a lot of impact. Like Silence, but like the setups themselves didn't work too much, but the Thorns had a lot of stall, and he was timing the pop of the Thorns very well.
And they made it work in a slugfest, admittedly, but a win is a win.
And the wall, obviously, you saw the wall cut off Galenzine multiple times.
Called some really good rounds once they came back from the 4-0 deficit on their attacking side early, and then the classic double kill is just ridiculous. He had so many consistent high-impact rounds, regardless of his gun.
Yeah, you can see I get so many of these fights being had over rubble were crucial, and also, I mean, Loud trying to get into the seaside really struggled with it there. Just great showing in general. We'll talk about LZ. Hey, that first half from him especially really keeps 2G in the game. Great showing so far for 2G, but we're going to step away for a second. Zoe and the analyst desk are going to break down our first map of this series. It's a bizarro world, but you may as well just go with it, folks.
Okay, VCT does an ad break. I also do an ad break. The ads don't come during the game. Makes sense? Makes sense.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Holy! They did it. 2G stole Loud's map pick. And man, I am really impressed with LZ, how he called this first half. I wanted to break down when they came back. They were down so bad. They grinded back to 4-4 from this moment. And let's check out this round right here. It just shows how simple they kept it, right? So off the barrier, you can see all these pings coming towards rubble, right? What they're asking for is an Omen smoke here. They're asking for a breach aftershock in this corner, and the Teo missiles will be in this box. Now, what that does, it acts almost like a magnet towards this smoke, and Kawanzine just falls right into it. I love how they send the Yoru out early round. They show all of this presence. You can see the Yoru ends up going out long right now, and that's Askia. He's getting the info. He's causing counter util to come through from Loud. And what they're doing right now is they're trying to claim back the ground. This is a good play by Loud. They're throwing the C's, which is an information piece, and could net a kill. In addition to that, they're also using the breach aftershock all the way from door to pair with this C's. Now, immediately, LZ says, come back, Yoru. They come back, and they're actually attempting a re-hit on it after they get the spam kill. So like I was saying, they almost forced Kawanzine into the middle. There was nowhere to play on the extremities. They get the kill on Kawanzine through the smoke, and they're planning on actually resettling right now and testing the waters. And this is where, again, LZ makes another great read. They use the Teo drone to clear out this angle, but with it, you can see he has the Omen blind. The paranoia is out right there. So when they shoot the Teo drone, the Omen blind comes out, and counter util does come out, and that lets LZ know 2 more players are here at A. So the reaction immediately comes out. They go towards C. The dimensional drift is popped, and Askia catches himself, pops the clone, finds the trip, spots the 2 players at C. From that moment, they all play a really good post plant. They get a mount plant in. It feels crazy. It feels like I can't even believe how well 2G actually played this map. They're ready for anyone to spam from waterfall. You can see this VYSE ready to swing with someone from top site. They're understanding all of the things that could have punished them. And they close out the round with this great Teo ult that forces Loud to save. And that actually got them this second round. What a great call by LZ, and I wanted to go over that, but let's go back to the desk with Zoe and Wyatt.
Yeah, I mean, what world are we living in? What alternate universe? What is happening? Welcome back, everyone, not to the desk, but to a wall. And some absolutely baffled analysts here. I mean, this was close, right? Like, they traded a lot. Loud. DGZ, he tried his very best, okay? He tried to drag them over the finish line. Like, he got those entry frags. Like, he was trying.
He ultimately was the man bringing them the overwhelming percentage of the kills for the team. The first kill to first death stat is crazy. Yeah, legitimately, how do you lose? Drops 30 plus kills on the map. His neon has been outrageous. I like that Loud have pivoted to that as the agent. He's going to be playing pretty prevalently, getting into stage 1 here. The rest of the team, frankly, individually couldn't pick up the slack against a 2G that were playing loose like we wanted to see. Their individuals were taking risks, taking fights, letting the confidence flow, and it was only Digizine shooting back.
And that's what you would expect the caliber of Loud player to be able to just shoot back, right? If 2G is willing to play loose and take these fights, you expect Loud to sit them in those moments.
I mean, I don't want to harp too much just on the simplest part of the game, who's shooting who, but with how well Kawanzine has been playing so far this year, he really just had a dud game. I mean, it being exploited again by this willingness to fight from 2G.
Yeah, and the guy on the screen
what I missed.
was keeping
See a bunch of yippies.
He was keeping the aggression.
Abby gifting Cosmo? Appreciate it, Abby. Thank you.
And they lost.
But maybe that's what caught Loud off guard, right? Like, 2G coming in, no fear.
The Vast Max and 9th, how we doing now?
They were having fun, just like you guys requested, and they took those risks, and sometimes they worked out. It worked out for them, and sometimes it did not. Let's actually hear what STK has to say ahead of map 2.
I'm here with STK before their next matchup, looking at how map 1 went so close, but it seems like you're playing against a team that's just
Who is 11 and 2 FK?
How does Loud reorganize?
Digizine? Oh shit.
I think that we need to understand that they have like the best performance that they have since they like joined America. So need to
Damn,
be
11 and
ourselves, play
2.
better on Pro,
Went
and,
32 and
figure out what to
19
be, like, on our A this time.
and lost.
Good luck.
And the question is, how do you reset your mental? When you know you're coming into this the favorite, like every single map should be a must-win.
Chillin also, Asterix also
It's not
chillin.
just the favorite though, so it is a regional map. This is like the,
Hey, what's up,
the
man?
lowest
What's up?
team in Brazil from their perspective versus like the pedigree. Loud. This is supposedly the
What's my prediction? I thought Loud were gonna win 2-0, so my prediction is already done.
This is Lil Bro punching up right now, big time.
You still, yeah, but you still didn't
Like 2G was straight up the worst team, maybe in all of the. Actually, no, not all of the leagues. Definitely the worst in Americas.
Aggressive energy. They have to show 2G they're not afraid to take these fights now.
And Loud was like maybe
Pro, I
top
think that's a
5.
great map to do it, right? You're gonna get these extremity fights at A main and B long quite a bit. And I'm looking
That's my
for DG
updated
again
prediction.
to keep that aggression up.
It depends on the first 5 rounds of this next map.
Too much pressure on just that one solo
If
guy.
2G get a streak of like 4-1 or 5-0 to start this next map, it's 2-0 for 2G. I think Loud's mental is destroyed. I think if Loud get a reasonable start, then I think Loud can win it out 2-1.
In kickoff tournament on it, I think they went 1-1. We don't really have any footage, obviously, on 2G, especially not on this iteration of the roster since they just formed a day ago.
Peace out, Cosmo. Appreciate you being here.
Continue with the Neon. We're seeing
I hope to do
Neon,
some
get
more
into
earlier
the
streams when I have
role
time to in the
more as
future.
Time has gone on with the map being reintroduced. Continue to lean into dishes in on that agent. Let him carry you to the victory this time.
I think VYSE will get nerfed. Yeah, probably. After Toronto would make sense. I think it would make sense to. I think Wall is fine. I think Flash is fine. I think. To 200.
This discussion, but when you look at a team like
Those are the
Loud,
nerfs that
when you
make
start thinking
sense to me.
Playoffs potential here in stage 1. This is a must-win game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're losing to 2G after...
Because VYSE Storms are supposed to be, like... Sorry, I didn't mean to pause it. I'm going to just turn the volume down. Because, like, VYSE Thorns are supposed to be, like, a little good at everything. They're just supposed to be, like, a jack-of-all-trades kind of stall util. The problem is, it does a little damage, it does a little slow, it does a little sound cue, which is fine. But making it as big as a Gecko Molly and making them last like the longest stall util in the game, I think is a bit much. So they have to nerf the radius or the duration and then up the price, in my opinion. Like, I'm not complaining about my agent being busted, but at the same time, I agree with the sentiment that it is busted. Real quantity. I was expecting maybe like 13-6 both maps for Loud, and then I get this. I don't know. Would make VYSE unplayable? If they nerf the duration or the radius of thorns enough, and then I think removing the sound cue of thorns would be a stealth giga nerf. Like if they made the thorns not crunch anymore. Like I think it would seem like not a big deal, but it would be. Anyways, speaking of VYSE, we finally have 2E's VYSE, I think for the first time ever. My Loud fan? Yeah. My favorite 2 teams in Americas are probably G2 and Loud.
It's only 2E's to hold against this. Has a flash to work with backside to try and reposition off the angle. And this wall for some early
Anyways, if I don't speak, it's because I'm eating a burrito.
Taking any undue risks means that 2G get into art pretty much for free. This is going to force 2 years back on the site now. Dark Rose got cleared out. Nebula thrown up here, hopefully to slow 2G down, but it has not worked.
Kind of mid-Utah from 2A's, not gonna lie. They kind of just walked out.
Comfortable post plant set up here for 2G. Q are going from strength to strength. They got ahead of steam and they're not letting up.
It's just a massacre.
What's on the burrito? I made it myself at work yesterday. I made 2 of them and ate 1. So it's just the basic steak, red beans, cheese, 2 different kinds of cheese. Pretty basic burrito, but it's amazing.
The factor of, Digizine, right? Constantly opening up the game, giving them 5v4s, then feel even worse about their chances than on the previous map. Especially given this is a pick from 2G, no less. Yeah. What a clean, flawless pistol.
It can be a little bit more difficult to capitalize off your teammate's utility when you're playing the Yoru as opposed to the Neon 2. Unless you've got the teleport set up, and here just completely left on his own. The suppression came down to he was just about to get information that there were about 18 million people in a lobby, but ends up dying before that comes through.
That's the opening here. 2G gonna straight away pivot into a pretty big
Yeah, that kind of round is what gives a 2G2-0.
Chad, first day on the big stage, goes for the rifle round 2.
Yeah, dap me up, boys. I'm going in.
I love it. Oh, Oski is trying to get
Knife hits 5, so surely these guys are just going to absolutely int around the flank. They can take so much space. Now 2G know that they have to commit before that space is taken. Okay. Pencada Classic.
Upon this loud team, and they found themselves that player advantage. We'll have DGZ coming through with a wrap here, but they'll be spotted out.
The VYSE went down before the... Okay, never mind.
He only wanted to try and do some damage, but yeah, he's seen. Couldn't catch the
Yeah.
timing. That's a solid round 2 for 2G.
Okay, there's some real pace to the game.
Loud knew they could flank. 2G knew they had to send it because they could flank. And Gundif.
Yeah, and him doing that, by the way, it forces or it stops Loud from getting anyone to cross over to that box in A main to play that sort of tag team setup where you can swing off each other's contact. It's for a good reason from the salvos and the Aster smoke.
And again, this is not a map we've just seen much from 2G, in fairness. It's hard to know what to expect here, but so far, they've been dynamic. They've been pretty decisive when it matters, but this is the gun round. This is the important one.
And looking to be early. 2 players from 2G upgrade into rifles this round.
Okay.
In round 2. And those are the most
I would judge the VYSE setup, but it's the most standard, boring VYSE setup of all time.
It's a little ugly. Gaber and LZ take some damage from that exchange, but
He didn't even shoot the clone before it hit the wall.
pressure on.
2 is always on his own. His Link player dies, his team is way
Who's got to get the screen right now?
He's trying to move around this site.
Okay.
Get to the util, but it's Askia swinging with a stinger. It's falling apart for
That did not work.
Grapple over towards Link, buying a little bit of time for that, but not enough for 2 years to get the help that he needs. Pencada finally is able to chime in. Silence out of the game, but now there's a smoke in tower. And Link is being occupied by 2G in this post plant.
Super active post, but I love how 2G are playing this.
Ooh, good read, Pencada.
See if Pencada's able to find him through the smoke. Those still 3 rifles to work with for the attackers. And Louder getting a little bit lean on personnel.
This is a weird plant. They're playing for street, though, I guess. They're playing double street.
Here's the tap. Cowan's in good quickly called, but util in hand, and it's
Brother, there's no way you can use your Tejo missiles from that corner, man. You just can't do that.
well used. Cowan's in forced off the spike. Now swing.
Oh, they know.
Sees it. Buying time.
You have to get on the spike. He doesn't have time. Holy fucking shit. Okay, that convinces me. That convinces me it's 2G2-0ing. Loud is falling apart.
It's not the cleanest execution out of that first gun, but again, you just can't be complaining about that if you're 2G. They'll be able to buy in rifles, they'll have full armor, no problem. They've crossed the first hurdle here on Pearl.
The Red Bull clutch for the in-game leader. Taking the reins for the first time here for 2G.
Kawa needs to be sticking half and Pencada needs to be holding wide. So that Pencada can take the fight before he sees Kawan. And then, if Pencada dies, Kawan has time to get off and then take the fight after. So at least you get half on the spike. This VYSE flash just does not work. If that's your plan with it. Everyone just going for dumb shit because it's an eco round? What the hell?
And sure, look, Loud have no guns, but like 2G aren't playing like a clean, perfect macro where they group up, you know, aren't gonna get timinged at all. No, they're taking their ego fights and they're just.
He attacks fast. Be ready to move.
Move.
Is that last player standing and really just transfixed here. In awe of what 2G have been
So that is very loud
these 4 rounds consecutively.
by comparison to the rest of the sound. Oh, it's because I didn't turn the game up after I was yapping earlier. That's why it sounded loud.
For him to be in link. Now bottom right corner of sight. That is not common at all.
Now Loud have to start game planning for that next round. They do have, of course, like the retake wall potential here with a
Oh, I forgot to show you the Lotus wall earlier, right?
Comes down onto B and they've got to make a play for that. They've got
I'll
options.
do it at halftime.
Cowan's in here, just go for it. He's going to be able to buy anyway. There's 2G again. The
Yes, I
shaky
did.
economy coming out of the
drinking
third
water.
round, starting to be salvaged.
And now in a polar opposite to map 1.
Round starting
Was 2G falling down 0-4. Now it's Loud in a similar boat. Loud, this next round coming up is massive. Like you pointed out, they've got the Astro Wall. They're 1 away from the tail ult too. Those ults play off barely nicely off one another.
SDK, they're looking pretty unimpressed with his team's outing so far. Can't blame him. Calls a timeout here.
Seriously. I mean, where's Digizin? 0-4 to open up the map after
11 and 2.
30 bomb, 11 and 2 in opening fights. Like, come on.
Picked up, I mean, there's a potentially, or at least
All right,
he's
Mubba.
picked up an
Enjoy your
operator
Taco
on the
Bell.
defense side, so won't have to, work his way halfway down. B long can play more passive over towards halls, and 2G have to shift into protocols in order to push him off that line.
This is where I wonder what 2G's call coming out of the timeout is. Because if they're looking at the money and they realize, hey, Digizin could go for the operator here, they could just run a fast ult play with the Yoru, right? Use the Yoru ult to get full scouting. You're never going to be fooled by any of the lines that the enemy Yoru is going to be playing with the op, because that ult lasts for forever. You can fully clear away sights. It's not like a Sova drone where a late swing can come in. That's not possible.
It doesn't allow for the repost of the angle by the op player. You can also get into halls with it, right?
Yeah.
And that might ultimately force a player entirely offbeat into a retake spot with an op, which feels awful if you get smoked out.
Sometimes you don't see the coach talking in the timeout because, like, one of the players is talking. Like some coaches like to yap at their team during a timeout, like just tell them all what to do. And then some teams like to have a conversation during the timeout. Like you ask the players what you think is going wrong, what they think is the solution. You can offer your input if they want it.
That's what the pings looked like, with the TP to go back into spawn if necessary.
Looks like that's the case. Into Plaza and
There's a different style.
Drift going to be popped instantly for us here. Not a whole lot to see here.
Okay, I'm actually watching the game now instead of just spectating.
Drone in main spots nothing, so yeah, pretty easy
Your
to
ult
scale on
hit.
in.
Cool.
Here we go. In the dugout though is 2 years. The clone spots him out. And here it is, that heavy util that would clear dugout otherwise.
I love
It's gonna be
Deho.
respected by
What
2
a
years. Plays off
fun
of it.
game to be playing.
PXS now, reassuming control of Art.
2G are fighting back into Art exactly, but Loud's position in secret gets them back onto the side.
All you ranked players, look at this smoke here. I know that is a...
PXS is finding these edges
Wow.
everywhere. 5 and 2 right now.
I know this is a terrible circle, but this is a good defense smoke. It's a good smoke to hold it in pit, because like pit gives you a good spot to retake from. And it lets you get a crossfire between secret and pit.
Frankly, disorient the defenders. Okay, Armageddon into the mix.
Are they gonna save? I mean, there's a late wrap. PXS is being held by the op. It comes off the angle.
There's no point. There's nothing.
They used Astro Wall and they're saving.
For the newcomer, and he is loving it, folks.
Oh my god.
By 2 years, but there's naught to do for Loud. Their 5th consecutive round dropped. Hard hit over towards that A side here for 2G. They can do no wrong on Pearl.
A disaster piece for Loud, pulling off the angle.
I don't know,
there.
Bart. I would
They
hope
could've lived
people in my chat are not your average ranked player.
Instead, PXS farming
Actually
all
have a
of them.
brain.
The operator is carried over.
Nah, bro.
But these rounds are just brutal.
That's terrible.
I feel like 2G is catching every time, and even in situations where like Loud are primed and ready and are right there ready to fight, nothing's going their way.
It's a tough retake at the best of times on A, and the worst part is they
Loud
commit to
have
Cosmic Divide for a
fully
retake,
crumbled.
Loud. They just get no value out of it.
And Kawa dying means they don't have the tail ult. I think
Okay, holding this angle with the op and then having the Vice flash there is good. That works.
Suppressed. Stuck in this spot. Dangerous. Should be able to walk it back though. Askia steps out. Flash.
Did 2G think that he TP'd? Because the drone like canceled his TP animation, but he like still went through the animation, right? So I think 2G thought that he TP'd.
Pressure down with the tail potentially if they're able to snipe away a kill or two. But actually, it's 2G that put a smoke on A main, so they're fully prepared for this.
Yeah, 2G might have seen it with a Prowler. It's unclear if they know about this presence in A main yet. Silence down though, nice.
And Prado doesn't miss a shot.
This is the problem though. Spike hasn't been planted. The smoke is down. There's still players in main, and there's players towards the enemy spawn. Like 2G are getting pinched.
I think Gobera is going to be crucial here. Find a way to relieve some of the pressure that will be coming at 2G. It's a tap for PXS. Kawanzin unfazed.
30 seconds.
This is where this Teho util for stall starts to become a bit more of an issue.
Yeah, 2G have no space. That kill from Pancado just kind of secured the... Not gonna say secured the round, but Loud have so much space.
Okay, hits it. Nightfall comes in, catches
Go
on
for a decent retake.
LZ is going to get busy. Briefly suppressed. Here comes that Armageddon to try and clear Art. PXS has to move out of it. And
Solid Teho
takes
ults.
some damage though. Here's LZ. Oh my goodness! What is that spray? Finds Kawanzin, but now to 1v3 for Gobera. Stall, util is there. 2 years off the spike for now.
Was LZ the truth?
Shot baited, taken down. Gobera almost.
Like, I know Loud won the round, but that was insane from LZ.
Heck of a lot to get on the board.
It is unbelievable that that round is even remotely close. Look, Loud, they're on an eco, but the positioning they got themselves in with the opening pick, with the operator down B, the pick back towards their own spawn as well. Like, there shouldn't be a chance for 2G to win this round. Having 2 players in main. Yet that second kill from LZ, like, what?
Okay, deep breaths.
Nah, bro, that round cost him nothing. They were all sheriffs. That was a full eco. Except for Digizine's off. And they only used the Teho ult for retake.
2 rounds ago meant everything for Loud. It's the only reason they had a shot last round.
So it might be an attempt at a B-side take with Astra Wall here.
The old classic.
Yep.
I've seen this every time ult's been up in solo queue.
Still a question though of how you're going to get this Yoru player off the site. Kawanzin goes hunting here.
Yeah, well, PXS has held on to the haunt as well as having a seize potentially and catch out some of these players. Very patient for 2G.
Oh, this is going to be this insane.
Out of this smoke here they come. Askia sees a heck of a lot of action going on. Gets out back towards Halls now with the op, but Steel Garden's going to connect, so he's down to his secondary. He opts out of it.
He got jammed before he went into your ult. I think he was trying to do like an Omen ult style, like dodge the VYSE ult by going into the your ult. I think. I mean, this works too when you have an op.
That's a spike loose time board for the rest of Loud to get ready.
Smoke has blocked him off, so now 2G can put the spike onto the ground. No any utility to get back onto the site, and LZ is trying to challenge onto the angle, barely coming down before getting shot.
This guy's him.
It's gonna feel claustrophobic for 2G, but they got rid of Pancada. 2 years adopts the same position.
Holy.
But now 2G have no reason to show themselves. They've got to be dug out by Loud. Digizine has opted for a rifle. Got that Vandal in hand, is able to move up the site, and then an Astra util to stall is in play for LZ. He can do it all from here.
1 enemy remaining.
PXS, crucial. There's the gravity well now. Digizine running out of options. In a 1 versus 2, trying to go for it.
LZ is crazy.
Open. Just as Loud start to find their footing here. It gets a little bit shaky, but Digizine is found 3 and 4. What a save!
I think he just barely missed.
Digizine. It's a close one. No, sir. No.
Damn. It was close.
Seconds. And for Loud, the money is, it's awful. Oh no.
No, like if you're like in the alternate dimension of your ult, then you don't get hit by it. I don't think.
Situation. They're pinched from enemy spawn and long again, just like in the previous round, but this time they're successful in working forward, winning those fights. And even though Digizine gets 4 on the round, the amount of time it took to get back in there is just not good enough.
Such a chaotic round. Loud try and mix it up, place himself out, smoke it. Doesn't go the way they needed to, and then the operator finally rested.
And that one eco round one just reset their loss bonus. Now I have to eco again.
Round is playable though. With 2G
Damn.
The ultimate. There's options. Loud also creeping out into this mid space, potentially for a quick flank. Flooded through Link.
Okay, briefly, 2 years is spotted out. I mean, God, losing the VYSE early would be devastating for Loud. That's so critical. They're still guarding to their
I just know
chances
there
of
isn't a
fair
VYSE
fight
wall
all
here
around.
because the Yoyo clone didn't get, or didn't trigger it.
The one Guardian is the guy that's over in the enemy spawn. No chance there.
Thorns are good now.
So Gate Crash, usually by Askia, gets ahead of some of this utility. We're not into horse yet. They can't dig out the VYSE.
The Thorns give them a gap to just walk around though. Okay.
Gets rid of LZ. Critical
Okay.
clear it, okay. The classic sings for 2 years.
Okay.
And look at the flank. The Guardians walked all the way up. Vinny is waiting, boxing these players in, playing right up on top of the VYSE wall.
No, Vinny's behind.
There's a clock ticking now for 2G. I'm not talking about the round timer.
Loud should have definitely re-smoked and tried to get the guns, maybe. No, but it kind of doesn't have any stars.
Getting work done. Cowan's in trying to dig PXS out of that position. 24 seconds. Eyes on the clock, folks.
Vinny on the move now on the flank, making a lot of noise. 2G have to act fast.
Yeah, happy to let that shield wall herald his arrival, and so 2G have to
Good
go
crossfire.
into an error. Loud able to cobble them up
Good
here.
crossfires there.
Doesn't know where to look. Big thrifty from Loud. Clawing their way
Where's the
back
wall?
into
The
this
wall was
game
in
after a
street.
nightmare
There's just like
start.
a info trip
Loud
wall.
and these ecos continuing to go their way. Those are the only rounds they can win, it seems.
See if you can. Yeah, you can see it on the map here. It's just in street.
Owned on a timing here, but re-swings off the flash. Good off angle, held backside 2 from Tui's. The second that guy's trying to clear the left corner, he's swinging around the right.
You said it, round was playable. Especially with that steel
Okay.
guard. Now 2G.
Now 2G eco.
So close to that economy. Trash. No ults, forget about that.
Yeah, 2E's got his wall baited one time doing the one on long B. And then now he's just doing it for info in mid every round. Instead of doing like a sight wall, like a better trap wall on site, I guess.
Gets into water. Like that was that crazy round where he's able to
Like I've never seen a pro use this one that I do. Like that one goes crazy.
Yeah, it's oftentimes later in the round or even in the post plant trying to push in there.
That one just straight up is a free kill. Especially when you have a Teo on your team, because you just do like double salvo in that area.
to set up a potential crunch if 2G commit through Link.
Ooh, pretty deep drone, spots nothing, so yeah, Loud should know this mid space is being taken advantage of. You got Vinny playing back towards spawn, throwing a knife actually, see if anyone's up close.
So far, pretty impenetrable here for Loud. All of this stall util. Pancada to play from behind it, quick snap.
Pancada doesn't miss a shot. Why are we not popping Thorns? Thank you.
Pancada mildly smoked out, just make sure it
Thorns just completely stop a hit for 10 seconds. Pretty cool.
Pops down the smoke to break the one way there.
Askia. Getting some heights. Beautiful from Pancada, very clean. Askia challenging as well, the Razor Biden, risking laceration to try and come from an unexpected angle.
Good trade.
Eventually Pancada goes down, but he definitely got his money's worth this round.
Yeah, like that off angle he was working from back pillar.
10 seconds left.
We know
Quite
finish
on
shot
the same
case.
line.
PXS turned into
Clean
Mulch,
anti-eco.
and Loud have got themselves 3 rounds. Yeah, methodical, not taking any undue risks there. I think a far cry, I think, from the way they approach their defense on, Lotus, where they're always pushing up, so busy like a kicked anthill.
Yeah, this is a little bit more reserved in general. Falling back into, again, I think
They really went 5 through street and expected to get something out of it.
That tandem play, whether it's the positioning you can find, the timings of swings together. There, it's sort of that push and pull between Pancada and
timeout
2G's
2G.
backside. Pancada falls off the line, 2G's re-enters on a slightly different
What are they
angle.
supposed to be doing right now?
It can be really hard to clear away, especially if you've already used your initial volley of utility.
Oh no, they've just been losing ecos for real.
Here for 2G, for sure.
They're getting mid pretty easy. I think they need to do more push-pull in mid.
Anymore, especially once Digizim's able to get an operator after that first gun round didn't go quite so well.
You could get the VYSE wall out. You should maybe do a little bit more
extra cash to keep funding their
faking.
aggressive forays here on Pearl. So what's the change going to look like? What's the mix-up? We did see them make some more use of Link and mid in that round, but that was I mean, it's an eco round. Didn't have much to work with. They're just sort of grasping at straws, and Pancada really just stopped them in their tracks.
I think 2G are going to prefer the A site a little bit more. They've got some good ultimates coming up for clearing that away, but also I think with how consistently VYSE has been putting like wall over in Tart, like the few times they've gone in Tart, they've
Nah, but I still think 2G wins also. I mean, 2 of Loud's round wins are ecos, but 2D just got a little bit greedy.
As I'm saying that, doesn't exactly seem to be the case.
That's something overlooked as well.
First, what do I know?
First Yori look here for Digicine.
If 2D just keep it clean, they don't give up those eco picks, then I mean they shouldn't lose another round, honestly.
Want to lean into this like A main control early, and 2G don't want to challenge it immediately. Maybe a re-clear later.
What is Zine looking for?
I'm not sure what this is.
Yeah, embedding the Yoru.
I don't know what he's looking at.
They're playing as if there's a plaza push up from the defenders.
Oh no! Boosted up, Digicine gets the kill.
They just jump up and shoot the guy.
Their own Astro Smoke put down long, trying to threaten a pop into there. But Digicine take the fight, baits that out. Now the play into Art and A main is very telegraphed.
VYSE takes A main. Everyone else goes mid, gets the VYSE fall out. It's gonna 3-2-1 contact through it. Interesting.
2G to fight their way through.
Okay, 2G gonna have to go for it here. Pancada though.
But these off angles you can do in A main are so nice. Like if you have control of A main, it's just like you can't predict those.
Says Pancada. Yeah, Silence here just didn't have the timing to be of any use in that fight.
The coach communicates with team during the round. No, not during the rounds. They get 2 timeouts per game, and then they have a minute per timeout that they can speak with their team, and they can talk during halftime and then, you know, before and after the game, obviously.
Right? If their wall's ever triggered or they hear audio in that space, there's 1-2 players stepping into A main almost immediately. You've also got Digicine that's not backing away from the angles on B. He's jumping up. It's a little bit risky, but I assume flashed himself onto that line to win the fight. Oh no, you never crouch those angles! Different elevation, that's the way out of a fight.
That's a slight confidence killer. Bit of a VYSE diff.
Okay, Loud has built back into this game well and truly now. 4 out of the last 5 rounds won. No chance for 2G to stabilize an economy. And they're back to half armor Sheriffs in this next round.
There you go. Self-flash into pop-up. Gotta love that.
And look, that's something that I think the very round that Digicine first got up, 2G were kind of aware of. That round they went over towards A. They tried to avoid it entirely. But eventually you have to pay the piper.
I know. So what the coach can see is basically if you're playing the game and you die and you're spectating your teammates, you basically have that POV, but for all 5 players when you're the coach.
Continuing to challenge on that angle will eventually push Loud away.
Rifle? For Silence? Yes. 2G really fight doggedly for this A main control. Have it get themselves a rifle upgrade as well. And now, LZ does give his position away, of course, for that shield wall activating, but you're not too bothered about that at this point. Cat's definitely out of the bag. So here's that defensive side in Null Command. Hard to set up now if you're the Astra on 2G.
Happy to pull 1 ult. You're even happier to pull a 2nd ult on an eco, just because of the early work done. And now 2G don't have to instantly commit because they showed that player breaking the wall in mid. There's a lot of pressure going into the center of the map right now. Loud have a lot of questions. So you've even got Digicine trying to hold if there's a Link player coming against him. Got Astra back and Spawn watching for that angle. I like this reset of the round from 2G.
And because of that Null Command, there's still so much of that controller util that LZ can draw upon here. Still fully set up for A, have a full execute, get Silence in position to let the rifle sing. Armageddon first. That's
They hold execute. This is a classic. Use other util to force them into the Teho ult. Classic. That was almost... That was interesting. That's almost bad. Your ult flood against an eco.
Digicine is back in main against 2G. Surely this is good.
Why is he knife? Oh my.
Too old for this. Okay, defuse here for Loud. And the game is now within 1 singular round.
Damn, bro.
Eco, they were able to upgrade to a rifle there. Silence really put it to use. Karen's or rather Pancada inexplicably going down to that Armageddon there. Looks like there was nowhere to move on the site. Oh, frustrating, but yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea why Tejo was knife out.
Have gotten into the game properly.
Good bounce back, that's for sure. Now, though, 2G have every ultimate to play with. It's been a while since we've seen them have a couple of these ults in the round.
All right.
Their streak was kind of put to the end. Last time it was Askia moving in through Art, ending in an A finish. Could turn into something similar.
Boring normal setup for Loud.
A much less adamant approach to the A main control for 2G this round.
Boring mid default for 2G.
With a, with an asterisk.
Yorklin baits the wall.
Just silent, sitting back, waiting for the push-up.
I do really like how Loud continue to get that forward
Okay,
position.
wall goes down. Use drone to clear.
First angle up in A main. Reclear spots nothing, so great timing for 2G to go for a pinch into A now.
What does this reclear from 2G at A main look like? Okay, stealth drone.
What the Tejo ult is that?
Very much so, yeah. 2G's gonna be able to get out of there. And now they lean here, more in the direction of Art.
But we are flipping the map right now.
He knows there's a double up, in fact, for Loud. This is scary here.
Ooh.
And there's Askia emerging, takes Digitine down, instantly Counting spotted out, of course. That's the Nightfall doing work. A second here.
What?
The 2G duelist. He's got to respect that special delivery.
Holy!
Comes in and Askia.
Well, they just forgot about this guy and he kills everyone.
That's 2 years. Long way away from the action.
Cutting through. Spike to be planted for backside. Askia going on a journey for that ace.
The camera bug, yeah, I'm aware of that one.
Round from him.
You kind of called it, these big ultimates. 4-2G getting him such an edge. Askia, believe it or not, used dimensional drift this round. Caveira, his nerve fails him. Askia, though, still on for the ACE. Looks like 2G here. Again, great start to this half. Loud get into it, start to download him a little bit more. And there it is, folks.
Crazy run for Askia.
His ultimate that round was
I don't know, like,
crazy. It was a more
the fight with
methodical
Digitine
play, right?
was
Coming in for that
unlucky.
wraparound in main.
Just
Knowing
lost the
that you're
timing
all
on the
dead.
swing.
So he
Like,
pops
this
out
fight,
ultimate. Isn't I do
okay,
think
whatever.
Digitine
But then they
dodged
just
the
forgot about him.
but still couldn't win that fight. Then Vinny had no chance against him, and
And that was a
shot
nice shot
there
at
was
least.
crisp.
Yeah, they made us wait for it a little bit there, but
Yeesh.
clean showing, of course. Oh, buddy. Got to be pleased about that one. 2G again, a 7-round attack side here on Pearl. A blistering start, a peter off later on, but still finishing in style. We've got a break and then a second half of this map coming at you.
Alright, halftime. Let me show you that wall, Bart. Let me show you that wall. What's the shit? What's the keybind again? To do the cool transition.
All paths end with me.
The one on Pearl? Of course, yeah. I'll show that one after the map because the halftime break is only like a minute. I don't have time to do both. But I promised to show Bart this. Double audio, yeah. Stupid. Alright, fixed it. Okay, so the wall that he did was what? It was this one? Yeah.
Wall set.
And he had flashback here, you know, there's nothing wrong with it, but it can be better because you can do a wall. This one's a bit better for ranked because you have more options with this little segment of wall, right? So this is obviously a smaller space, so it's harder to, you know, take the fight when you trigger the wall. And also something fun you can do is you can sit right here, and then you're covered from tree people by your wall, and you can just hold aim in on a weird off angle. Right? So I've gotten a couple kills doing that before. And also, this flash won't flash people for as long as if you know, did one a bit closer. This one will just flash people for longer because it's closer to the person, you know? So, there's no reason not to do the flash a little bit farther up. Yeah.
Retrieving flash.
That's how you do the tree setup a little bit, just a little bit better. Like I said before, the setup that he was doing is nothing wrong with it, but it can be optimized. Alright, we're back into the game already anyways. Like I said, halftime break is slow. Works very quick.
And all that bluff and bluster from Loud early in the round has petered out. They look a little sheepish walking away from A. And Caveira's going to try and meet them here. Over towards Plaza.
A lot of noise made from Loud. Rotation a bit obvious, and good work from LZ too. Low HP, but he's the guy pushing up. So now that he turns that corner, it's not a re-hit into A, and the rest of his team can move in.
Interesting note, this
ready to greet the wave of Loud.
There is a sheer wall here.
This VYSE wall
it doesn't matter. He doesn't care if he gives away his position.
is better for info, but it's worse for fighting.
Making your opponents feel like they're on a clock. Can start to push that mental
I'll explain why when I show the pearl walls after this game. You hit the VYSE wall, you are going to die. LZ is back there so fast.
No time, and we're still not turning around. LZ gets 2 kills on no HP.
Transition is fast? Transitions are supposed to be fast, my friend.
Diabolical after the start of that round.
Wow. It's funny because it's that same thing LZ did on defense.
There's no delay, Bart. I just haven't changed the command.
He opens the door and the Omen pushes through, sees no one there, kills a lurker, and then it's a full rotate from the rest of his team. Here it works out. He even puts a cross-map smoke on site to help his teammates flood through and keep up the pressure against the plant.
Askia immediately has gone for an outlaw here, looking for that solo B presence potentially. Yeah, brutal stuff. Letting him into the game, Loud.
Oh, went down before I switched times. Yeah, that's called a noob streamer moment. Nothing wrong with the transition.
Outlaw is still down B.
Askia down B, Loud down bad. We're about to run on a collision course. Silence as well. Have to imagine he has an inkling this is coming his way. No way, dude. Okay, sees a barrel. Okay, gets his one. Only the one, though. Now Askia, a little less solid here, but able to find 2 years comfortably.
Ooh.
Correction's not there for Cowanzine, though he is slowed up for a time.
This is somewhat doable.
Has a sheriff, and even numbers.
Digizine has a decent lurk here.
Would have been big. Now, though, with the stall coming on through, Digizine isn't grouped with the team. 2G are ready for the retake.
They're going to play from under for the most part. No tower presence, so this smoke is going to obscure them entirely.
Oh, they're just flooding because they know the bomb planter has the gun. Yeah. But you can just use salvos to clear hull now, no? Or shoot them. Oh. They don't know he's pillar. Oh.
He's cool, calm, collected, composed.
He's guardian, so they know his light shield. He's just holding with outlaw. Oh.
You cannot ask for much more for a debut showing. Massive Red Bull clutch here in round 14.
Another one for PXS, because, right, Digizine only has 1 bullet.
I mean, regardless, incredible eco for Loud.
Shoulder baits. And he only had the
a lot of damage.
So it would have been the one shot.
Not to mention, Cowan has ult now.
The way he's handled this round, it's giving years of experience. Not first time on stage at Americas.
That's the thing. We're again 2 rounds, pistol second, where Digizine is coming up killless. Now rifle in hand though.
Yeah, there's bonus here, a little nasty for 2G, of course, having such a close, hard-fought round in the
Beho drone is just broken on long bree on pro, yeah. It's so strong.
Askia, you'll note, does not have a gate crash active.
Oh, spots the gun there.
Huge info.
And now 2G are able to call in the assistance of Gobera, so he's going to be there on site. Loud haven't really started to work the map. They need to put some attention in mid. There's still this very annoying VYSE wall in street that needs to be cleared away.
55 seconds to do all of this here, so highly doable, but Loud are probably going to start to run on a thin
Yeah,
margin.
this A pressure.
Here's that mid-control aforementioned.
Oh, if Loud called back into B, it would be great, but 2G have kind of read the A split. 4 players stacked now for 2G on A.
They never baited the VYSE wall. The 2G just have 4 stacked here.
Here come Loud, arm to the gills.
Nice shot.
That's the solo guarding the round, singing out there for PXS.
They have a 4 stack here, man. But we're running into the smoke instead of just holding a crossfire.
Silence knows he's gotta go for it. And
Damn.
a nasty thrifty. It's sickening from 2G.
There's just something different in the air right now. 2G winning all these
Remember
fights
Inspire setups?
again.
Inspire
It is PXS,
setups are
by
pretty
the way,
good.
in main.
I don't know
The
like
Loud
what
were
exactly he
controlling
does
main
for
on
every
their
single map,
defensive side.
but
Him winning that 1v1 allows him to turn his attention fully back to
from
the
what I
side.
can
He
tell,
creates
his setups are better
angle
than
for
the
Loud
average
to
pro,
when they're trying to flood out from Art, it's just
but not quite
possible.
like
No matter
fully
the
optimized.
And this Loud team, I mean, to be frank, look out at
I also think he
C4.
knows how to play VYSE like just the agent
Now with a stinger
better
behind this
than
round.
a lot of pros.
I can only hope that their pace can
But very small sample size of watching him
2G a little bit
from
here.
my perspective.
I'm shocked that we're looking at such a score.
The drone didn't. Oh my god.
Never around to be played for him.
It's the same story again.
I don't know why I'm acting surprised. I knew Loud's mental was gonna be booming. They were gonna
tethered up in Art,
screw this
like,
up.
How are you gonna fight through this round? It's not really gonna happen.
Like, they're just trying to overwhelm. It looked like they were dancing around the maypole with 4 of them being seized there. They can at least trade into the map a little bit. This time into Connector.
At the same time, while all this work is being done in mid, you've got LZ crept up into B long. So you've got 2G giving up mid, but they have full control over both mains and some, insurance policies, whether it's back towards spawn, Silence jiggling the angle for the info.
Okay. Here comes Digicine. So early warning now. Should be able to see Silence. Can he spot out LZ over towards long? That's massive. Now Loud playing without knowledge of a player that's in a bit of a pinch position. Still Digicine being canny about how he starts to swing holes.
30 seconds left.
The Astra Thanos just hiding on pillar.
For now. LZ waiting for the perfect time to spring forth. There's Digicine down, and still LZ.
There's so many crossfires, so much util. You can't do it.
Cooked.
I've got to draw it back to what's at stake here for Loud, right? You've got 3 matches coming up after this. They lost their opening series to Crew after blowing them out in the opening map. To lose to 2G, who's the expected worst team in the group, would set them up at 0-2. Now you're looking at probably having to win all your games or rely on other teams losing. It gets a little bit muddy. For Loud, for a team of that caliber to be put in that position, and from the other hand, 2G to have a win under their belt and now still very much be in the race to make it out. That is completely out of left field.
This Loud team are the ones that were supposed to lead the way for Brazil. You know, going back to these tried, true, tested names to, again, put their region back on the map. Not only have they been eclipsed by MIBR, who went for the Youngblood in kickoff, now the upstarts of 2G, the Ascended team, are threatening to put them to the sword here, and like you mentioned, potentially mathematically disqualify them from playoffs if things don't go perfectly for Loud.
Yeah, because it's not like you have easy competition coming after this, right?
No
You've got
easy game. This is
all
supposed
those
to be your
teams
easiest game.
You've got to knock down still. So Loud, they have to stop getting lost in the muddiness of these rounds, right? Like, how many 1v1s are we offering up to just allow 2G to take full control from a macro perspective of the round? Maybe it just has to come back to
a crazy match,
as
huh?
a team working on what should be superior protocols. You've been scrimming for forever if you're Loud. 2G just got PXS. Had LZ step into IGL this team the other day.
They said they virtually had no practice as a squad. What little practice they had.
Bro, they are one off of 3 ults, too.
We've never seen them play Pearl.
The drone got broken. Yeah, they used the knife and the drone just to get this guy off the angle.
Time to jump.
They're probably comfortable to burn more util on long B because they're going to use fail.
You're not Digicine, buddy.
Didn't quite go the
That
way
was one of the plays of all time, for sure.
Big Plaza presence. Is he ready for the second player? This is a little awkward now.
I don't think you can really flash yourself up on the screen like that.
And they're not going to know.
Oh, there's ults everywhere.
Okay, somehow a gap's been found here.
Everyone carpet bombing each other.
Shut down. PXS drops, and now the fight into Link. Gobert, the sole survivor in that massacre.
Still no plant though. Plenty of time in the round. Plenty. So early has his action been. Gobert has only 7 points of health left, and Loud looks he's set to get back into the game.
Well played by Lone.
Have to do to mimic a fraction of 2G's power.
Also, definitely questionable up peak from Askia.
Above the surging tides.
It's a wake-up call in that timeout from STK. Remember, the first half looked very much like this. Started snowballing away from them again the first 4 rounds in a row. Timeout was called, and Loud buckled down. It comes after Askia whips out on the shot, so it's not even a 1-for-1 trade. And then surviving backside.
Why are we showing the replay of him throwing a Yoru TP and getting it broken?
First round, one of the half here for Loud. It's not going to be enough in the long run, but it's a start. The op is gone for 2G. They've got no longer have that in possession, but they got Dimensional Drift. They've got Nightfall.
Some monster ults to play off of, and Loud don't really have a split. Again, it's 4 players grouped up in a
main take,
and giving some space for 2Es to work the extremities.
Yeah, this time it's going to be the Astra allocated over towards B for 2G instead of the Yoru.
Yeah, it's very clear.
How is the VYSE? It is middling.
More grouped together and see what we can do on the lurks with some late inserts. That's going to be.
It's about at the same level of everyone else.
Okay, Gobert has definitely got the potential to keep 2 2G players at this A side. Or rather, Cow and Zine.
Yeah, the drone play a bit predictable. 2G still here.
Okay. Well, if this doesn't say get off my
most simple execute of all time.
Thrown down here. 2 years committing that one. This means Loud can sort of walk up in onto the B side now.
The Nightfall Astral Divide combo is so brutal.
Going for the safe plants, even though we have full site control and they haven't contested. And now they have Astra Fade Out retake.
Trying to converge and be in position to fight for this, but it's going to be tough. 2 years down. Vinny also falling into
somehow it is 1v1.
Oh! What is that? It's otherworldly. Extrasensory perception from Cow and Zine. I don't know how he knew Askia was coming from there, and that's what it takes to keep this going.
I don't know. I don't think Loud should have won that round.
Right, those hairs standing up, goosebumps. Cow and Zine, 10 HP. He's like, oh, this guy's just behind me. Boom.
I mean, that is pure instinct. Pure instincts. Cowansley now in his 2nd year on this Loud team, already looking so promising to start with in 2024. Continuing to grow in this role. Savior of the round.
Okay, so Louder still sort of in this game. 2G work onto a bad buy, doing a bit of an aggro piece into A. Just some sheriffs back to B.
I would just disrespect the KO knife. We know it's
Loud
fake.
Still have the ultimates. They've been pretty
pressure.
liberal committing those ultimates in even on these anti-ecos.
They're just walking down long B.
Okay, Team just goes for contact there. Askia serves himself up.
Easiest contact clearance.
2G really not in a position to argue with this A hit, but the spike was left back. It was a bit more of a default look here, so there will be time for these defenders, underarmed as they are, to get set.
2E's position is crazy.
In theory, get a pick.
Into the art insert
then you can VYSE ult.
Got a lot of time to work with.
Could.
More stall here for 2G. This time it's Gobert as util.
You can see 2G is really trying to hunt out this lurk.
This fight might determine if they use VYSE ult or not.
No way, man. This is a long barrel, I'll say that much. Yeah, the long barrel of the
now they could definitely VYSE ult to make this winnable.
Now gets an outlaw. The spike does go down after some stall there.
Vinny has the KO ult to counter, so maybe they wouldn't.
They got an outlaw to work with. Here's a horn. Sees nothing. Stealth drone sees nothing.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
And mess up to PXS now. It's a big ask for him. Vinny's starting to get into the game a little bit more. It might have just doubled his
reasonable placement. Keep the ults.
This round coming up might be the hardest for Loud. Got a couple ultimates to work with for 2G. Full buy on their side too.
Okay, not the most complex round. A walk up there from Loud. Some superior weapons, good crossfires. This comeback here, well and truly underway. That's 3 rounds in a row for Loud. 2G now go back to buy. They've got key ultimates as well. Steel Guard and Armageddon at the ready. But Loud has a fast hit potential behind Null Command should they want to go that way.
scouting, doesn't spot anything. That's both info pieces from Loud spent immediately
I'm
in the
not
round.
sure about using the drone and knife in the same spot
Faster
when they take long
so
B.
they throw out the clone, that breaks the wall. It's going to set up for a later pivot into A.
That was an awkward shoulder peek for Askia. Punishable.
What Loud are going to do is they're going to dip into street here, see if they can find anything. That would have threatened to pinch in towards B, but quickly look to reset into the A. But the important thing for Loud is this A main player. We have not seen this
They just
player
got a contact
win the fights
everywhere.
in the solo spot. If Pankata can't take down Askia, this round is so hard to
The
play.
Zine has some space, man.
We'll be tracking that. Askia waiting, watching the slimmest line. Gabera falls back now, realizes what's happening with his
It's the
enemy.
KO
Trying to get
exec.
the util out. Null command is
This
popped.
fight determines the round
Askia
pretty
stranded
much.
in this position. Currently suppressed. Gate crash not an option.
They-
Pankata's going to
yeah.
keep him here. Hold him under the thumb. In place.
There's the
Here comes
clearance,
the
good
reinforcements now
clearance.
flashing through the smoke. Askia
He still
finds the right
gets
position and
one?
it gets him one kill.
Holy.
Still no spike plant. Loose towards A main. Now scooped up and en route to the site. Steel Garden comes in now. That was from the defenders here. More stall. More denial of a plant.
But there's only 20 seconds. They need to get
My
a spike
God.
down onto the ground. A couple of prowlers for LG to work with.
VYSE
Gobert
stall
has
goes
the
crazy. They
opportunity.
have
Time is
Deho
gone away.
ults.
Vinny knows he's got a touch. Can Gobera time this properly? He cannot hear. That's the problem.
No, they're just flooding with the
Prevents
Deho
him
ult
from
off
getting
the
sound cue
plant.
that he needs, and the spike
Yeah.
goes down. Here's the Armageddon though. Nobody there to be affected by it, but it'll
Nah,
still be a cleanup.
bro.
It's up to Pankata here versus 4.
Huh?
2G now
Oh?
trying to give themselves a staging ground to end the series. But Pankata stands up, finds 2.
Oh my God!
How do you just steal a moment like that? How do you call upon it? Just when you
Why
exactly
Pankata
need it?
doesn't miss a shot?
Not only did he stay alive, and man, he kills everyone on Loud. 4 kills to come away with a Red Bull clutch. Pankata on the Astra, sitting with 22 kills to his name right now. I mean, the first they line up for him, and then the last 2 players, they wait. It's like, let's get the swing at the same time, but no, Pankata precedes them. That preemptive strike catches them off guard.
If Pankata doesn't win a 1 versus 4, the economy for Loud essentially broken. There's just so little to work with. They're forcing Awkward to try and stay in the game. That is a legendary showing for Pankata.
Look at the ground. Knife, do you not
Overstated. A desperate timeout now for
reflexively spray the ground after you win a round?
hits you harder than a gut punch like that from a previous champion.
Honestly, Bart's probably right.
That is crazy.
Probably jumped out of his chair.
We saw Kalanzine do it a couple of rounds ago, snapping back behind the Astro Wall. This time a 1v4. Infinitely more insane.
And the buffer for 2G is starting to run slim.
Oh yeah.
They're running out of space. Loud nipping at their heels now. They have equalized 2G's 4-round streak at the start of this half. It's a 2-round game. Just as it was when 2G moves on to the defense side.
Eco for 2G. Getting closer than it needs to be.
The ultimates have now been spent. You're not going to see 2G probably cycling those together for a while. Maybe next round or the round after, 2G will have another big ult round, but really we're just looking at one more.
Okay. In we go now, pressed up against the barrier.
Look like the simplest of A hits. Yeah.
Control here of A-Man and trying to have Pankata as a loose end here.
They're just going to
Walk up from Askia.
walk up and retake him in.
Okay, man. That's
Shots?
that is the jackpot.
Looks like Louder still wanting to contest this space. Get the orb.
Orb on the KO. Planning ahead.
Gate crash obviously back towards spawn, so Askia has the ability to get to B quickly should it be required. Loud know they've got some time to work with. There'll of course be a large amount of utility that has to be cleared on this B side of the map, and Tuyes is hoping to.
So it's not quite that simple in pro play.
He does.
Nice.
LZ offers him up a frag.
And that's going to pull one player over towards B while Loud trying to work into Art. Good little 1-2 punch setup from 2G, but Loud doing their homework, clearing away those angles and moving it back into that lurk to B.
It's diligent use of the util there for Loud, not taking any undue risks. Now trying to control that B
Nah,
side.
they don't have
Tuyes
a right
wants
gun,
to
buddy.
pave the way.
I don't even know how I'd go about getting it.
Okay, that's a problem. That complicates things. Silent Doe is affected by that Nova Pulse, but it's
I don't care too much about it because I don't
There's another player here for
use
2G.
gun buddies in the
Gate
first
crash down
place.
into halls.
Almost a disaster there. Getting picked off by Silence. You know, Spike will go down. 2G have the numbers advantage, but no real util to work off.
Again, Loud don't have much
Salvers are
push
good.
tool to lean on now. They're trying
Good
to buy a
suck
little bit of
counter.
time, get some space, but PXS is poised, ready. It's going to be a
Blood
fight
time.
here from 2G trying to come out from Hall, trying to take the fight here. Askia gets one, but it's not enough.
Good crossfire.
It'll be PXS versus 2. You can't ask him to do it again, to repeat the feat from the previous clutch. He'll be spotted
Well
out
played,
and
guys.
dealt with by Digizine. It is a one-round game.
Yeah, so if I pause this, it's weird that it goes suddenly quiet, but it's like against an eco, if they get the read on you, they can have a crossfire here and then a swing here. They can have like, if you have 4 people here, this crossfire is absurd. Right?
With this one.
And so if they have the read and they end up stacking B, that is like a crazy thing to run into.
Wrong guess from Askia though, playing towards the A side. A lot of utility to scout out, sees nothing.
The gate crash though is all the way across the map.
It's true. And Loud are never really going to be able to accelerate when the VYSE is set up towards B.
Okay, gate crash not taken by Askia.
Trying to see if there's anyone on site.
Simple Yoru ult take.
Digizine could drift into halls entirely here. There's so much free control. 2G
Okay, we actually 3-2-1 through the VYSE wall. Good job, guys.
Worse than that, Askia's teleport time down. Now the fight back into spawn with silence following.
And did Eugene just shoot someone? I didn't see how that happened. Oh, him? Yeah, you're right, you're right.
And they've got to, again, awkwardly come out from this position. From tower, from under, from Link. Into a full 5 of Loud.
Yoru ult
Armed to the
retake.
kills, ready to defend their territory.
The K ult cancels the original plan, which is used as K ult.
But he could have survived. There'd be a couple of Loud players.
Oh!
Askia with the classic of all things. Vinny taken down, but Carter's missing. All of
But
a
how are
sudden, there's a big
they
turn on his head. Digizine
losing
so
people?
low. So low, and PXS chases him down. It falls to 2 years, the veteran. As LZ begins the defuse, 2 years thinks it's just a tap. He goes for the spray. It's wayward. It's ham-fisted. It's off the mark.
Oh, wow.
And the defuse comes in. 2G.
He gets the kills, but like,
Finally,
no,
one
that,
of these
well,
late rounds goes their way. And it's not because Dewey's wasn't getting the kill. He kills everybody. There's just the smoke allows them to stick through with the
where did
spike.
Teho ult go?
That was madness. I mean, first of all, how are you getting that kill? I think LZ, Gobert, and Askia all won ridiculous 1v1s at the same
Oh, that
exact
was
time.
Loud's
There was that flood
Teho
coming in,
ult.
every single player
Oh,
jumping out of a smoke
God.
behind a corner at the same time. Just overwhelmed Loud.
How did 2G manage
Against Messi,
to
it's costly for 2G, so they win the round.
retake then?
Absolutely.
I wasn't even looking.
Skint. Of course, they have a chance to take a back seat here and just fight for that round 24, but it was very costly for them.
If they can try and
This mid walk was gonna go crazy.
a couple of ults from Loud.
Not Dewey's. Whoa, my God, Dewey's.
Okay, gets very fortunate. It's having to back away and get a Razorvine down.
No way!
Silence. He's ahead of this wall.
Silence is just that guy.
The wall's gonna buy so much time from the Astral. There's the second player flooding in already. 2G can
He's one of those senties that just doesn't care about his util. He'll just fight.
Good chance you can bounce back across the map.
And
That
if
seems to be
he
the plan for Loud. But even
doesn't
with
like what he
time,
sees, then he'll
Loud
use the
have
util
no
after.
position on the map. All of their players are in spawn. They didn't leave an insert towards B. That's the spike. They actually can't. So now, Loud almost have to attack into the center of the map or get completely called on their rotate.
And that Steel Garden is completely pointless for 2 years. There's no impact virtually on this round.
Wait, these two people just stomping through art actually faked them out completely. That's nuts.
It looks like the last round of Lotus, I'm not gonna lie. 2G have numbers advantage. They over-rotate towards A because they want to play numbers. No way he's getting timing like this.
Low key,
There's no way. Louder back
I
in the
might
game.
have tried the
And
knife,
Digizine with rifles
but
after
I also like
Loud
winning, so I probably would have just shot him.
Steel Guarding going to be thrown down anyway by 2 years. Takes the one stinger out of the game. Fair enough. Grapple down, Pancata gonna
That
get the spike
sucked.
deployed.
Could
Askia
have, in
very,
theory,
very
cancelled
low.
plans.
With a stinger here playing from tower.
Just a
it's
random
an awkward
dink.
spot to be. Nightfall here. There's a retake wall, but do you want to spend these ultimates in a round like this? 2G probably no.
Yeah, 2G are giving up this round, so they can get a clean round at 12-11.
Player advantage, everything you could ask
Yeah,
for.
they are perfectly fine losing this round.
Great macro, the bounce back over towards B. And it's asking him, taken to task.
Yeah.
Here comes round 24. It's about as important as it gets.
Alright, what are 2G gonna do? They're gonna do their A fight. They're going to keep A. They're gonna try to keep the space, and they're just gonna play retake B with their Fade Astra ult like they did before.
Silence in the Steel Garden. So they can afford to sort of group together, fight very heavy on one side, play full retake into their VYSE if they want to, because those ults combo beautifully together.
Okay, they've got those to lean on, as you mentioned. This is for extra innings. This is Loud getting back into the game. They won, what, like 6 of the last 7 rounds here?
Yeah, they're instead walking up along. Oh no. Brother, they are triple high-low holding him, and he takes he takes no damage. Brother.
The idea of aggression, but really, they want to play numbers and they want to play retake. They don't want to risk any of those players with the big ults falling early in the round.
Yeah, I mean, they want to project a willingness to fight, but they'd rather just negotiate from a position of power. That's it. They want the fight to get close in onto this site. They've got the perfect ultimates for it.
And the more stall that comes in, the better it starts to
Like
look.
I said, these guys are perfectly fine playing retake.
Ruse from Loud is trying to pull rotates. It's not actually trying to accomplish much of anything.
Okay, Didge's in. Gatecrash back to the spike.
They just eyed to fully clear B.
Over towards A main. Loud might still be forced
But Cowan knows they did that, so Cowan knows he knows that one of them was leaving, so he called that. He called this rotate. So they went back B.
They get spotted out here.
And now they're going B.
Sheriff earlier on, here's a Nightfall. This is going to slow things down.
20 seconds, guys. The lurk got destroyed. They got VYSE ult off killing the lurk. GG. No way, man.
Losing their leader, take their first win of Americas in a debut for PXS, silencing the doubters and maybe the doubt in their own minds as well.
That was rough from Loud, man. They were incredible in kickoff. They were just lost this game.
Havoc of this last week in the 2G camp to come out and 2-0 the Brazilian team in Loud is just madness.
And for me, feels like a changing of the guard somewhat. This is another infusion of new blood into Americas, and these guys. This 2G team weren't even supposed to win Ascension. They were the 2nd seed from Brazil. In fact, one of the underdogs for most of the tournament up until the end. Huge faceless, big change. They dig deep, they find PXS available. Come play with them. After spending his time in Tier 2 in Brazil. Talk about a plug-and-play solution. Guys like a sea monkey, just add water. Instant entertainment.
Crazy too. PXS not even on his normal roll. Coming in looking good.
Fitting into these elaborate Tejo breach comps, right?
Yeah. And look, don't get me wrong, they got wild with it. There were so many moments. LZ in particular is taking these solo plays, and he was so effective throughout the day.
I mean, someone who has had to step into some big shoes and call, as well as be incredibly impactful over the course of that first map. The guy was popping off.
That shouldn't even have been that close. Like, how many insane clutches did Loud have that game? I like to say at least 3, which then forced eco rounds. So, Loud got at least like 5 or 6 rounds just off hero plays.
It's a timeout. It's faith. Managing to craft a strategy for this team, and the composure from this young squad is so impressive. Just like we saw in Mexico at Ascent.
What am I dodging? Did you say something earlier?
First win.
We're now in a situation where, hey, if
See me on Deadlock? When someone spends 40,000 channel points.
they can start to enter the playoffs picture. At the same time, Loud, it is dire straits, starting off 0-2, dropping a series versus 2G, the projected.
And last time someone spent 40,000 channel points,
now,
I went 24-10.
You've got to win basically everything from here on out.
It's like a 13-5 game.
The household name, also the kryptonite of every other Brazilian team in the league up until this point. Yeah, not anymore. That's right. So what I mentioned, changing of the guard. Now, it feels so awkward for such a a venerated team to not have their destiny for playoffs in stage 1 in their own hands. Crazy times here in the Riot Games Arena. We're going to head over to Riv down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Gubera.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And it is, in fact, to talk to 2G's Gobera after they take down Loud 2-0. Years in the making, you come to this point, you're able to take down your Brazilian brethren to start off. What does it mean to see kind of everything come together here for the first win on the stage?
Depois de tanto tempo, vocês vêm para cá ganhando de 2-0 dos seus irmãos brasileiros. O que foi
Yeah, I'll show the pro setups after this interview.
A caminhada é sempre muito dura, sempre acompanhei eles desde o começo da franquia e tá podendo agora confrontá-los aqui no palco do VCT Américas é algo muito especial para mim e gratificante.
Well, I've been following this team forever, right? So, being here playing against them on this stage is something completely like I can't even believe.
And talk to me about how the team has gotten through, the past, as we were talking to the other team, people of the team, the last 48 hours have been tough. IGL changes, teams or players.
Watch the next match? Yeah,
changes.
for sure.
How are the vibes? How do you get through this? What were the thoughts coming into today?
Eu tava falando antes com alguns outros players do time, né? E as últimas 48 horas foram bem difíceis. Trocaram de IGL, tiveram um jogador novo chegando. Como é que foi a preparação para hoje? Como é que foi a pressão de estar aqui?
Então, foi algo bem duro assim de lidar. Essa mudança foi muito rápida, então a gente botou a cabeça no lugar, continuamos trabalhando duro e deu isso. O resultado foi muito bom pra gente conseguiu colocar o nosso jogo em dia.
It was like hard, of course, with all these changes. But we could, just focus on this game and bring it today, and the results are here.
Awesome. Well, 2 more questions for you. Talk to me about playing now with PSX on the team. A lot of clutch rounds there. How was it adding him in and having that power?
Trazendo um jogador novo para o time, né? O PXS. Como é isso? O que ele traz para o time?
Cara, ele tá trazendo uma vibe muito boa pro time. Ele consegue trazer pra gente alguns pontos que a gente acabava não tendo no time. Além da mira, o moleque é muito embaçado, provou pra ele e pra todo mundo que a gente tem potencial. A gente que tá vindo de baixo do VCB, a gente tem potencial sim pra disputar no maior alto nível.
Well, he's great, right? He has a lot of aim and he brings to the team what we were lacking. And I mean, like we're coming from tier 2, so reaching this stage and bringing a strong game is really important.
And final question is about you. With this win, it's got to feel great. But what are your goals for Gobera? What are you looking to prove this split?
Claro que você está se sentindo ótimo depois da vitória, mas quais são os planos para o Gobera?
Cara, os planos para mim, eu acho que a gente continuar na pegada que a gente tá. A gente tá muito bem com o time. Agora o foco é para os próximos jogos, claro. E a gente busca essa vaguinha no Champions e a gente quer manter na franquia agora.
I think the focus for me, it's actually just focus on the next games, keep this moment, this pace. The team is really good, and we are looking for this spot in the Masters.
Awesome. Gobera, congrats on the win again. 2G, take a win over Loud. Aldi, thank you so much for translating. Don't go anywhere. We got more games coming up. We got C9 versus Leviathan next. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, nice. Yes, I said I wanted to play ranked today, but I haven't decided when. I think I'm going to end the stream after the games and then maybe take a nap because I only slept for like 4 hours yesterday or last night. So I'm probably going to take a nap and then I'll actually play the game. Yeah, that was Gobera, their initiator player. Okay. Let's wait for the ads because I am supposed to show ads. And then I will show the Pearl Tech. That's why I said I'm going to take a nap, Abby. Guys, I have one of these. Isn't that crazy? I don't have one of these. No way, I love computers. You need them to play video games. Okay, now we're break. Let's do Pearl setups. When will Chef face reveal? Oh, when I want to. When do I want to? Don't know.
All paths end with
What's happening? Loud fell apart, Astrax. Their mental got flattened. They got 2-0'd, so I'm answering some questions about the VYSE setups from the game, and then I'm going to spam
Impressive
so many
engineering
ads
for a
because I like
precarious
money
little
and there's
place.
nothing else to do. Okay, so
no charges.
the normal wall that you see for most people. Who the hell? Go, Abby.
My ultimate's ready.
So the wall you see most people normally do is off the pipe here, right?
Placing wall trap.
You see that it extends out a little bit, so like if they trip it, you can, you know, tuck yourself and screen a bit, have a better angle to play around. And it's a bit farther out in the choke, so it's harder to bait out. Problem with this one is, for some reason, if you manage to walk all the way up B long as an attacker, you can actually walk here around the wall without triggering it, right? So in theory, it doesn't get perfect info. It can be lurked around. But most of the time you'll have someone watching long B anyway, just because having this deep of info is very helpful. So most of the time that little gap doesn't matter. But you see that 2G some of the times, in some of the rounds, did this wall instead.
Wall set.
Just because it's like a bit farther out and it extends all the way, so it actually can't be walked past. Yeah, what else? Yeah, this wall that I do here is just a trap wall that I've never seen any pro use. It's off this little corner here. You can also do this one with the cipher trip. It's pretty nice.
Wall set.
Goes all the way across to the plant spot, and then it like isolates someone right here, right? So, you know, you'll have your jet dash or you have your raised satchel neon running over here. If you want to, you can put thorns, keep them from going into hall, but then you also have to swing through your own thorns, which makes it a bit dangerous. It's up to you. But I will usually combo it with a flash up here, right? Because most people, they hit the wall, they're going to go wide here and like hold this, or they're going to hold heaven or something. And this flash is just so high up that they're just not going to dodge it because they're not going to be thinking about a flash that's, you know, up in the top of their screen. So it's basically an undodgeable flash.
Retrieving flash.
I think even with the wall and the thorns. So yeah, if you put thorns here, the problem is that if you do blind someone, you have to You have to take 4 ticks of thorns to get them if they're tucked in this corner to get the kill. But if you're willing to take that, risk, then I mean it kind of works. Most of the time, I don't do that. Most of the time, I will do, you know, a cross map lineup. I'll do a cross map lineup that hits a main or one that hits art, and then I will put my second thorns here, which like spreads all the way across, so it makes the people want to go around the thorns and then trigger the wall. Right? Be barrier wall? You mean like just straight up here? No, on ecos I usually do this setup actually. Just because this kill is so easy with like a stinger or a bucky. And then you're insulated because of the wall, so you can go and pick up their gun. Yeah, that's most of the time I do on eco.
Launching thorns.
Damn.
Thorns are live.
I need to fix this lineup. Need to be higher?
Launching thorns. Rip and tear. Launching thorns.
There we go. It's farther over.
Rip and tear.
This little fun one that gets on top. It's harder to break.
Thorns activated.
Okay, and I'm sure someone's going to ask about A, so I might as well just show a little bit about A. Almost always I do that flash, because again it's high up, hard to turn, hard to see. And then if I'm playing on site, you do this little wall here.
Wall set.
The only pro I've seen do this wall is Soulcast on Koi, the European team. So he knows about that one. Every other pro I've always just seen do the straight one. Kind of boring, but you know, whatever. Then most people will put a thorns here because that one also works against an art split. Because it covers this one out and it covers this one out, covers the plant spot, forces people to go wide into church where the flash can hit. It's a pretty good one. I'll sometimes do one right in the middle here, but it spreads almost all the way across here. So it does the same thing. It forces people to go wide where you can flash them, right? They fixed the vending machine wall? Yeah, they didn't. They definitely did. You used to be able to angle walls off the drink cans in here. No, you can't. You're limited to doing ones like this. Which still serve the same purpose, but leaves a little gap. You can go past it. Yeah, exactly, Astrax. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Retrieving flash.
I have other stuff, but if you want to see that, come to the Discord. Or I also have a YouTube video. The first actual YouTube video I posted on my YouTube channel was a guide for this map, so it's not the highest quality, but it has all the tech in there if you're interested. I'm just gonna spam ads and we watch the stream again. So here's how the transition's supposed to go. I'm supposed to do this. And then voila. And then my F11 is not up. Ta-da!
Such an outlier game from him. I really think that this team are paralyzed by options. They have too many.
And I'm not supposed to tab back into the game.
Eventually, I think they'll land on something where all of the moving parts are perfect.
I say eventually, the clock's ticking.
Yeah, I mean,
the stage is very short if you're really looking at it, so every single match does matter.
But so we're in this double initiator meta right now, and they have two very good initiators in Rossi and Calm. I got faith they can bounce back. I really do.
Well, they can prove it today. Now, earlier today, Arif got to chat with Coach Imi to talk about having to play against the team's former IGL. Let's hear what he had to say.
I'm here with C9's Imi to chat for a moment before the game. There was quite a bit of community backlash with the roster change from Rossi. Do you feel like there's any kind of pressure to win today or make sure that...
My favorite VYSE map? It's probably Bind if I were to guess. If I were to guess my own favorite map. If I were to say, it's probably Bind.
Thanks. Good luck today.
That was unnecessary.
In the current map pool, it's probably Ascent.
I like the fit. He looked like an extra on The Sopranos with a gold chain and the polo. The white polo with the chain. I don't know. I like it.
This just sounded like a response who's absolutely over getting blasted from the community. Because you said it before, like it was almost unproportionate the way they reacted to that. I don't like Cloud9 were literally the villain heading into the stage.
He's been over talking about that. I remember in kickoff, Riv did an interview where he had to ask the same question because you have to ask it, and then he's like, well, that's the 14th time I've been asked this in the last 2 months, and
yeah, eventually you're over
it's gonna work, and I don't care and don't want to answer this anymore.
Honestly, I'm vibing with that. The amount of time I've been asked how it is to be a woman in esports is entirely too many times. So after 19 years of that, you gotta that's your response at the end of the day. Like that's what you're gonna say then.
You also have to empathize. This guy's used to interviews after map 1, and Cloud9 never starts series well in map 1. So normally he's getting like rinsed by the community. I swear, he is one of the most like strategic coaches we have out here, but he gets rinsed because of how this team plays in map 1s week after week. So he's
just like last week. Let's talk about that because last week they had their opening match against Energy and they went down. Initially, people started to be very hype on Energy, but then very worried and concerned about Cloud9. However, they brought it back, and once again, they did it on the back of Zeppa having his second lifetime game. I don't know how many lifetime games one can have, but this is the second time, and again, it was against Energy, funny enough.
And again on Fracture, specifically. For some reason, that is just Zeppa's home map. That clutch from Vic was vile. Dude. That shouldn't be happening. The random flick one-tap through the cage, and then in the meantime, I can't remember who that was, Ethan just couldn't get the spray connection, and then they get out to this big lead on Pearl. That was crazy.
Dude, Zeppa, he's hit off-season form. Off-season plus energy in parentheses. Like, this guy is on fire. If Oxy plays like Oxy of last year or the year prior, this team could literally be in Toronto.
I feel like we haven't even seen that yet. They haven't even needed Oxy to go nuclear.
It's like he's their secret weapon in the back pocket. It's like Holy Trail. Then it's again Oxy go kill, which used to be the strat. But it's great to see for this year's roster that this is not the only thing they can rely on. Like they have other people who can shoot.
Yeah.
Even IGL, Mitch. Mitch is a shooter. I don't think people give Mitch enough credit in the IGL role. This guy has been playing for a while now, but the way he leads the team, he's got like kind of a more passive voice, makes everyone feel good about themselves, and he allows, you know, the players to make big comms and big plays in the moment. He's like a player's IGL, and I really like watching his teams play because you get the freedom from the players, and this team will excel in that kind of system.
Yeah, really outside of Oxy, I think all the individuals on this team are underrated to some extent, and Zeppa, the man on the screen in the offseason, was crazy underrated. People were calling for his head in the offseason, and he has turned up.
What?
This
is everything.
That's so good.
Yeah, incredible. The aura. It's with us today. No, I mean, the vibes are obviously good. They're starting things off really well this stage, and during the win over Energy, Net was hype as well from round 1, just yelling across the stage, bringing the energy.
I've loved watching Net. I think he's really transformed himself as a player since being on G2 at the start of VCT last year, gets cut, goes back down to Challengers to compete with M80, had a slow start, then started heating up, and now on this Cloud9 team, I think has really found his form. He's been fantastic in these situations where he's cutting off players on rotates when they're on attack. He always has this sense for picking off flankers from the other team. He has been a rock. I'm really blown away by his play at the moment.
Yeah, he's a very cerebral player. He makes great comms. Not decent. This guy actually can IGL. He IGL'd the defensive half for M80 all of last year, and he probably is having a huge impact on this team as well. I've had him, luckily, on my teams in ranked. This guy's like a hard carry. He never stops talking. He is an excellent player. To have on your team, he rounds out this team so well.
I I mean, overall, this team is looking good. They're looking happy. They're looking on fire. They're on a good trajectory. And we're not sure which version of the players we're getting today, but, you know, everyone can shoot, so I'm not worried at all. Now, if we're looking at the other side, though, LEV, they're coming into this with a lot of big changes, role swaps. Like, it's just, there's a lot going on there, a lot of moving pieces. How confident are we with the current rendition?
Honestly, I was ultra confident in them coming into this stage. They have raised concerns for me. I'm not ready to jump off of the bandwagon just yet for this team because I do really believe that they have all of the pieces to have one of our top America's teams that can qualify for international events. But it's going to be difficult to put the pieces in the right places because they literally have too many options with this squad. They can try so many different roles, and it's going to be tough to iron things out, but I do believe they can get there.
I agree. I think they can get there. And like I said, we're in this double initiator meta, and they have two insane initiators in Rossi and Com. They have players that will communicate and be proactive with util, create new util that the rest of the scene hasn't seen. They'll cook up all plays left and right. That's what they're known for. What they really should be focused on is getting Demon 1 situated on like a solo Viper icebox role. It worked last week because they just hit A, hit A, hit A, hit B, hit B. But when it comes to timing your wall and, you know, your toxins, I guarantee you Demon 1 isn't on a pro level right now that we should be seeing in VCT, but it'll come with time. Mechanically, he is incredible, and I have immense faith in them.
I think everyone has faith in the individuals.
Yeah.
What I have faith in is the emotions, all right? I'm here for the drama, I'm here for the storylines, I'm here for the grudge match. So let's hear what Rossi had to say ahead of this one to Riff when they got together.
I'm here with Leviathan's Rossi before their matchup today. A few questions for you. First off, you know, takeaways from week 1 now that you got that VCT stage game under your belt.
I think the key takeaways from the week 1 was just learning more about ourselves because we're relatively a new team, but also just understanding what we actually need to do because both maps, we had like one good side, one bad side, so we're just really just polishing the weaknesses in our game, and that's really about it.
And how's it been IGLing for the new squad?
It's been good. I mean, it's much different compared to my last team because I have a lot of experienced players. You know, I have 2 world champions, and these guys made top 3 last year as well, so very high experience team, so it's a little different, but overall pretty similar.
Final question, got to ask, any added pressure going against C9 today?
No, sir.
All right, Rossi, thank you so much. Good luck in the game.
Right on. He sounds so confident and so relaxed, but, you know, that's a good mindset to have.
I like that. I like him giving the flowers to the team. It's the experience. That lets me know that they're having a lot of extra things coming in from the outside that he didn't have on Cloud9, which I said he was more like a dictator on that team. I don't think it's like that here.
Yeah, probably not. They've, like you mentioned, with King IGLing for that team for so long. Also appreciate when we had some of the listen-ins with Lev last week, he was keeping the vibes up. It looked like they were having fun the whole time.
Yeah, he actually kept it
They were
positive.
having a good time, despite losing, you know?
Well, you know what? The audience is keeping it positive as well. Let's bring the teams to our stage right now. Looking at Cloud9 here first as they're taking to the stage. They kicked off stage 1 with a victory against Energy. Zeppa having an absolute lifetime performance once again. We know this team can shoot.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see more from these guys. I do feel like they're going to have a high level of consistency this year. I think they're a legit dark horse. And when you're looking at the 5 players there, I'm just seeing underrated sleeper picks from challengers that the community doesn't give enough respect to yet, but eventually they're going to have to.
Yeah, I see a team that actually has a lot of similarities to, say, maybe like another NA team like 100 Thieves, right? They play with a lot of aggression, a lot of confidence. They have young players. Again, I think Oxy is the star piece of this team. We haven't really seen him shine as bright as he was in the past, but I think that happens today.
Well, they will be going up against Leviathan, which is coming into stage 1 with a bunch of changes. Role swaps, new IGL and player in the mix as well, namely Rossi, who I'm sure is feeling extra motivated to go up against his former team.
I'm super excited to see what these guys can bring in another match. I'm curious to see if they want to swap things up, if they feel like that was just a bad day. We were talking to Dre earlier, and he felt like watching back that game, it literally just came down to they were not winning duels. They were not in form. I wonder if they feel that way, or if they feel like they need to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and that's going to happen, right? When you take these heavy mechanical aimers. And look at everyone on the screen right now. These are aimers. These guys can shoot.
We back.
But when you put them in these supportive roles and make them think util first, sometimes they're going to have duds like that, like what we saw last week.
My stream is quiet.
They can really drill down their game and make sure everything is understood ahead of time.
Understood.
This team should be feared.
All right, we got the map picks. Curious to see Cloud9 taking us to Split. This is the first time that they're actually playing the map this year, and they picked it into LEV, who just lost it last week. So assuming they feel they're going to have the ability to anti them with ease, they weren't impressed by what LEV were doing, and whatever they've got cooked up will be a complete surprise to LEV.
Yeah, and LEV last week ran the Breach Teo on Common Rossi. I believe they ran the Yoru also, on there. King. And King, he was missing kills that I would normally say are like gimmies for this guy. He is one of the best players in our region, and he was set up for kills. There's no way that happens again. He will not play as bad of a game as he did in week 1. The question is whether they keep him on Duelist, because like you said, they have a wealth of options.
Yeah, they
have so many things.
Really do. They really do.
Oh, he's on Viper last week.
Okay.
Got news for you, Bart. They're on Split.
I was already getting too excited.
I got excited.
No,
They happen to be...
To be fair, they did have a solid defense. It was just on
default
attack,
comp
they
mirroring.
completely fell flat. So that's really the area of improvement they're going to need to have right now against C9. Excited to see more from Calm as well. I mean, when we're talking about this team, you can't ignore the fact that they have world champions. They have players that have been to multiple Masters / Champs international events in the past versus a team with primarily Challengers players that just came up. There is an experience diff.
The mirror comp, Wyatt. Oh, this is actually
Split
one of my
is
favorite
sort of
plays,
interesting map strategically.
The map that the other team played the week prior, anti-strat them to death, and literally run their own strats against them.
Just steal what worked and anti what was trash.
Very nice, hoverboard. Congratulations.
200 IQ play from Imi coming in.
I'm not mad at it. You have to keep your eyes on King here. They haven't adjusted. He's got to step it up on the Yoru. He's got to hit those shots that he was missing last week.
I'm excited for this one. We're going to see the mirror comp on our first map. Let's see how this one is going to play out.
Oh,
So
I
let's send
didn't
it over
see
to
that game,
casters.
Asterix.
It's Duck and Dre.
Wonder if it's a good one to watch.
Thank you so much, Zoe. I think when we think about this series and you think about Cloud9 playing against LEV, Dre, I would say, and I think the talent predictions would agree, that Cloud9 are favored in this match. Maybe slightly, but they are favored in it. But we've got to talk stats. We've got to talk history. Since the beginning of Stage 2 last year up until today, Cloud9's record
I mean, the
against
first usage of
students
the
named
mid wall and
3-0.
icebox aspects
Perfect record, right?
was
They're
autumn
farming NRG.
on FBX.
Any team not
That's the
named
one I used in my
NRG,
setup video.
0-6 against. The last team that Cloud9 beat that was not NRG in VCT was MIBR, and that was May of 2024.
Yeah, that's an absolute ridiculous stat, by the way. And just to talk about Cloud9 expectations,
Bart, if you want the strategy, then you watch a
5-1.
analytical watch party like Sliggy or Lothar or
Let's see if history will repeat itself.
Yes, me to some extent.
Cloud9.
No, it's my first one.
Complete B-main control against King.
I forgot this is where King plays the duelist.
There's no way King has another abysmal performance like he did last week. It doesn't get much better than that to kick things off.
Yeah, and as things slow down a bit, I would like to talk
Well,
about
they
that.
wanted
Sometimes
to
when you're on a new role, it's not even
get Orb and leave, and then one got flattened.
Not comfortable enough. And I think this match right here is going to be a big test to Leviathan to see if they're getting a little bit more comfortable on these, wacky roles that people are talking about.
Oh, King is just full-on main duelist.
Pivot
I haven't watched too many C9 game or LEV games.
The power of the Yoru is.
I knew Rossi was IGLing.
It feels like he's going to be here to fight at A as well. Tex, he's such a great anchor. Let's see what Cloud9 can do to test the defense of Leviathan.
This Viper wall is a little shallower.
Side by side, the spit's gonna hurt a little bit. You've got the stun coming out as well as King, looking to find a little bit of space from up top.
Very nice
Dropping
exec.
Mitch, not able to connect on the second as Cloud9 are getting a little bit of space. They're getting a little bit of room to work with here.
Yeah, this Viper wall is a bit shallower than the one most people do. Like, this is a normal Viper wall, but most of the time it goes like a little bit deeper.
Even on our left on this retake, you do have Paranoia, you do have the fault line.
I don't know if you can see over the one that they're using.
Can the new leader for Leviathan snatch this pistol away? Will Demon 1 close by? Was a household name in Valorant. He's gonna get an opener. Oxy will fall too.
It's for the ramp off angle. You mean you can be here and then see this? You can see that angle?
Couldn't do it all in their last matchup against MIBR. They won no pistols, Doug. So already having a stronger start
I think you mentioned Leviathan there very quickly. I want to talk about their expectations as well, because we've touched on Cloud9's, and again, a great pistol.
Oh, it's
for
meant
Lev,
specifically to
being
block
able to
that
convert
angle?
that
Okay.
2v3.
Fair enough then.
All of the conversation around Lev has been this project's in trouble.
Be real hard, I ain't gonna
Demon One's not
bother
the player he once
the
was.
gamble.
They have role issues. There's an abundance
Actually,
of
screw
options.
it.
How do they make
I
them
will
work?
go through the
But you
effort.
gotta look at who they've played against and who they've lost to.
Yeah.
They've lost to
I'm just
IVR
sitting here doing
twice,
nothing
and
anyway,
they've lost to G2.
right?
Two teams that right now feel like they're going to be competing against the best of the best in the world. So where are Leviathan in the pecking order truly?
I see it now,
I think they're
hoverboard.
a
I
lot
see
higher
it.
than people rate them.
The
Even if you
difference in the
watch
wall.
the game, yeah, they kind of got blown out against MIBR, but the macro was really good. Rossi calls, he calls phenomenally for this team of Leviathan, honestly. It's just the execution that was lacking and the comfortability in terms of their mechanics. MIBR were just sitting them down in trap plays. That's usually supposed to go in your favor. So if Leviathan could just have a little bit more confidence, a little bit more firepower behind their traps, Cloud9 need to be very careful.
Yeah, you can make the argument that those two losses are quality losses. The thing is so he was mentioning on the desk, it's a short runway. You don't really have a lot of time to afford some quality losses or not. You've got to convert. That's the pressure Leviathan are facing here. So far winless in stage 1. Speaking, yeah, it's an eco, but crispy out of Demon 1 so far.
All right, I have
Confidence kills for
predictionized.
sure. I mean, amongst all that utility,
Good
he's
on
just
me.
sitting in the open. He's getting 4 now. Oxy, he's gonna drop here too to Max.
I
Demon
missed the
1
round.
cleans it up.
Demon 1 kills 4
Beautiful
people.
headshots from him, and you know it's gonna be a dangerous, dangerous game when a player like Demon 1 is getting fired up so early on. He's sitting at 5-0 right now, and he's able to upgrade to a Vandal. That being said, that was just an anti-eco round. Doesn't tend to go in your favor most of the time. Cloud9, they do cook up a lot on rounds like this, though.
You know, hoverboard. What I was saying here,
And that looked better the second time.
I have Valentine pulled up on the side.
El Diablo's dead. There's a new king of hell.
Cloud9 with full rifles. And a quiet approach towards A.
Yeah, and look at the defense right now. The power of the Yoru is he has a TP all the way towards screens at A. Maybe he opts not to take it because you could just rotate through mid, but it's going to be a retake for Leviathan here on the A site. It's a pretty healthy buy from them as well.
Again, a spam kill for Vic. Just like the pistol.
And that's the IGL down as well. That's all the breach utility down now too. So the retake, it's going to be significantly weaker for the side of Leviathan. Cloud9 are in a really good position here in the post plant to close this round out.
I think that good position just got better.
I think they missed the Viper orb here, no?
That to play around. The stun is through as well.
Like right here. I think they missed the orb.
4v4 still in play. Mitch and Zeppa alongside Net. Trying to do their best to keep them
All good
back.
though.
You were
Don't expect 2
trying to
people
flush
main.
Net out from main, and it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, it's just damage now for King.
Here. What I was saying, hoverboard, is
The economy bad for Cloud9. He's done just that.
the
He's going for more. Net. The armor's
like
gone.
the normal wall goes a little bit deeper than the
pretty
one
good
that
for Leviathan to destroy the economy
C9 are
of Cloud9
doing.
on this round win.
like
Cloud9
this is the one that C9 are doing, and the normal one is a bit
afraid of
deeper.
going
I
light
was
armor and
wondering if
buying
that
into things,
angle,
and maybe that's what we're gonna
that
see
slight
right here.
difference of angle does anything.
But still, Leviathan have a really strong start so far. Cloud9 had a good post plant.
It's an op round 4.
Look at that stat too. Cloud9 are 3-0 against Leviathan all time in VCT.
I mean, they haven't played in forever.
And by the way, keep in mind, they beat Leviathan with Aspas.
We mentioned the op at the beginning of the round. All eyes on King.
Yeah. I mean, if the change in angle just gets rid of that pocket, then I mean,
That's a little micro flash.
it works.
Not really hitting
Sure.
Yeah, I think Vic has an idea that he might be posted up on this angle though.
You would think so. Mitch still has a stun. That means he didn't use it to clear that at the beginning of the round.
Heavy utility
Yeah,
invested
we've
in
fully
taking
taken
control of
route.
defense. Now Leviathan, they like to do a lot of re-clearing with utility of themselves. It's going to be a focus towards red
Lev still
right
having
now.
3 people A is a bit questionable,
That allows Rossi to pivot and hold that vent.
but it's gonna
Keep a
work
close
out.
eye on the TP that King just dropped. It's not going to get him super far, but it will help some of the early rotations if it's a scurry back A. Now, Cloud9 are in a position where they can still flip the map. If they don't like what they see A, they have enough mid control that they could end
There's
B.
the rip split.
but they're doubling down. They're digging their heels, and they want to end A. And so far,
Good
so
reverse
good for
clear on ramps.
Cloud9. Great response from Rossi, though, on the Vic. Flashed by a little bit of time, and he's going to connect on another. Falls at the
Good target switching from Rossi. Going for the person that's not flash first.
Spike, or excuse me, the op arriving at the scene. And it's quiet on the way out, not taking the bait of the tap now. The second time is confirmed. The op, excuse me, the ult pulled instantly. King in a brutal spot. How do you win this out? You can't.
That was
Sean was talking about
almost questionable.
From Zeppa. The reaction time right there to be able to get off the spike and actually commit to that flick and hit it is so impressive. That is a testament to what Sean was saying. The mechanical skill, the form that Zeppa is in right now. It's part of Cloud9's recipe for success. I mean, he was such an important, I mean, look at how quick that is, right? Tex had the one up there too. I mean, he crept all the way out. Just not quick enough. It will be a tie game now, as B main control is the main focus for the pack of Cloud9. You don't have to worry about that operator anymore. And this is something that we see King do quite
Like from C9 that like Vic bought a stinger, so they're expecting like maybe one of them to die, so they're not bothering to buy a full rifle, because then Vic can just pick one up. They're just saving some money, even though Zeppa has enough to buy.
And MIBR played into that, but Cloud9, having that footage, they understand that this A site is going to be weak.
Yeah, you imagine they're leaning into it. It's, at least it seems to be the case. A TP already through, but it's a fake.
Cloud9 are taking a little bit too
Run to
long. The
clear.
delay from the Taeho missiles of the side
This
of
is interesting.
Leviathan was enough, but the rotates
C9 are getting a little uncertain now.
Leviathan aren't really favored in this round unless Cloud9 decide to pivot for no reason.
Yeah, the contact into heaven made it.
There's no one there to see it. And now Com's with all of the pressure. But it's a fake. Look at the rotations. They're all headed back towards A.
Wait, they're actually still faking with it. What the hell?
Try to slip the net.
It's an overcook, though. All the members of Leviathan are here. They don't have the weaponry, though.
They may not have had enough time to let this one settle. You mentioned the lighter guns. Demon wants a first to fall. Tex tries to check.
Not to mention an NA Stinger is pretty much a rifle anyway.
There's just not enough bite behind this bark.
Yeah, the Sheriff's just not hitting quite yet. The spacing of Cloud9 on that pivot was the key factor of getting the spike planted so far. And now you're just left in a 2v5 scenario, damage being the only good thing that can come out of this. There's no way you win this round.
No, I think you cut Rossi loose there. He's one off of his ult.
He gets
Secure it into the next, yeah. It's 2 kills found.
He's cooking right now, but Net does take him out.
Nice.
And although Cloud9 do run into a stack, the shots just not connecting for Leviathan. This was a big problem that they had against MIBR. They have really
I saw that Astrax. It didn't look like the VYSE did too much, but I did only watch their attack half, so I didn't really get to see what happened on defense.
For Cloud9. Now
A lot of Viper
they're
Omen.
taking the lead and they have a couple
Yeah,
of initiated
Viper is really
ults
strong this map because of the lurk wall in A.
from the side of LEV.
Basically, every time you put this wall up and down, it like blocks vision of A main, so it forces multiple people to be watching A at all times, right?
Yeah, he's been doing this every
Because it blocks vision of 2 lanes.
If LEV don't do something to deny
And
some
then
space early on, Cloud9 are going to continue
to counter that on defense, you have the defense Viper wall, which is very strong for retake and for holding.
So you do not have to worry about that if you decide to re-hit the B site. And you're definitely going to get your fault line back for the actual.
And because of the way the map is structured, you don't have to worry about flanks too much. Just because all the flank paths are so long that it's hard to commit fully to a flank.
There's still 3 for LEV at B.
You mentioned in the last round, I guess
And then with the Viper, you obviously need a main smoker, and everyone likes Omen because his blind is a really good ability.
It's not a luxury they had previously.
Yeah, guns utility. That paranoia isn't in play though. And Demon 1.
Oh, we have team breach ulted. We timed the TP wrong.
Traded back. Rossi doubling down on the swing. The utility's good, but the kills do not connect. Tex is the first to fall. And somehow they've managed to avoid the majority of the brunt of this hit.
And look at all the meanwhile, Comp pushed all the way through A.
30 seconds left.
A horrific whiff.
You see, Com only really got the flank off after they had already like almost fully committed to B. So, if
back again, yeah. Look at Zeppa right now.
Do you have time for this?
What the hell is going on?
big kill out from Zeppa to try to hold
Yeah,
the
so
fort
basically,
back,
if
to be the dam they
C9
need.
had fully committed to B, the comms flank would have been pretty
As the
useless.
spike settles into the site,
But because they went back, she actually got some value out of it.
looking to identify the right target. A 3v3, members battered and beaten on both sides. Zeppa at the ready though, holding the line. Demon 1 on the trade. Again, 5 HP for the initiator. 19 in between both
Bro,
of them.
both of C9 are like 1 HP, bro.
Really good position.
And they know it.
Maybe doesn't connect early in the round, but hits when it matters. Zeppa's been in off-season
You want to
form,
smoke for
NRG
bomb,
form,
maybe?
Some might say, but
Oh, they have salvos and smoke and stun. You can't.
he's gonna do his damnage. So Demon 1.
Zeppa can't win this.
The missiles will buy some time. He's gonna take it all the way there. Very well done by Lev.
Rossi was
Good
talking
retake.
about the experience that this roster has. Calm, having the intuition to push all the way through A there. Yeah, he does that whiff at first, but still applying that pressure on the flank, double dipping. It allows this retake to be so easy. You limit all the spots that Cloud9 can play in Zeppa, although he's been fantastic, like you said. It's just not enough. And this back and forth will continue to just give and give. Demon 1
Oh, what do we got?
shutting up all the haters that he's been uncomfortable on this controller role. He's
Both teams close to pit. Comms one
sitting
off.
at the top of the
Armageddon.
scoreboard for Lev. And it's the way that he's been playing.
They've been
even
doing
the
this
moment
B
he
main
saw the
take pretty much
actual
every
reset that he
round.
was doing, that makes me believe that
And then they go back to mid
all the work
after.
he's been putting in is showing.
Again, the fact that he survived as long as he did back B, in the face of the onslaught of utility and ults and everything that was thrown his way.
Okay,
He's
your
gonna have to continue
TP.
that success. I think a lot of people would agree that for
Where the
Leviathan to
breach
be
is
as strong as they
positioned
can be,
here.
as strong as they should be, he's a key part of that. He's integral to it.
Stun across.
King both, right?
Stun across. Salvos and vent. Take the ZP.
And I think that that's a good sign for a team like this when you
It's
know
an
your heavy
option if
hitters
the
are just
drone
having an
pings.
off day perhaps. Because once they're online, now you're contenders once more.
A lot of mid presence and a lot of mid control from Cloud9. Oxy connecting
That's pretty
on
fun.
Rossi, almost hitting another. And he does.
It's all left to Demon
Good
1
reactor stun from
and
Mitch.
Tex here at the B site.
King is so
They know
far
that stun
removed
came from B
the play.
main.
That flash is going to buy a little bit of time. The paranoia going to connect an aggro swing up from Tex.
And they had to do
Almost left
something.
unchecked.
They had to do something risky.
Deal with. I like the idea of getting proactive, wanting to double up, pushing B main so you don't get split on. But after Tex loses that head-to-head against Mitch, it's just over. Demon 1, he's just stuck in between, and now King, you're left to save.
Yeah, the money's not great.
So much time left though, and Cloud9, you would imagine at least Vic would go hunting. He's sitting at $3,000 in the bank.
Yeah, you really see the effect of this Viper wall. Like, C9 are always getting a numbers advantage on the B side of the map because of this.
Consider that a Yoru diff? No, right?
Because you can just leave Net by himself
That's a stretch.
to hold in front of his wall.
Not yet.
And so you have the one from Net here, and then you have two defenders. So that leaves a numbers gap on the other side of the map.
Cloud9, just understanding that a lot of MIBR success were these crunches and overwhelming the B side of the map. And it's a great start for them because, like the desk was saying, Leviathan had a great defensive side. For Cloud9 to be in the driver's seat right now, after losing the pistol, and
I think the breach Deo makes this like an attack-sided team comp though, so it's not a huge deal.
And won a lot of gun rounds.
It's still close.
That's that crunch. Yeah, Demon 1 has nowhere to go in this moment.
I think, I mean, a lot of the reason why they've been so successful on that crunch B is because of the mid control they've had. So you wonder at what point, if you're Lev, yeah, there is going to be a timeout. So you imagine this is going to be part of the conversation. You're losing B main for free.
Yes.
Right? Because Vic is just TPing across. There's nothing that you've been doing to condition and deny that space at the beginning.
Hey, left
And then
timeout,
you're
what do
losing
they
mid
do?
space at the beginning too. And that's where Cloud9 have been able to feint a hit A, crunch B, get
Well,
through
the
garage,
C9
and
default
that's
it
where
does like
all that
two
pressure's been coming
things.
from. So
It takes B main and then it goes
right? Is
back
that
mid.
where a
So
lot of those
I think
adjustments
Lev's
will
plan
be?
is just to
I think so,
deny
for
one
sure.
of the two.
Especially in the mid round, right? Like you can give the extremity control, keep
You fight
acting
for
like
B main
you
off
know,
the
you're
start of the
going
round, or
always
you
smoke
fight
there and you're giving
to
that
hold
space,
mid
but I think we will
when
see
they go back
at
to
the
clear it.
other end of this timeout a mid trap play. It's something that Leviathan did quite a bit against MIBR, especially when they had like a thrifty type buy. They relied on the trap utility, whether that's going to be trying to punish Oxy in the actual vent itself, or maybe a mid walk. It's something that they started with in their last series. It got punished really heavily early on. And that's why you saw this game plan change for Leviathan of kind of playing more passive across the board. Now it opens up.
Who do I think wins?
Some trap plays, some set plays.
I haven't watched too much of either of these teams.
Maybe even an A push that they tried previously.
I think C9 will win.
Cloud9 at the other end of this timeout, I think you're just gonna freeze. You're gonna hold. You don't want.
I think they'll win 2-0, but both maps will be close.
Yeah, there's no telling what's waiting for you on the other side.
That is based off of almost no information.
Doesn't seem like LEV are doing any early aggression at the beginning of the round.
Opting to just do a silent A stack here. Fake TP from Oxy onto A, but this stealth drone reclearing the info.
That's just a pop for the noggin.
Leviathan is painting the picture that it's a lean towards B.
That pick onto Vic early.
Yeah, that's massive. He's finally getting punished. You were talking about it.
Game pushing through A denies the Viper wall that we were talking about before.
Lot here B.
Now they have 3 stacked on the B side.
No paranoia online, by the way.
Nope. The spit's already dropped. Tex is flushed out. Demon 1 will join him, unfortunately. And it's all
the worst Deho ult of all time.
Just completely overwhelmed, and the Teo ultimate was used as well. Sometimes when you get that first blood, makes you believe that you have a chance. You're gonna wish that you had that one in the future rounds, Doug.
Yeah. That's a heavy investment. You're right.
You have a flank coming in here from King. He does have the only Vandal, but you imagine he's gonna get traded out here. There's no way he gets more than one.
We saw Pencata 1v4 just a moment ago. Not gonna be the case this time. He got his one that you promised. Rossi in a brutal spot. He's gonna get cleaned up at the hands of Zeppa. Cloud9 get to 5.
Very simple, very clean from C9.
Around the timeout was for this round that we just saw, or if this is where it is. But as you were mentioning, the investment.
If you missed LEV 1 pistol, and then C9 did the same default like 4 times in a row, and started winning off it, LEV just timed out. But they were on an eco, so they just lost this round.
Gun round like this to
stop looking for Jesus.
To stop the snowball. It's gonna be rough. Now, I think this is going to be a full hit from Cloud9 onto A, using that Yoru ultimate to get all the info.
Okay,
it's
just
only Tex here right
super
now.
fast Yoru ult hit with the gun rounds.
Try to help him out, but
if Oxy dies, he has bomb, by the way.
What a mess.
He has bomb. He has bomb.
I mean, fully stunned up. Oxy still getting the kill, and yeah, traded back.
But he had the spike.
Guys, the bomb is done on sight.
Any way to help them out? They have a little bit of this heaven control. Zeppa settles the shots on the comm, claims the kill. Rossi and Demon 1, we've talked about this a few times, and Rossi's on.
Were they going to try to like cancel B and use Omen ult to pick it up?
It's so messy. And now it's a 2v1. Viper's pit was used. The spike not being planted inside of that pit though. Spike not being planted at all. Now Demon 1 has a little bit of space, a little bit of time to work with.
Ooh, this is scary, man.
I don't know that he has space. He's going to have to manage the green goo. And that's difficult to do.
Just a wasted Viper's pit as well.
He's got to play this perfectly.
I mean, he's done it before.
They've slipped the net. Whoa.
The double walk. Not allowing Demon 1
just walk somewhere together.
Have the time of day.
The simplest solution.
Take the fight to them. Take the peaks that he wants. So although it was very chaotic, very hard to break down.
VYSE impact on Lotus.
Cloud9, they bring it back.
It was good impact, but it wasn't flashy. Like there were a lot of times where the thorns just, where you just popped thorns and stalled for rotates.
So awkward. It was so awkward.
Or the wall just cut like one person off and they got an easy kill. It wasn't anything like super cool, but it was good. It was good util.
Available, and Leviathan are on an eco, and oh man, you hate to see it.
Do you have a quick tech pause? As soon as we figure out what's going on, we will keep you good people informed. I am being told it's audio, which is really important.
Yeah, that was not a good Viper ult.
You would think.
You can't let that one go by the wayside.
It kind of like it almost restricted the space that net could hold instead of increasing it.
We'll do so as expeditiously as possible and get back into the game. You were talking about Zeppo. Where are you seeing?
At least you realized that and dropped it and they played together.
He's just following up, getting the trades that he needs for his team. He's just been that anchor for the side of Cloud9. And someone that I want to point out that although he's not doing that great in terms of score, you know, Mitch sitting at 4 and 8. Doug, last year, Cloud9 were 1-4 on Split. You want to know who one of those teams was that beat them? Oxygen, 13-1 with Mitch being the IGL against the old Cloud9 roster. I think this is why we saw Split come back in to play for Cloud9. The confidence that this guy can bring. He's like, don't worry, I know what you guys were doing wrong. I experienced it firsthand. I'm going to fix it for you.
His calling has been exceptional. So you got to give him his credit where it's due, but it feels like just in these last couple of rounds, Cloud9 have managed to pull away, or at least create a little bit of separation between the two.
I think we've seen some good things from the side of Leviathan as well.
Oh, I agree.
I just think when the chaos ensues on some of these site hits, the trades just aren't quite there on the defensive side.
It is a little concerning, might not be the right word. It is, maybe, you know, maybe it is a little bit concerning. We've played 9 rounds, and the 3 that LEV have, two of them are because of the pistol that was won.
Yeah.
I don't know, my question with these audio bugs is, like,
it hasn't been great.
Yes. And
these are high-tech in-ears, right?
kind of a testament to what Rossi
Like
was
the
talking
professional
about,
level
right? It's like
in-ears.
we need to polish our gameplay still. I feel like
And they've
they
worked
have
fine
really
for
good ideas
9
of
rounds,
where they wanna be. I
and they
think
just
there's a lot
suddenly
to
stop
look forward
working?
to from Leviathan. But they just have to iron out.
I just don't
some of those
understand
fundamentals,
why
some of
they
that
would suddenly
synergy.
stop working for
And
no
that's
reason.
tough to do, you know, week by week. By no means is this match over so far, but it clearly feels like Cloud9 are in the driver's seat to take this half away.
The way it works, Bart,
about
is
earlier, it is gonna be an
you
eco
use
round
the
for Leviathan,
in-ears,
so
the in-ear
Cloud9,
monitors for
you know, Bear, stuff not getting a little
for
bit crazy.
I lost my train of thought. You use the in-ears for the game sounds, and the headsets play white noise to like block out the crowd and the commentators and whatnot.
And we're getting back into the action again. A 6-3 lead. The way
Then
of
obviously
Cloud9,
you use
Eco
the headset for
LEV, as you
comms
mentioned.
also.
And look at that minor adjustment that we just saw on the minimap out from
Mid-trap.
Cloud9. Vic's fake TP. He's been aggro TPing in a garage at the beginning of every round. This time a fake TP and aggression mid and 2 free kills.
Absolutely free. That fault line can't get out in time. And now you can really go anywhere. Layer your utility if you're Cloud9.
Yep.
Okay,
Make sure you
C9
safely
struggling
get
mid
in the site.
insta,
If they
just
wanna
killed 2.
lead, look at the minimap.
What the hell was that jump?
That was an ambitious way to approach that kill. But
yeah.
traded back all good.
I've never seen that. Rossi does get one. How does he do that? It's not going to matter, though.
No, we're seeing a lot of eco frags, and we're seeing a lot of those, like,
Yeah,
I would
hoverboard.
argue
I
pointless
remember
kills.
seeing something that's like
And those are coming through for LEV,
the
but
signal from a lot of the stage electronics, like the LEDs and whatnot of the stage itself,
The silent
seem
approach
to
in
mess
mid.
with
If you make any steps,
electronics.
if you use utility like the gate crash to get into vent, that
Creates
fault
like
line comes
a
through.
mixed
Maybe you don't get
signal or
those
something.
kills, so another great call from
I
Mitch
guess
to
it
just
kinda
walk up
makes
mid,
sense.
catch those players off guards that are trying to pounce on the trap if there is any sound mid. And now for LEV, you're left to worry, even in the gun rounds. Are they going to do a mid walk again? Do we need eyes on this? Demon 1 will upgrade to a Vandal here. Trying to get some exits.
Yeah, just like signal interference.
it does feel like there are a lot
Makes
of
sense.
gaps in the defense for LEV. I think you're absolutely right.
Oh,
Oh, man.
fair enough.
That's a nice one for the highlight reel, but doesn't convert to a round win. Does get the Omen ult online, though, so now you have two characters that can do a quick rotate wherever Cloud9 decide to hit. Here's that replay of the peek into vent, yeah. It's just too many bodies to look at.
Wait, comms leak? Comms leak?
Too many. Here's that.
Ah, I see.
The chat there.
I didn't see what it said. What did it say?
I didn't catch all of it, so I'm gonna let it go. I was
You
hoping
can
you'd see
read
the
their
rest of
text
it.
chat.
Either way, Cloud9 up for 3 ults for
Does
the attack.
KDR rate matter? No.
And a different look.
In the context of winning the game, no, it does not matter, Noah.
A commitment.
It's heavy A.
What Demon was doing there was going for economical damage because he knows he can't win the round, but he's trying to make sure that they have to rebuy.
From the attack.
Finally, Leviathan getting the one up in the trades. That stealth bot being heard makes it so Cloud9 have to go back and push back that A line even further. Otherwise, it's going to be an obvious lean towards B, but Mitch gets taken out because of it.
Big from King. That's going to try to alleviate some of the pressure on the other side of the map. and he will succeed against Demon 1.
That's such a huge 1v1.
Yeah, but you still have the pit, and you've got to flush Tex out of here. You can't leave him here. Where are you headed? Committing to getting the spike down.
I mean, maybe a plant for spawn here.
Interesting.
You flip the map a little bit, go CT. He's
Planting
gonna hear these
B.
footsteps in vent, I believe, or no, he doesn't.
No, Nut heard those.
Yeah, you see the pings on the
Nut
minimap,
is
really
going
good
for
idea.
a play.
Man has gone exploring.
I mean, this is such a late flank.
But now Vic has to stall by himself for a Yoru ult.
Tex has to stay in the pit though, concerned about where the rest of the members might be.
He can't do that. He can't stall by himself. This doesn't work for Nut.
That's gonna arrive at the party, but
Nah, this was not.
But they're not sticking it, Doug. He has a chance here.
This is not the play for Nut.
You're holding 3. Maybe you stop the defuse, but Calm winning out that duel should secure things. He's gonna have his ult online for the next round as well.
Yeah, good trades. Calm getting that kill onto A ramp, putting numbers in favor of Leviathan, just making it easy.
Yeah, maybe if they didn't have Yoru ult, it might have been doable. But with the Yoru ult, they could just clear sight with 0 risk. And they could see, oh, here's the Omen, and we don't see the Viper.
Opting to go towards that A
You
side,
know the
getting
Viper's
completely
flanking
stuck
somewhere.
Back to back.
It's another heavy lean A. And they have 2 really explosive ults
Yeah,
in the site with.
they who ult,
Last
one
time
off
it was a
breach
double
ult.
approach on A ramp. I wonder if
T9
they
are
decided
just going to
run it down
run
site.
it down.
I think they have a good idea. Both teams were lighting up the minimap with pings on A.
Stun flash. Terrible flash, but it's
Double
okay.
TP, stealth drone to answer back.
Alright, so they've gained a little bit of space here. They've gotten up ramps. There's a lot on the other side
What
of this
is
here.
happening?
First ult invested, trying to
Oh,
flush
the
out
Omen
behind
blind
enemy
was so
lines.
good. Oh.
Getting 2, gone unchecked, undetected. Now Rossi's gonna trade back with a bit of his own. 2 rolling thunders dropped, and now silence across the map.
For a 3v3 now.
Look at Tex, he pushed all the way through.
Yeah, Tex
He
is
has the
behind
flank,
quick.
But if Cloud9 decide to pivot to B now, it's an open site.
Yeah, they're gonna flush out. The conversation then becomes what's left. Demon 1 has his ult, and he can quick get back to B.
But with the way that Leviathan have been approaching some of these retakes, they want to be grouped up. It looks like Demon 1 will start.
Demon 1 hasn't
slowly
the
shifting
idea
towards
this is
A. Get a
happening.
pick on the cross here.
He still has full utility, by the way.
Yeah,
Still has his
Texas
flash,
full
still has
cleared
smokes,
heaven.
He sees everything.
And same with Rossi as well.
I'm thinking that they could be in spawn though.
Stun back up.
Nope.
Gonna find a vacant site.
Tex is very fast here.
Smoked off.
They're not
All of
expecting
a sudden,
him to
the
be here.
prospect of that is gone.
Spike planted.
Rossi's so worried about a lurk from the minimap.
We don't clear hell?
It's a speed up.
You
Tex
guys.
dies, they don't have a paranoia to play around anymore, and Rossi's still halfway across the map.
Can my professional players clear their corners, please?
Tucking, finding a little bit of corner to play around. A crispy shot out from Demon 1. Still a 2v2 to play around, though. TP invested. Trying to divide the attention of the attack. That's Snappy, leaving things in a 1v1. Captains clashing on the site, the last round of the half. Footsteps aplenty, and Rossi
Unwinnable.
has no options to play around. Vic has played this beautifully. Cloud9 get to 8.
Vic has been a rising star for Cloud9. He's looked more and more comfortable being a part of this roster. He has so
The Vice
much
voice actor
talent.
liked your
We
tweet?
saw him
No way. That's so cool.
devastate the tier 2 seed, and to see him clutch like that is amazing.
This was Oxy playing spoiler. Again, managing to get behind them, getting 2 free kills. And yeah, Rossi did his best to respond, gets a couple of kills of his own, gets down to the 1v1, but just does not go Leviathan's way, and that feels like that's been the case for the entire
Did you like
half.
tweet the
8-4
art that
for
you got
Cloud9.
commissioned or
We're gonna
something?
take a quick break.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door.
A title? Wait,
Come
you're
on, let's
right.
go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is
First
here.
ever coaching. I'm going to
100%
forget
wings
a lot of
with monk fruit
stuff.
extract.
mute the music because I like monetization. Yeah, I'm interested to see Ascent. See if anyone's playing like any interesting VYSE Deho stuff. There are a lot of teams playing VYSE on Ascent. Not all of them, but there's a lot.
8-4 score at halftime. 2 of those rounds were because Lev won that pistol. So it really has been all Cloud9 here, Dre.
Yeah, I think it was just a full dismantling, a countering, and that's the benefit of not showing a map like this and then busting it out. You get to see Leviathan's entire defensive side. That's why Cloud9 chose to go on attack.
All right.
Test their metal on that side of the ball.
Yeah, it's really interesting because usually when Leviathan go for the 1-3-1 default like this, it's
So
Rossi
Lev doing
and
the
using a fault line
exact
that
same
hits all
default.
of male and vent.
Well, this time he's across the middle of the map.
Yeah.
Rolling with the pack. There's a lot on the other side of that smoke. They have
Pretty
to be
much the
careful.
exact same thing.
They try.
They go for a
Nick's there
punish
to
with
get a
stun.
first, but calm. A great response.
Okay.
Ultimately falling to the missiles.
Mid punish worked well for Z9.
As the round slows down, the spike is scooped up, and Rossi immediately falls, putting it right back down. Demon 1 had an incredible pistol to open the map, but he's going to have to do it again with the classic.
Yeah, he does have paranoia online as well. If he could find the 1v1 against Mitch, maybe you can argue he has a chance into this, but with the way that Cloud9 have been playing doubled up,
yeah, there's no...
You're dead ass making Demon 1 by a classic in pistol round.
he made a step right there.
This is what happens when people don't want smokes.
It doesn't seem like they know. They have no idea.
Wow, they actually thought that he was going to go from bottom mid, I think with those tail missiles being used.
Well, the fact that the smoke went ropes would suggest he was coming
I
up
mean,
mid.
none of them are
He's
looking
found
at
a
him.
window.
He's done it.
He's found a window.
Oh.
He doesn't realize the trap is in the smoke.
Yeah.
Oxy gets his third, Cloud9 get the pistol.
I mean, Demon 1's thought process there is that one of them, at least one of them, is going to be just playing in the middle of nowhere, just waiting for time at that point.
Main into Tex and just taking him out right away.
So he has to start running.
He was coming. It allows him to pivot, not have to worry about his back anymore, and that's why Rossi just gets taken out for free.
Calm played that so well, getting those 2 kills mid, but the utility was the difference maker there.
Yeah, it really came down to that 50-50 of Tex. If Tex can get that kill against Oxy, maybe you have an opening to go back towards A site, but no. Leviathan trying to get quick main information. Instead, King gets taken out quickly. Orb was gathered though, so at least Leviathan building closer to that Tejo ultimate. And Net is in mid with a judge.
And an Orb keeping them apart.
4 players of Lev at the other end of this mid. Stealth drone. Only sees one there. And the never-ending cycle of smokes on mid.
There's just a trap play on every area.
I thought we were going to see something that wasn't family-friendly there.
Yeah. The thing is look at what you're
Had a
rotating
judge
into.
in the corner.
It doesn't get much better, does it?
Paranoia, fault line.
Coming up on A, you have a breach contact on Omen blind.
All off a contact of a jiggle. Here we go.
Or you can just hold because of gun diff.
What an opener.
If you can't just hold because of gun diff, because you're going to get flattened by a sheriff.
Stuns and missiles delivered. Payload not connecting.
This is all of a sudden a little worrying.
That spit's going to cause some problems. Flush him out of the corner. Force him into the
Yeah,
fight.
it's no longer worrying.
Fights that Cloud9 will gladly take. Yeah, I think there was a lot of conversation. We talked about it at the beginning of the show.
Reasonably good image.
Who really
Could be
are
worse.
this Lev team, right? Because you look at their losses, and again, 2 losses, I believe, against MIBR. Yeah, 2 losses
Minus
against
300?
MIBR, and then a loss to G2, who just came in 2nd place at Bangkok. So you look at that and you go, okay, they've lost, yes, but it's against really good teams. So we don't really know how good they are. I know it's only split, and I know it's Cloud9's map pick, but it seems like they're well ahead of the curve here.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 are that underdog team, the dark horse, some would say, in this tournament. They've looked really good. I don't think this team gets enough praise because of all, you know, the drama behind roster moves and whatnot in the offseason.
Outlaw, let's go!
But they've clearly figured something out, and this team
Outlaw, let's
just works
go.
together so well. Oxy is finally having that breakout moment that we know him for last year. He really hasn't had to pop off. This time he's sitting at 16 and 10.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Wise with her money.
I speak from
Big
King.
swing out from King, though.
He trades.
Again, that tit for tat, that 1 for 1, not really adding up for Cloud9 here.
I have the spike.
Is the bonus, though, and Leviathan decide to cut noise right now after getting
Lev can just
the better of
regroup
that
and
exchange. Tech's still sitting
wait
so
for the
far
smokes to
back
go
at
low.
A. I feel like if he was a little bit more confident, maybe he would creep up a little bit more, but he's just going to wait for his team.
Oh, I think that makes a ton of sense. Given all the noise and pressure that was B, oftentimes that's a timing that a lurk will take, right? So Tex is just waiting, and
Is he not going
him,
for...
that gift will never come.
Oh, this is some interesting timing.
Mitch did manage to upgrade a weapon, so now he has a Bulldog to play around.
Oh, they think it's still B, though. That's unlucky.
So there should be a free spike planted for Leviathan.
It's a risk you have to take
They're
when you're
so
3v4
far
with
away, Doug. By the time
worse
they get
guns.
here, the spike is already going to be halfway to blowing up. I say that as Leviathan are still just going towards A ramp. They're a little bit scared to walk into the A site.
That's all 3 weapons upgraded. That was a Ghost, and I believe 2 Buckies that have been exchanged for a Bulldog, 2 Bulldogs and a Phantom. And all this time that you were just talking about, Dre, is running out because the space that they had previously created amongst each other is now gone.
Yeah.
The spike is going to go down, and they're here.
Lev, we're very worried about the stack. See, there's no one there.
And A heaven.
This could be a mess.
Yeah, the flank could come in and actually...
King's close by, but Rossi's looking the wrong way. It's a lot on his shoulders. The paranoia in his face tries to spam and connect.
King?
3 found for King. Disaster
Nice spray control.
Leviathan get their 5th.
He wasn't shooting against MIBR, but he showed up today. 13 kills apiece for the IGL, Demon 1, and King. Tech's the one struggling this time around, but it doesn't matter because they convert this round win.
He got that kill fully flashed.
Yeah.
The first one was easy, but yeah.
Full commit on the spray. He would have gotten traded anyway from Rossi in A heaven. But you're starting to see the Leviathan players get a little bit more comfortable the second time around on this composition, on these roles.
That was their bonus. They were supposed to win that one. If there is going to be reason for hope, if there's going to be a glimmer, it has to start here for Lev.
So much utility used on the site. Vic avoiding all of it.
You've got Mitch close by, though.
Triple stack on the site.
What?
Hey.
And now Vic fills on the space that he was previously flushed out
Loved a little bit of gambling there.
He got away with a quick one there. I mean, if King could have settled the spray right there, surely net dies. He was full flashed. Bit of a caster's curse, huh? Gets a 3K into a whiff like that. And Oxy.
Yeah, here's the wild card for C9 is Oxy, man.
Is he gonna get traded out quickly?
Like Oxy is willing to just ego so hard. Oh my god. Because he's playing Euro, he can usually get out.
Still 3 members.
And even if he doesn't, he's going to get his one. Because it's Oxy.
But they have the advantage. Oxy, if he gets any.
Like Oxy doing stupid pushes is the worst case scenario going 1 for 1.
4v2 reinforcements starting to arrive. The spike still not planted. Time running out. They all
Best case scenario, he just gets free space and a free kill, and then you get rotates.
All those kills accumulated from the pistol, from the bonus from Vic, pays out to that Omen ultimate, and he's able to quick rotate onto the A site. So although there was 3 members stacked here in the beginning of the round for Cloud9, the forward aggression from Oxy TPing back into spawn allows for Vic to get there, and Zeppa just cleans up house. It's just good team play and fundamentals from the side of Cloud9. Leviathan now, their last time out. Keep in mind, Cloud9 still have 2 in the chamber. They haven't used a single one. They've had no need to. They've been in control. They've
I
been
don't
in
know.
the
How do you
driver's seat
counter
of
the
this match.
ego? You kind of have to do a little bit of egoing on your own.
Emmy's been hands off the wheel, and it's just been cruise control through all the split.
Like they need to aggressively take some space and then insert a lurk.
And 2 of them are courtesy of the pistol.
And they struggled so much last time on their attacking side as well.
Wouldn't be a bad idea to do that on ramp.
I think that Cloud9, what lead that they were able to gather just makes it so oppressive for LEV. It just feels like, yeah, you've won 3 out of the last 4. Or you've lost 3 out of the last 4.
Oh look,
like
they're about to go ramp.
Right now.
Yeah.
You're scared to make a move. You're scared to make a round-winning play. You don't want to make any mistakes because you have to play near perfect to
They're
make
not
this
going
comeback.
ramp. They're faking ramp presence. Interesting.
Yeah, I think you can look at the other side of that coin as well and go, well, we're down by a ton. Roll the die a little bit and maybe take an aggro peek and try to do something to be a spark. Vic
Faking
denying
ramp
all of
presence.
that B garage space already. Back to his antics from the first half.
Stealth drone did get a bunch of info towards A round.
So this is the biggest brain thing by LEV because what I said is the play probably was the play, but then C9 will know that's the play, so they'll try to counter it. And so LEV is faking it and doing something else.
Either way, they're trying to fly their way into B heaven.
There's 3 layers of outbraining happening.
Mitch will manage to get out and immediately fell back in behind it. He's ahead of his timing. The smoke is going to keep him back, but he's in a position to make a play. Pops out, gets his one, falls.
Oh my
but
god.
Ned is way
Oh
more
my
successful.
god.
It's a slaughter again.
But this team comp just has so much stall utility.
And Vic was playing so far back from the start of the round. Leviathan
But even though LEV did get the outplay, they just got stalled out for so long.
Disruption of Cloud9. The pace in which they just decide to take the fight to you.
Yep. I loved it. And I mean, you saw it on the minimap. As soon as that tick of the Armageddon passed, Mitch filled right back in behind it. I mean, he was chasing the thing down just to get into an aggressive position so he can get a timing on that fight. That was gorgeous by Cloud9.
And it's plays that you look at it
Good
and
idea
like,
by
that
LEV.
shouldn't work. He just
They played
ran
the
through
round
smoke
correctly. They
against
just
4
got
players. But this
stopped
has
right
been a
here.
huge success for Cloud9. You look at that NRG matchup, they didn't let NRG breathe.
I don't know, man. I'm sure there was some kind of util they had for stairs to keep that from happening, though.
The spike is going through. They're just going to go right after those Teo missiles are there and completely disrupt you.
A little bit of frustration
Welcome
there
back, Muppet.
from Ito, for good reason.
Yeah, and this is something
C9
that
are
Leviathan need to be
currently
aware of, though,
flattening
in the future maps too, if they want to make a comeback. Cloud9
through the
love to flood the
incredibly
sources.
complicated process
You
of
need to be dialed
egoing.
in those moments, and now King using that Yoru ultimate, getting all of B heaven control.
Yeah, Yoru hits.
B main as well, so all attention drawn
We're getting
this
the
way.
breach ults into the Yoru ults, into the Omen blind. Surely King gets a kill. There we go.
Yeah, the spam through the smoke connects onto Mitch. And finally, a little bit of breathing room for Lev.
5v4 retake. 5v3
Getting
retake.
second to the round as well, sitting down the operator of Oxy. And
Who
I would
won? Nah,
imagine this is
2G
gonna be a
actually
hard
took
save.
it in 2.
At least one person getting that operator, bringing it into the next
It
round.
was
But wait a second.
rather
I don't know
tragic.
that you saved. You all have over 4,000 credits. Go take the fight.
It's all falling apart right now.
Let Vic be the
This
dagger.
is just confidence at this
Zeppa
point.
and Net still stand. And they're starting to creep
Oh
forward.
my.
King will fall. Assassination Sal Tex on the trade. A 1v2 from Zeppa
Oh
to close out the
my
map.
god, it's
He's done it so
doable.
many times this year alone.
Time is short though. He's gonna have to deal with the smoke Tex waiting on the other side, and as the spike ticks away, options run out. Is he gonna
Zeppa
have enough time for
lost
the
the
defuse?
1v1,
No.
but still insane. He even got that
But
close.
Lev stay alive.
Yes, but the implications of the damage that Zeppa and the rest of Cloud9 just did. They're putting themselves in such a good spot to close this map out. The buy is going to be scrappy, and you have no choice. You have to full commit. Here's some of the highlights of King getting those kills. But you're right, the economy was so good for Cloud9.
Yeah, that's a
Why not
3v5
use as
that
much
they only
damage as
lost on
possible?
time.
And this opens up what you're about to see on your screen right
Big
now.
eco damage
Oxy
at the
with an
very
outlaw in
least.
his hands. Look at the armor right now, Doug, from the side of Leviathan.
It's not great.
Yeah, with Baby VYSE and Oxy's basically opping.
That being said, the main pack of Leviathan are towards this B in mid area, and Tex, he's been playing so far back.
He's been playing really far back, and I know I've mentioned it a few
Oh
times.
god, even the guy with full shield sold for half shield.
To play mind games through controlling B main.
Yeah, it basically forces you to use extra utility, and now you don't have that for the hit.
Yeah, the fake TPs that he was doing on the first half, now doing it on the second half to suggest that he's taking it. Meanwhile, King is taking the
That's
fight.
a lot of
Zeppa's
util. What's
doorstep.
happening?
It's a lot of pressure for Net. Somehow staying alive.
Too much utility used right there. Zeppa. Stuns are real this time around. And it's a freeze to the round, but proactivity from the side of Cloud9, wanting to even numbers. Rossi, be careful, buddy.
Crispy shots on the first. Nicely done, but traded back. Still
Full
the
mid
advantage,
control.
though,
Lev just
for
need to
Lev.
pick a side and go.
They're going to rotate back towards B, and there's no info that they have there. I mean, you can maybe assume that Mitch is given the space back, but he just got to kill on
It's a good call from Lev.
You just have to play the numbers game at this point. That's what Leviathan are going for.
Mitch on the off angle. How many?
Have to come up huge for Cloud9. But
0.
Demon 1 absolutely drops him. Free B site.
Salvo's back site, the TP through, and you're right, it's free. They should be able to get the spike down, and Oxy and Net gonna have a lot to do.
I think now is when you consider maybe not going for it. Vic has literally $0 in the bank. He's used
Yo,
all
unlucky.
his money.
They all had light shield, but Oxy didn't get to play the game.
But you imagine Net's gonna want to keep his gun.
Yeah, Oxy picks up Zeppa's gun from the punishment that was happening in vet from Lev. That was a nice default into mid. The fault line hitting Zeppa. He wasn't really able to settle that. So a little bit of life from the side of Leviathan. I like how they played the numbers game. I like how they waited for some re-aggression from the side of Cloud9. And then, you know, having pack mentality, making sure that they don't get sprayed down or anything like that.
You don't have to eco, almost.
The little bit of life that we're seeing out from Lev, it's fake.
I think the lost bonus will make them barely able to buy. Maybe Vic gets the stinger again.
Off of his ult. Net is a pip off of his ult.
Yeah.
And I want to say that Deho is pretty close by as well. So even if they manage to get a couple of these rounds together, once you get to the point where all of those ults are hitting at once, that's really hard to navigate around.
And I think you're
Happy
absolutely
sad
right.
Astrax.
Cloud9 are definitely
Thanks for being here.
saving
Appreciate
up
you.
all these ultimates to just use at the right opportunity. Just close
Typo.
this map out.
Assists.
That's a cheeky little stat from Vic. He's leading in assists per round for VCT Americas. But he's also been having a banger of a map so far. He's 18-3. He's doing it all today. Finally, Tex has been tested towards that A main side of the map. The reaction from Leviathan is a little bit more of the B main pressure.
Which is really what Tex is there to do, right? If you feel a lot of the
Interesting 8 fight. Look at the smoke. That's deeper than the smoke most people do.
But they
did the breach done with it.
much. And so Cloud9 are still in a spot where
It's
they can take a
interesting.
step back. They still have utility.
Most
to play
people
around
normally
this
do a
net
smoke
in a really
here.
big spot. That's a flash on the other side. He still gets a kill. Dinks onto the second.
I love the Viper with the
Damage
judge
dealt.
in mid.
1-for-1s though usually tend to favor the attacking side.
My favorite thing.
And that TP from Oxy, it's not even close to the A site where all 4 members, or all 3 members of Leviathan are at right now. Demon 1, he has that Omen ultimate online.
Oh.
Could TP back site, regroup with his team if he wants to.
A little bit of damage dealt, and Demon
Bro,
1
this
showing
triple
his
contact
presence,
ramp
but it's
is
not
gonna
enough
go
for Cloud9 to
crazy,
take
no?
the bait and rotate B.
There's that Omen ult I was talking about to regroup with the squad, but Leviathan.
Vic's gonna jiggle.
Time is
Oh,
running low, Doug.
Mitch is
You need to
dead.
Be careful.
There are only 2 members who just got flushed out. Vic will join him, and now this side is theirs.
Wow.
Good flush from
What a
Lev.
Great
Well played.
call from whoever it was on the side of Lev, whether it was Rossi or Calm, to flush out that little corner, get a free kill of utility. It's something that Leviathan do really well, is chaining their abilities together and punishing players caught out like that. So to see that this deep into this map, it's buying them a chance.
Yeah, again, this feels all
Still
good.
a lot of ults. Still a lot of ults.
Yeah, this feels all good and fine and dandy for Lev, and there's a little bit of hope, and so maybe
Okay,
there's a chance.
C9 have
like,
got their 5
You take
ults.
a look at the right side of your screen.
Yeah.
So I need
That
to
is ominous.
eco this next round,
The scariest
and
part
then
about it
the
is
round
whenever
after,
Cloud9 decided to take this time
they
out,
just
maybe it's after this round.
all use their ults and
AB
win the
just
round.
Says, hey,
Win the
time.
game.
Leviathan have been doing a 1-3-1 mid almost every single round that they've won. Let's initiate the trap. It might just be enough to take Cloud9 over. the edge and close out this map win.
There's that little combo of utility that you mentioned to flush out the kill.
It's something that Leviathan do really well.
What?
He just knew they were there. Here's that timeout though that I was talking about.
Yeah,
So
here's the
maybe
timeout.
now,
They're
opportunity
gonna
for
call
Enemy
some
to
kind of
settle,
eco
come up
funny
with a
haha
game plan
strat,
for some of these
and they're
ultimates
gonna just
to be
spam their
used
ults and win.
following rounds.
Bro, you imagine this is where the ticking time bomb goes off. Right? This is where they draw
The only
up
way
that
C9
breach
fumble
ult, they have a
this
little mid.
is if they make the eco round kinda winnable to the point that they commit ults and then still lose.
On our monitors.
I mean, I think the one.
If they use their ults on the eco and lose,
Cloud9 might not
then
have
it's
enough money
a
to fully buy,
bit
if I'm not
weird.
mistaken, and so maybe it's delayed a round longer or two potentially, but I think until they get past all of those ults, I have a hard time believing they're ever going to be able to pull this off.
But if you Deho Molly, if you Deho Missile on top of yourself, it'll kill you.
You are Lev though.
Yeah, agreed.
Try to contact, try to
So if they
bait out
wanted
some
to
of
all
these
just,
ultimates as well. That is your win condition if you're Leviathan.
if they all just wanted to end their run quickly, they could do
Bait out
that.
these ults and not get punished at the
I
same
saw what
time.
was the NA Challengers team did that on Pearl.
Is gearing up towards. There's 3 members of fighting
Hello,
squad
Bill. How you
for
doing?
Cloud9 here at A, and all 5 members of Leviathan are about to face it.
Nah, bro, you don't even need the Viper Molly.
Mentioned it at,
You just need double
during the
missiles.
timeout. The money's funny. You wonder here, if you're Cloud9, how much are you willing to invest? If you're given an inch, do you take the whole damn round?
I haven't seen that Viper from that side before.
Sometimes when you get that pick, it's what we saw Leviathan do when they got a kill right away. Wasting that Teo ultimate was calm, right?
Yep.
Gotta be careful here.
A lot of noise made, eh?
So much utility.
Missiles, face.
Ramp pressure into an instant A hit.
Paranoias, and that might be the cue. Mitch getting the
We
opener on
forgot
the
to
king.
clear our corners.
Big trade back from Calm, though. How much more can they get here? Tex is gonna fall.
Yep, yep.
Forget about the ults. They're
Okay,
just
well,
gonna drag their way through this. Zeppa holding the line from heaven.
they were doing exactly what I was saying. They were going for some funny eco stack,
Keep this map alive.
and they're going to spam all their ults and then win the next round.
Him as well. They know he's in heaven right now.
But then they decided to win this round instead.
All members of Cloud9 grouping up here. Net from that vent with a stinger. Upgrades from the side of Vic and Mitch, like you said. And they have the breach ultimate. You definitely invested here. You have this one in the bag.
He doesn't have spike. He doesn't have a ton of time.
But it is Rossi, the old IGL of Cloud9, up against 3. If he wins this,
that's a big if.
But how crazy would it be?
Here they come.
The spike down. He might get the plan off. He
You
will.
got bomb. You can counter stun something, maybe.
Stun to buy a little bit of time.
Oh my god.
He almost did it, Doug.
Not even close.
He almost had that, man.
Cloud9 take map 1, 13-8.
NT.
Again, for as much as Lev put together a lot of exciting stuff towards
All
the
right.
end of that map, Dre.
And
it really
C9's
felt like
macro is
Cloud9's
just better.
From the beginning.
They got so
Yeah,
much
that
space on the
attacking
attack
you
side.
can clearly see there's a lot of thought into it. Counter-stratting, that's the benefit of being able to watch a team play a map.
On the
and you can
defense, they
feel
just kind of did a lot of ego plays and got away with
We
them.
didn't know what to expect from the side of Cloud9. Like I said, last year they were 1-4 on the map of Split. But Mitch joining this team, giving them a new look on this map, giving them new life on Split, furthering the map pool. Cloud9 are shaping up to be such a dark horse in this tournament.
Yeah, they've got a lot of things clicking for them. Again, it was their map pick, and I think if there were any questions that are yet to be answered, they are going to be
That
answered
play
on
was
Ascent.
awesome. I love the Omen blind with the TP.
Cloud9 will have the advantage. That's exactly how Split played out. We'll see if map 2 holds a bit of the same. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Run ads? Yeah, I have to let the official VCT ads run first. It's part of like the co-streamer agreement. We don't want to miss Riot promoting their skins, do we? I love Cyrax. I love Cyrax. That looks so cool. Everyone go buy it.
King que responde junto con Ross. Castigo de King. El 3K para el Rey. Panchito que la logra el 4K.
That's great out of net. The entry falls and another out of net. C9 hold the line flawlessly.
I am here with Emmy before map 2, a solid game 1 in control most of the time. Is there anything even you want the team to clean up as you head into map 2?
No, just keep playing confidently. That's it.
Easy, short and sweet. Emmy, thanks. Good luck in the game.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Wyatt and Sean. As you can see, we have a special guest here on our desk as well. Lee from G2 is joining us for a quick chat about the match we just got to see. Also, a rare occurrence of an Emmy post-map 1 interview.
Yeah, I don't think he even knew what to say. It's like, what do I do out here? I can't
The answer
be mad.
sounded exactly the same as Aluza's interview with him would have said. Sounded like.
He doesn't really give us much anymore.
It's like, we need to get our confidence back. Okay, we'll just
Start
add it
winning
today. That's cool.
pistols. the whole spiel.
He's happy underneath, though.
I'm sure.
Yeah, he has to be
I'm
so
sure.
happy that they started that way.
You know what? I am very happy right now because we're gonna leave here and I'm gonna pick your brain talking about the homies on the server. How does it feel for you to see friends pop off on the server? Like Zeppa had a lifetime performance in kickoff already. He did it again yesterday. What did I say last week? I don't know. What is time?
Yeah, last week.
It was last week. It feels like yesterday.
I mean, I think this meta suits Zeppa especially. Like, I think Teo is just an insane agent for him. In all, like, their roles right now are very good, and like Mitch obviously fits in pretty well too with the roles and stuff like that. So, like, I think they're playing great. Their comps are really good. They're up to date, so they're looking good.
Let's talk about this map specifically that we got to see them being pretty much in the driver's seat for all of it. Leviathan, obviously a bit unlucky with so many changes and then also having role swaps. Do you feel like they looked more competent this time around?
To be honest, not really. I feel like they have still a lot to work on, and like obviously, like you said, like changing so much around is hard, but there just comes like certain like individual moments that I feel like they need to just get better at, and they just aren't. And I don't know if that's roles, team, like comfort, anything. Like it could be anything, but they just probably just need more time.
Yeah, we were talking about the roles a lot before we were getting into this game, and the fact that they have so many players that can play a number of roles kind of makes it, I think to some extent, hard to pick necessarily because they have so many options. Do you like this King duelist era that he's in right now?
Yeah, because I feel like the only person on their team that can play like the Yoru is him. Like obviously if they choose to play like a Jet or a Waylay, I feel like Demon 1 would be more suited for that. But if you're gonna play like Raze or Yoru, he's definitely the person to do it. I mean, he's played that, you know, years ago. In terms of like the other stuff, like I'm not like too, I don't like Demon 1 on some of these agents. Like, I feel like Astra is more suited for how he plays and stuff like that, where it's very, like, plug and play. Like, you can just kind of guide him around, and there's not, he just focuses on his crosshair. Like, that's kind of what he's good at. And, yeah, like, I just feel like, in all, they're, like, just missing something.
It's hard. His team always just thinks util first, but watching LEV, it's just not ingrained in some of them yet, right? Like,
yeah.
Once Demon 1 gets comfortable in that realm, you know, maybe it'll look better. And same thing goes for King, but the roles are too all over the place right now.
Yeah.
Let's actually check in with the opposition. Itopata had a quick chat with Riv ahead of this next map.
I am here with Itopata before their next matchup. Looking at the team, all S-tier players, everybody's amazing at their role. What is missing, though, to unlock that potential we know from the squad?
Right now, in this game and last official as well, the way that we play is very different from what we showed in scrims.
I miss
feel
anything
like
interesting?
Right now we're just,
Probably not.
a little bit scared of losing, and we're more like playing to not lose instead of winning. So, you know, that this is what we were talking. We want to be way more aggressive. We want to be way more fluid on the map. We just want to be kind of flowing, you know. And this is gonna come when we kind of like drop this fear, get over it.
Itopata, thanks for the insight. Good luck in map 2.
When you hear coaches say stuff like that, is it more about, because I'm thinking like, okay, they're not aggressing in like the micro plays. Like C9 takes A heaven on split. What's our
there's
play to
LEV
take
on
it
the
back
desk though.
in the
That is
next 10
interesting.
seconds? And it just doesn't come. They just are like, reacting way too late.
Yeah, I mean, hesitation is probably like the biggest difference from like scrims to matches. Like, I'd say even we suffer from that sometimes, you know, depending on the situation. But I mean, that just felt like a very basic answer to me.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to say too much,
True.
But you don't want to say like too little. But I mean, obviously, like, if he's probably not happy because he watches, you know, the practice every day.
Yeah.
And that's probably not at all how they play on split.
When it happens to you guys, does it happen from a place of like, we don't know what to do because we're playing this crazy double duels comp, this new agent came in, we don't know how to counter it, or is it because, oh my god, this guy just hit like a 4K and we don't know how to isolate?
I would just say like it doesn't really come from not knowing what to do. It's more so just like mental block, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think like there's too many scenarios, at least for us, that like we're like too surprised by.
Sure.
It's more so just like pressure of the game, or just like pressure of the match and stuff like that. So not too much so like, oh my god, this guy just aced. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what to do.
Hey, that's nice to know.
So getting that insight here on the desk. Lev, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. We're heading into Ascent. Let's see if LEV can bring this one back and perhaps take us to a map 3. We'll find out after this.
Ascent is on the cards, and we've seen as the meta has developed that the compositions of old are no longer the case. I can't imagine that will be any different here. I'm Doug. With me on the call is Dre. We saw a lot from Leviathan. We were able to hear Leaf talk a little bit about it as well. He mentioned that he didn't necessarily love how some of these players looked on certain agents. Are you expecting a change here?
I don't think we're expecting too much of a change. I think Leviathan want to keep things a little bit the same to make sure that they have the same look. But that being said, I have to keep in mind that
VYSE lock.
Rossi was he was an APAC player.
No way.
Maybe he's gonna bring over some of those compositions on a map like Ascent that aren't so common in North America.
We're already seeing a lot of not common.
What is this?
On the side of Cloud9, and we got the double Senti cop from them, and it looks like we're getting the double Senti from Leviathan as well.
Yeah, by the way, this year,
Damn, VYSE for Cypher, both team playing double Senti.
Yeah, it's on Lotus normally, but now bringing that over to
Interesting.
I mean, that paired with the VYSE is very interesting. On the side of Leviathan, it's a double Senti composition as well, but this time a Cypher double.
I am intrigued.
And wow, what a wild time to see this on Ascent. Two very off meta comps.
I mean, the meta
deadlocks.
The meta for Ascent is now there is no meta.
Yeah, there is no meta now.
It is constantly changing. The days of
Real Lego. That comp was meta like 4 or 5 months ago. Yippee. During NA Ascension. Or America's Ascension, sorry. Alright, judging the VYSE setups. We have a tree wall. Tree wall and pistol. Thorns in the corner, that's good. Window flash. Cool. I was judging the setup, I missed what happened.
Mitch, he does get seen by Calm here.
Doubling down, he's gonna try to flush out. Someone's waiting on the other side again. Oxy on the peak. Falls.
The Sova is fighting mid with the sheriff. I see.
I mean, they are persistent in this, aren't they?
Yeah, Mitch avoids the threat of that Cypher cage, but he makes the call out for his.
Hey, who was it? Someone
Someone
was saying this before. It was Astrax, wasn't it? Using the flash for info and then having it on a 20-second cooldown and stuff.
Very comfortable here, and while that
There are a couple of people talking about that in my Discord.
I mean, they know.
You've got to be concerned of what's happening behind you. There's no way you let your guard down.
The double walkout goes crazy.
A couple to the back of the head. Puts one between Tex's eyes. They know where
Nice.
and he's glad to take that fight. The little things from LEV seem to strike again.
Oh, it was you and Astrax, wasn't it, Bart?
Talking so much about not being afraid. Cloud9 are the ones who aren't afraid at all.
Oh, so you might be a little bit behind if you want to refresh.
Swung before that drone to get any value.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what happened in mid. Okay.
Yeah, Rossi just gets caught with no util. And the discipline, the trigger discipline from Vic, I cannot state it enough. He's shaping out to be such a superstar for Cloud9.
Oh no, you were talking about just having it, just using it so you have it off cooldown in case you want to pick it up again.
Experience is all that he needed.
That's
Great shot
that's
Moxie
the spike.
For the second swing.
Look at the disrespect. I mean, he lets the silver dart scan him in full, and he doesn't move.
And he gets a kill onto Calm and gets out. Yeah, that's criminal.
He's just bullying Leviathan right now.
Yeah, it looks like we're just getting info wall one of the sides of mid every round instead of anything cool.
On map 1. And for them, it seems like it's either you swing or be swung.
Yeah,
They're using the window flash for info though, which is pretty cool. Haven't seen a pro team do that yet.
Exactly. They do not let you play your game. You're kind of forced to have to take these fights, take these gun duels. And if you're not stepping up to the challenge, it's going to get messy for you.
And even if you don't
Just like it is impossible to take a site against the deadlock now these days.
Hit a late hit through mid to B. Guess what? There's going to be someone looking over their shoulder the entire time.
Yes. You're forced to use extra utility because right now you even heard Itupata talk about it.
You should be backing up, my friend.
They're scared. Leviathan are scared.
Doesn't matter.
I don't know that they were scared enough on that pistol. But a clean round out from Cloud9 in the anti-eco. Didn't drop anything. Maybe a couple of members are going to have to buy up some armor, but they don't have to invest much.
Yeah. Something I want to talk about, Doug, is the utility on this defensive side so far and how spread it's been.
And even if he dies with it, it only has 1 bullet left.
On both sides of the map.
He did not have a teammate close enough to trade him though.
From a double senti comp.
But it's so sick because they can both anchor B and still have some utility at A for their teammates of whoever's playing there. This time around,
Oh my god, look at this. Look at this.
At A.
That is so bad.
And when you're running a double senti comp yourself on the attacking side, it's super difficult to do that.
A fully fortified site. Zeppa, I mean, he doesn't have to do much with all that utility that's there.
One pop of the Thorns, and it thwarts the entire attack and default of Leviathan.
And look at the aggression from Cloud9 on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Popcorn's site is cancelled.
Up in B main. Now more of a heavy lean.
They go back to a tree, we have another sensor and more Thorns.
But Tex, he's got so much to deal with. He doesn't know what's behind B main right now.
Cape giving away some of the aggression. Oxy swings back around to
That was that's so good from C9.
Seems like LEV are going to try to do. You still have all this utility to deal with.
You can jump around those Thorns into the sensor? That sounds like a great idea, Bart.
They play at a different speed. They play at a different
He
pace.
killed the person that wasn't
So
scanned.
far, it seems like it's too much for LEV to deal with. I mean, they've they still haven't made it out. Now finally,
And then they
someone gets
wall
involved
aim
in
in.
the play.
It's unreal.
And the wrap,
oh boy,
cleans it up. Demon One had no option
Deadlock
there.
VYSE.
Net throws the wall out in a main to block him off completely. And Leviathan run into a blender in CAC.
That is so funny.
It just feels so oppressive if you're Leviathan right now in the server. And also the awareness of Oxy to know, like, okay, no one's behind Tex here. I feel like it's a hard tell right now that Cloud9 have, that they understand that Leviathan are going to favor doing like a 4-1 approach if Tex is the solo site.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, for him to just knife out...
The Deadlock and VYSE Util don't combo well together. Like putting a Thorns and a Sensor together doesn't do anything, but like layering them. So like you have the Sensor and the Choke and then the Thorns deeper. Like they had that on Tree too with the Sensor here and the Thorns deeper. Like you just cannot take the space against that.
Kind of gathered.
You just can't.
On a line, but
I mean, listen, when you're on the eco round, you gotta make.
What's up, Dan? We're chilling.
Getting both orbs, I think, is a good start, right?
I think this is the first time I've seen VYSE lock in NA and also on Ascent in general.
To their advantage. This is the benefit of running the double.
No, EDG ran it in China, I think. This is the first time I've seen it in NA though.
VYSE wall in mid that does get triggered, so good methodical bait of utility from the side of Leviathan.
So for Deho, yeah, that's what EDG did, and they played it terribly. Not gonna lie.
Dark cleared.
The Nats and then the Omen blinds. Oh my god.
Just looks so easy.
Are C9 going to lose a round on defense? This is absurd.
For LEV is I don't know how they solve dealing with all this utility.
Great flash too.
You have to try to bait out more of it. They did a good job of baiting the VYSE wall out in mid. I think that is a good start. But you kind of have to use the Yoru to be the forefront of baiting out that utility on Cat or a main. I mean, you definitely got to break the utility in Garden. There's no doubt in my mind about that. The only character that can do it safely is Yoru because of the fact that he has a TP, right? If you can bait out that...
I think then that the Sova will be better on attack. That's probably also why LEV are playing Sova instead of Deho.
But
those are hard numbers to look at, man.
Yeah, super early time.
They have one kill between all of them in 4 rounds.
The first round, even the pistol of Cloud9.
Brother.
And then how quickly they change the pace and just play off the utility.
Yeah.
They're showing a lot of depth in their gameplay right now.
Yeah, they are.
It's very, very impressive if you're a Cloud9 fan.
Yep, this is the best Cloud9 we've seen.
Look at this. Common's the only one with a kill, and it's round 5.
A little bit of hope is this, and tell me if I'm wrong here. Tell me if you disagree.
Okay.
This comp should succeed on the defensive side of the map, and so, I mean, let's pretend.
VYSE wall blocking exactly, Dan. Like the stuff you can do. Have you seen the Chinese Twitter account that posted about throwing the deadlock wall over here and then Teo ulting this way?
9-3 curse.
Like that's also a crazy trap you can do.
I think you're gunning for that, and this is something that's very interesting. Is that King invests in an attack side operator. He is towards B main with it. I don't know if he's gonna take a pop shot towards Cat first. I feel like B main is where you'll find success with that op. But
it's like you can go aggro with this comp too. Flash through. Because you have the Omen blinds and the net on cooldown now.
Sliver to play around, but
wait, the UI is bugged. Net definitely used net, but I think the UI is bugged. It's on cooldown.
Walk out A for good reason. Look at the blender setup there, and also the TP from Oxy. He just fought somebody in B main.
Yeah, they do this aggro. All right, guys, we gotta go back A because they aggroed B.
Not hitting that shot. He does
into this? No, thank you.
Yes, one of 13.
It's crazy.
This is such a difficult approach.
And now you have an info wall B, you have an info wall mid, you have a triple stack with an ungodly amount of Senti Util on A.
I mean, no one's shifting behind this, no one's breaking that deadlock stun.
Like, you cannot beat this, right?
And so now there's a little bit of reason to think
Deadass, you might have to play like Deho Sova
tree.
and just go around the map breaking and baiting util for the first minute.
Chance that they've had so far in this first map.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
King still has the attack off in his hands though.
And he's got
Like,
Gleam on
I personally am still not a fan of playing Deadlock VYSE, but this looks ridiculous.
telltale sign of where they're headed. And Net is the
Oh, they got another kill! Guys, look, they got one more kill.
Brutal approach from Lev. Net looks like he's just playing.
Yeah, you're right, Sim. I didn't notice that too.
14
down lane.
A 14-0 between Vic and Net.
Yeah, I mean, and Vic has 9 assists. Something that was very micro that we didn't get to catch in this replay was his Omen smoke in the front of the B main choke to get his teammates out.
Yep.
It's something that's so micro, but allows them to get out unscathed.
I feel like you need to be playing something like...
And sets them up for
You almost need like double drone. Like I was saying before, you need like a Sovatejo. Or even like a Sky?
And they will succeed. I think there's been much that has been said around the double Senti utility and how miserable it feels to play around, but
Guys, these guys are just confident now. Oh my god. The game is over. This is over. Like, this could actually be 13-0.
Sentinel utility is really strong and really good, but then you add Vic's utility on top of it.
Oh my goodness. And you add him being 10-0 and 10. I mean, the guy's doing it all.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
This is a different form.
Okay, so we're up to 4 kills between the entirety of LEV.
Hasn't really shown.
What's up, Given?
This double Senti comp is enabling him to be a pseudo
4 kills in 6 rounds.
With his paranoia, with Oxy being behind him. And you heard Oxy firing him up as well when he started popping off on split.
Okay, here's the ult with the sensors, like you were saying. But then, oh look, they used the VYSE wall in the choke point instead of in mid this time. Oh, another kill. Another kill for LEV. We have a yoink. Net is stuck. Actually boxed like a fish, and he's still got one.
Yeah, while all that commotion was happening in B main, we couldn't even tell what was going on the other side of the map. It was a double push through either A main or Cat. Killing the solo strat.
Yeah, Dan, there's no fasting against
so
this.
Much chaos was ensued there, and Net with the stall was too much of a threat. I mean, look at this.
Like, what is my counter comp for this?
No hesitation from the Cloud9 members.
You could either do something like incredibly util heavy to go around and bait stuff, like you could play Yoru Teho Sova, like all the drones and the util breaking power. You could go around baiting the VYSE wall and destroying sensors, baiting vines.
Surprised by how much success Cloud9 have found on flanks, given that LEV are also running.
How would you play that on defense, though? I don't know. I'll have to see how this comp plays on attack.
Not really, because LEV are just spiraling.
KO is a good shot, honestly. But then you can do cross map util for both VYSE and Deadlock. So KO doesn't do that much. What's up, Reby? Yeah, we're doing America's Watch Party.
You have to meticulously work the utility, bait it out, break it. So I'm
like, yeah, you play the util break comp.
Because of that reason, we're not seeing them kind of do this bait of util, trying to use the Yoru to take out.
Or like low key, like really low key, you'd have to play some like double dive shit. Like no cap, like Waylay Yoru, or like Waylay Jet. You just have to get past all the bullshit.
You still have to play the map the same way.
And then have you like breach your breach Teho supporting or something like that.
That still seems to be the calling card that the attacking side need to figure out.
Like double duelist, double initiator, just to try to get through all of the choke holding.
Cat garden area. There just needs to be an extra layer there.
Rossi,
maybe then you can go back into the execute.
I don't know. It looks like a pain in the ass, man. I wonder how they'll do it on attack.
You know the wall is there. Okay. Triggered, but again, B main is taken away. Tex is wise too. It knows it's there, but can't win the fight.
Tex, it's just not his day today, man.
He's been quiet.
The same thing was happening to him on Split, but I remember on Split he was playing so far back.
Deadlock wall deep. Okay, they're gonna break this wall. They're gonna think they're fine. but then you still have this. And even if you get past this, you then have this guy with his net back off cooldown, and you have the VYSE flash. Like, man, there's 3 layers of Sentinel util on this site.
But he's walled off by his own teammate.
Okay, there's the center, there's the thorns.
Yeah, and you still have to deal with some of the rest of the utility that's here.
It's so out of sync. They do a freeze, but
Is net back off cooldown? I see what it is now, y'all. The icons are not swapped. So this is his wall charge. This is his net charge.
Really nice flash.
So the UI looks like it's the wall on cooldown.
It doesn't really make much sense having to throw that market wall when you have a player lurking up mid. I guess maybe Demon 1 could have went spawn there, but this is both timeouts burned, Doug. This is a stomping. We have to point out how well Cloud9 are looking and dealing with this.
Bro, I got flashed 3 times.
It's weird. People don't normally laugh.
Yeah, really, these players are very good.
Really good in the Cloud9 camp. I think this has
They
to
have
be
coordination
so frustrating
and
to call from
fun
on
stuff.
the attacking side, because nothing works.
Nothing has worked.
Okay, so I just went for an aggro play.
Oh,
They react towards B. Oh no no no! They react towards B off the aggro play. Sensor number 1, Thorns number 1, Deadlock wall. Omen alt rotate. Surely you guys are pushing spawn. You're pushing spawn to B, right? Yeah. Yes, this is the right decision. Zeppa still gets 2? Zeppa gets 3?
3 on the round, but Tex doing the same.
How is this 2v2? Okay.
Tex requires 4 as
Okay.
finally.
Lev made the right decision trying to go spawn
This
there.
time pushing into spawn, understanding that there's so much utility on lane. And the Omen ultimate kind of makes it a little bit more obvious too that the back of B is very fortified. So that quick call to take the fight on the players in spawn was the correct one. But can you rely on stuff like this? Cloud9 now have a chance to adapt to that as well.
Nice, King. Nice!
Hold a little bit more back.
Not 13-0.
That is a good relief.
You
Sigh of relief from the Leviathan boys, huh?
You take the wins where you can get them.
Yeah, that was just a chaos round.
Another threat that you have to be worried about.
Okay.
This is a nice adaptation out from Tex. Given all the space that Cloud9 have taken B main, he tries to put it
Walking at mid, baiting the wall.
gets cleared out, but
Looks
at
good.
least an idea of where the pressure's coming
Well,
from.
good containment from
Good
Tex.
cage as well, understanding that there may be somebody at the other end because the audio cue now. A bait out of that VYSE wall in mid, and Tex, Doug, he finally did it.
I thought he was dead.
He won
Okay,
a
then
1v1 on
the next layer I need to see is a VYSE.
Yeah, Mitch has
Okay, they're trying to repush. That's just not the play.
And Zeppa not able to settle the
Yeah,
shots.
losing numbers. But I was saying the next thing I need to see is a wall here,
For the attack that's instantly
and then off the wall pop, they need some kind of pinch play from Market and from Cats to hit both sides of the wall. Like they do in Omen blinds. Sorry, this is getting clustered. Like you do an Omen blind from Cat with someone sending it here, and then you maybe have the VYSE or the Yoru flashing this side of the wall. You just have it pinch on both sides.
He's in the right place. Still has
That's the
utility,
kind of
has
trap
two
play that I
smokes.
expect teams to do more in the future.
He's gonna get ones!
Anyways, I just missed a crazy clutch.
Clutch and heartbreak for Lev.
Heartbreak for Lev, but a breakout performance from Vic. The best series he's played so far in VCT Americas, Doug. He played that perfectly.
Wow, they just didn't go in. Crazy.
Full confidence holding his spot on B.
Demon still the best aimer? He never was.
We said 9.
That is my take.
9-3 might be enough. I think even that, Dre, given how this half has gone, even that seems like a reach.
Yeah. I mean, the mechanics are really shining through from the side of Cloud9. This synergy has looked great. Utility has been on point. It truly feels like they can do no wrong.
Who is
The
then?
only round Leviathan won was pushing
That's
into
a
spawn at
good
B.
question. I haven't put too much thought into it.
Because of Tex's ult, to be honest, that he was
No,
able
a
to
lot
get
of
the
people would
4K.
say it's Fluorescent from Apex,
King has a rifle, and it's a deeper, more aggressive
shooting the game
wall.
changer scene for a while, but a lot of people think she's just like
A little bit faster, you're caught
the
on
best
other side.
aimer, the best Valorant aimer of all time.
From Zeppa.
This time,
Wait, he
opting to
I mean,
run through it. Yep.
a lot of pros just have insane aim.
side of the wall.
Makes you slow down, and that's something you don't want to do. Not in
Kind
this
of have to
position.
be if you're a pro.
There's 3 members here from the side of Cloud9. A dart is going to be shot.
No, but Apex the team. It's the EMEA organization.
He's already got 13,000 kills on the half, and he just continues to light it up.
Look at him. Flawless round win from Cloud9. 10-1 on the defensive side of Ascent.
Yeah, Fluorescent's definitely up there. Probably say something from Paper X.
Against this comp, I really don't.
Leviathan have tried different looks.
They have.
This time trying to disrespect that mid VYSE wall. But
Trying to think of
it's
someone from
just not
America
enough.
just to
It's
even
too
out
late,
the
honestly,
discussion.
in the half.
My mouse is gonna die,
Mouse in.
brother.
He knows he has it in the bag. Is he
Hong
trying
Kong?
to nerf himself to make it
Probably.
like fair or something? What's going on right now?
Already started the next round. Or picked up. And
It's hard to
rotate
say
back.
for sure, just because like everybody in China is just insane. So it's hard to pick
Trample their
like
way
a
back
best
towards
one.
B. A lot of the, I mean, really all of the Sentinel utilities set up A. Net still has a net.
I don't know. A lot of like the top fraggers in Valorant are not purely aimers. A lot of them just have incredible movement also.
A little bit more of a heavy focus on mid. Yoru ultimate used to get some info out of B, understanding
Oxy's
Oxy's here
definitely a
with
good
the
shot
operator.
if we're talking pure
Does
aim.
he have a TP to get out? He does, all the way back B main.
This is as free as B has ever been for the side of Leviathan, but he's just too good. Oxy.
Double flood.
Getting his 2 though, that's big.
The guys in mid doing the splitting are just deadlock walled off.
For Lev. Spike picked up.
Oh, what? They 100% thought he was ulting from like A main or something to get the spike.
Neural Theft making it known that B site is
They thought this bomb drop and pick up with the Omen ult was just a cancel to A, so he's trying to get a flank up.
Yeah, and they're all funneled in. Oh, but it's only going to connect onto one, I believe. It's only hitting Tex. He pushes forward into his death. Remember, the guns are still up on the other side, so it's going to be a straight up 2v2. Calm with 2 shocks to play with. Demon 1 with his paranoia, but no health to speak of.
11-1.
And that's another round for Cloud9.
When was Tens was the best player in the world? Back in the original Sentinels era, like the first international masters, that's when Tens was the best player in the
on
world.
the double sentinel though, going into the defensive side. We've seen magic happen before. They would really have to dig deep here. They have the experience to do so though, Doug. We do have to keep that in mind.
They've got the experience, they've got the comp, but is the runway just too short? It's a massive lead for Cloud9 at halftime. We'll see if they can pull off the miracle.
He attacks
We'll
fast.
see you guys
Be
shortly.
ready to move.
Moo. Mute music because I like money. Okay, here like this tournament, 2021. This was the OG Sentinels era. This was Tens being that guy. This was the best part of Sentinels. Yeah. After that, when Sentinels fell off, I don't think Tens really ever reached that peak again.
on their
We back.
defensive side of Ascent, courtesy of both Sentinels, courtesy of
Ain't gonna lie to you, Gibbon. This might be the first match that I've watched that hasn't had a day one Ascent.
if LEV can do the same on their defensive side, because Dre,
Just saying, don't get your hopes up.
This has been said so many times before, but you have to win this pistol round. It's a must-win pistol round for Leviathan, and a must-win bonus on top of it. If you
Oh
want
my
to
God,
come back
Vic.
into this, everything has to be going for you
16 kills, 15 assists, and 2. That might be the worst circle I've ever drawn. That's not even a circle.
defensive.
But co-streaming is gonna make me actually work on my like mouse handwriting.
which you would expect.
Like, holy
Again,
shit.
if they're gonna
It's
lean
just
into the
terrible.
strength of this comp, it's this. It's wait back, play around your util.
Alright, now we are expecting a similar level of defense from LEV, because they are also playing the Deadlock and the Double Senti.
See if there's a little bit of a trap.
I mean, they've already been more methodical about clearing util in the pistol than LEV were for most of the half.
That's a great shout. Demon 1 just gets overwhelmed. The pressure from AMD
But,
and Cat is too
on the other hand,
he was trying to
you have
alleviate some of that
the
with
VYSE
Frost,
entry.
but as you were saying, overwhelmed. That's
Nice King.
That's clean up from King. A 3v3, and we're seeing the A site for the first time all game.
And we're seeing Vic wrap all the way
The
around.
problem now
A lot of stall utility here
is that
for the
on
side
this
of
map you don't really need
online.
the amount of
It is
info that
1v1
Cypher provides.
The decider.
Oh, Vic's human.
You don't need that much info.
Who would have thought?
And so VYSE is kind of just better.
Getting into the A site.
It delays a ton of time. And that spike has been taken for a little bit here. Zappa playing on the other side of the smoke, waiting for the right time to swing, and he finds it. Drops Kong, never had a chance to fight back.
Need more
And
bullets.
that was the desperately needed pistol for LEV, going the way of Cloud9. That's 3 out of 4 pistols for Cloud9, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. Listen, LEV, they won 1 pistol in this series. It's something that they couldn't do at all in the previous. So we're seeing a little bit of, you know,
Oh no, not the whiff in the
advancement, but
11-1.
This map has just been brutal. Both teams playing
How
for
dare
the
he.
first time their VCT debut 2025, and so far Cloud9 have just looked so much better. And to talk about strength of schedule,
Well, I might get to take my nap earlier than I thought.
last year in stage 1 they went 5-1, right? They have to play against MIBR next, a chance at redemption. Losing to them in kickoff, right?
Cloud9 looking to put the finishing touches on this slaughter.
Oh, Demon 1.
Demon 1 punching back though.
Oh.
As the rest of LEV does.
Force Spy. NA Stingers.
And you blink and you miss it. Oxy's on the site by himself, tries to get to the spike.
Yeah, exactly. But like, I don't know when you came in, but at the earlier stages of the game,
This would be a brutal way for this
I'm gonna stay quiet until this round's over. He netted himself. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know when you came in, but they were using the window flash on B for info at the start of the round quite a couple times. It's like it's not like you're losing too much info with VYSE,
For the ex-Cloud9 player.
even if that's even what you need.
Not out of this one quite yet. Demon 1 had some nice share shots connecting in this round. But it was sloppy, it was messy. Oxy almost did it too. Oh! You can feel it.
Yeah, a lot of the time, given they were using like info wall in mid, and they're using the window flash for info. Yeah, they were playing VYSE for info. It's just imagine if this kill trip was instead a thorns in the choke point, man. It's like you can just stall forever.
On the other side. One sound sensor has been tripped, and again, I think Cloud9 are doing a really good job of using trips and baiting out util and using their bodies sometimes to open up some of the map.
I mean, when you have an 11-1 buffer to do so, it gives you a little bit more confidence to, try to bait out some of that utility. And look at the stark difference in the defensive setups, though, with the trips and whatnot. Towards the A site specifically, they're so far
Alright,
back.
surely with this much of a lead, you're just kind of throwing rounds away until you get all your ults. Oh, does Lotzi? I think Gibbon's right. I think he just turned 19, if I remember.
But this trip setup towards the A site specifically for Leviathan, if they use setups like this on an actual gun round and Cloud9 decide to face them there.
Oh?
It might be
2 kills on Nico. We take it.
Yeah, I think, and this is, I'm sure this is obvious for everyone watching at home and here in the studio, but the fact that
Oxy has ult already if they wanted to go for something.
the big issue here is that Cloud9 are at map point. They're at series point. And so even if it was a massive lead, but they had a couple of rounds they could give up, maybe there's a chance to really believe this. But LEV
Okay.
have to play perfect.
Yoder ult cat split.
Perfect Valor. And when we
They're pinging
saw
for the deadlock trip
Cloud9 on
here.
the last map of Split, just, you know, starting to let LEV crawl back in just a little bit. All they did
The
was
plan
sit
is
up
obviously a cat split. I just wonder if they're going to use Yoder ult or not.
Almost every single ult is going to be online in the next round.
That would be a yes. We're going to break the wall.
Wall decides to hold on to the ult for now.
Yoder ult.
Again, no other setup
Here we go.
here. From the side of Leviathan, their A is so weak.
Clearing the A main. We see both people. They win the spam battle. That's nuts. Cancel it, cancel it, cancel it, cancel it. No. Imagine he cancels that ult.
No, they're not. They have no idea. He spots his one, but maybe did see Demon 1 right at the end there. King's going to be rotating from so far back.
He's so far away, and Demon 1, he knows
Well,
that
Demon 1 is 1 HP.
before King gets here.
But he's got 19 HP.
He's so low.
I mean, what are you sending him out to do?
C9 or Lev had the setup, but they kind of just got your ult biffed.
On catwalk.
The safety valve, if you will. King will fall.
GG.
Demon 1, of course, on his own. Spam through the smoke. And if
Insane defense half. Holy.
bookended an outrageous series by him.
You just can't hit a sight against that deadlock VYSE. How do you do it?
Yeah, Vic was just a sleeper agent in his previous matches. This was a standout performance from the rookie. 24 and 20. The best series
I don't know, man. You almost have to play the map wrong.
And I think it's because Oxy hyping
The-
him up.
playing against that
we
comp.
heard it on that map of Split. Oxy's like, let's go, Vic, let's go. If that's the fire Vic needs, I mean, do it every game, man, if you're Cloud9. The underdogs of this stage are looking really good.
347 ACS out of Vic. An outrageous performance. I mean, he did everything right. And again, a lot of it was heavily benefited from that double Senti comp and the fact that Leviathan were not able to find a single inch to play around on the attack side. But holy smokes, what a performance from that kid.
Yeah, just ridiculous. I mean, a lot of players had their moments here. We can't forget the IGLing of Mitch. He looked great.
Yeah, he called an exceptional series, really. I mean, to go back to the attack side on Split and how effortless it looked and how Leviathan were just constantly on the back foot and
Clearly
didn't really
countering.
Yes.
Clearly countering. Like him and Imi came up with a great game.
Yeah, no more game. I'm just gonna get the end of the match interview, and then I'm gonna take a nap, and then I'm going to run the stream again and play some games.
9 were able to break them down methodically. And then on this last map, Leviathan stood no chance. The util combos, the synergy from the defense, it was way too fortified.
I mean, Vic could put together a frag movie just with this last map.
When we'll let him probably around the normal time that I stream, so it'll be like
Should have seen it from the beginning. Vic getting those 2 kills.
2.5 hours from now.
As he flanks back through mid, all the way up until the end.
What was so impressive was you're running a double Sentinel comp, but it's not like they didn't have aggressive set plays with it too. So it's like you don't really know what to expect running up against Cloud9.
I don't know. Today was fun.
Took the fight to Leviathan, and it paid out.
I like doing the watch party because it actually like forces me to
They were left shaking in their boots.
think about the game, kinda,
That the coach was talking about.
instead of just like passively watching as a spectator.
Hey, we're not playing how we do in scrims.
Yeah,
This was
I
fun.
don't know that confidence would have made much of a difference there. I'm not going to lie to you, at least not on Ascent. I think you can play feared, you can play more boldly, but the truth is they found no way to get past any of that utility. You mentioned it, Imi and the rest of the team had a flawless game plan to take care of LEV 2-0. We're going to throw it down to Riv at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Mitch.
Interview with Mitch. Give me some IGL big brain insight.
Because of the Cloud9 victory they take home today, A great series against LEV. You had a great series against NRG last week. What's been the key to unlocking this Cloud9 to start the stage?
Honestly, just trusting the system, doing, everything we need to do in practice, always like saying 100%, in it, dedicated in practice, taking it seriously. Like, it's honestly paying off.
Awesome. I keep hearing the system. Is the system the collaborative? Is the system kind of like Emmy saying, here's the system, we should follow it? Or is the system everyone?
It's a collaboration between everybody, basically. Me, Googly, Emmy, even the managers, we all have a great system. So
It seems like everybody's hand in the pie. Feeling pretty good here. Was there any pressure going against the old IGL, going against Rossi on this one?
No, not at all. I mean, we knew everyone would think this is like a grudge match for Rossi, but we just came in playing our game. We didn't really care what the people were saying. So.
And you played your game on Ascent. What was the plan there? What was the idea? I mean, we saw the deadlock again come out for both of you, but what were you guys loving so much about it?
I mean, starting defense on double Senti is always insane. So that's what we trusted.
All right, and you since what 2020 you've been grinding C9, then you want oxygen in your back.
Peace out, Barn. See you later.
So much. I can still remember you sometimes on Killjoy with an operator back a split B. Like, you've shrunk the agent pool a bit now, just to the initiators somewhat. Have you been able to hone anything else? Does it feel better? Are you focusing on some more of your craft?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I'm able to play like any agent, honestly. Like,
yeah, you are.
I try to flex to everything I can. I play, in ranked and whatever, but yeah, honestly, it feels good playing all the initiators for me right now. I could play, maybe a duelist in the future. Who knows?
All right. It's all there. What are your goals for the split besides playing duelist in the future, Emmy?
What
was your goals for the stage? Yeah.
I mean, honestly, we want to win every match. That's goal number one. Get to playoffs and do well in playoffs. We want to qualify to Toronto.
Heck yeah! And you got MIBR next. They're looking absolutely fantastic.
Yep.
Is it focus on C9 there, or are you gonna have to check that MIBR reel?
I mean, we focus a little bit on the other team, but yeah, we're gonna go back and redraw up some plays and bring our game.
Hell yeah! Watching Vic play, watching everything. What's it like, kind of watching everybody grow as a teammate and whatnot on Cloud9 now since you're back?
I mean, it's amazing to work with, Oxy and Vic, the young guys, and watching them grow and helping them out, just like I did for Redux and Verno on Oxygen. So, I mean, they're taking everything in like a sponge, so it feels great.
Sick. Mitch, thank you for the insight. Congratulations on the win. Another one for Cloud9 coming in. They start off the stage very strong, and we're not going anywhere. We got more Cloud9 brains to pick. It's going to be Zeppa and Oxy over at Match Point. Take it away.
Nice. All right. Reby, I think there aren't too many pros that play VYSE regularly. I know G2 Leaf does a good bit, but he's not always the VYSE player for the team. Sometimes it's Jonah P. So G2 plays a lot of VYSE. As for the rest of the teams, I think it's more that on certain maps, almost every team plays VYSE. On Pearl, for instance, almost every team will play VYSE. There's a lot on Lotus also. But specific players that play a lot of VYSE, there's not too many. Not in Americas. Alright, anyways, that was fun. Like I said before, I'm going to stop the stream, take a break, take a nap, and I'll be on later to actually play the game. Get some games in. I'm literally just going to run ads and then end the stream, so if you like stealing money from Amazon and giving it to me, leave the tab open. Otherwise, I'll see you guys later. Appreciate you.